Talon to kind of win out those games and how close that was in comparison to how almost one-sided Polaris won up against NGXE. They've got to prepare themselves. And for Polaris, as long as they've done their research beforehand, it feels like they should have the upper hand almost.
Let's see how it all pans out. I think it's going to be a very close matchup here. And going back to a point you made as well with Talon, I mean, you mentioned them being up and down, especially on the international stage, but you'd rather get it out now, right? Going to TI-11, you'd rather get the more negative performances out of the way. TI is all that really matters. All the pros always say it. That's all that matters throughout the years. So see how it all pans out as we are going to get this draft started. Again, this should be a very hype and hopefully very close match. And John, the only thing I'm biased for in this in today's series is 3 games. That's what I want. I don't want 2-game series. I want it to go all the way.
Yeah, it should go all the way, considering how close this matchup is between both teams. Already have the bans coming out here. Talon taking care of the Enigma and the Chen. Polaris taking care of the Death Prophet and Marcy. They do leave the option for certain KP heroes, the Undying first phase here for Talon. We have seen that flexed out. And KP did play the core Undying, which is, again, on the up and up. Like, Undying stocks are up. The hero has been really popular back on the 5 or the off lane. Just the cast point improvements to Decay feel a lot better. The changes to Decay with the HP of yourself and your enemies feels a lot better as well. It's not as punishing to not kill off an enemy with, like, 8-16 Decay stacks. They will kind of stay at roughly the same percentage when it comes back instead of just randomly gaining a whole lot of HP back. So it has much more aggression lined up early on, and I think that's the one thing Talon's improved at as well. This off-lane pool for KP, it has felt limiting, right? Previous times when you'd face against Talon, you'd almost always just first face ban DP and Brewmaster, and then suddenly the off-lane didn't look as good, and that is something that seems to be improved here for Talon's end.
It's going to be an interesting draft to get started. Like the Primal Beast making it through these first phase bans is always interesting. Of course, you only have so many bans to make in that first phase, so you've got to let something through. And the Primal Beast, one of the scarier ones right now, Jonathan. We've been seeing it really performing quite well throughout the series we've been watching. There's the Void, though. That's another hero. It's been performing extremely well. We know Savage loves this POS 1 Void. Though that begs the question. Yesterday, I think twice or 3 times we saw Support Void come out. What's the chances, John?
I'm not sure if those chances are high when you have such a prolific Void player like Savage. It doesn't feel like the easiest Faces Void game for him as a core, though. I'm just looking at the Batrider and the Beast, Primal Beast. The Batrider in lane, the Faces Void theoretically has a decent time with Time Walk. You can kind of just shrug off the damage the Batrider might want to do, assuming it's offlane for Force. Lelouch has played a very mean mid Batrider as well. I don't know if you'd want it support. Like, a support duo of Undying and Faces Void sounds pretty hard to pull off. Like, there isn't much big playmaking or setting up that these two heroes can do outside of, say, maybe the Chrono on the Faces Void. So a support duo of that here just doesn't feel great. At the same time, picking this Faces Void early on does provide a lot of counters for Polaris. You can see Talon, they're forced to ban out the Venge. There's some options here for Polaris if they want to dip into it. They could still fit something like, say, Oracle Hard 5 could be one way. They could try for maybe something like the Shaker, which we have seen Core Void struggle, especially if you use the Time Walk to initiate. So it's not all clear for Talon. Again, it's a very early place to lock in Void. The only time we've seen that was from yesterday, from Army Genesis, where Norman did run it twice. The one time we saw the Core Void from DB, it did face those issues there, Mike.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Well, we are going to have to wait out some final bans here, or rather, the midway bans before we can continue. John, it begs the question as well. Like, I just kind of said that there was, only 2 first phase bans allowed, and, you can only ban so many heroes. I think I was hearing some pros talk about it as well recently, but do you feel like it's about time that the drafting style changes and we up it to, say, 3 first phase bans? Because it feels like there's too many good heroes now.
Honestly, if you think back to before this changed, back to the, 3 or 4 bans first phase, it felt too limiting. I do personally prefer 2 bans first phase and just kind of allowing some of those broken heroes through. It makes it a little bit more exciting. I know teams do not want to deal with that, but it does I feel in my mind it provides for the viewers a more exciting game because you don't
Yeah.
instantly get all of this cheese banned out. You don't instantly get your strongest heroes on either team banned out. You've always got the option to kind of pick and protect, and that just makes it more exciting. I mean, again, I recall like maybe in 2017, 2018 when you had these prolonged first phase bans, and then the pick and ban order was just kind of different. It did feel a little bit more predictable because by the first phase, you're only left with, none of the strongest heroes. So you're probably maybe here and there a team would let one slide through on first phase and they try to counteract it. But it would kind of lead to more bog standard drafts. Now, there is a little bit of coalescence, like all these drafts kind of go into the same direction, but there is more variety from the first phase because of this style.
It's very fair, John. I guess that is a good point, right? Like, you'd screw the pro players. We want entertaining matches. You don't get 3 bans. You get 2. You're going to like it whether you like it or not. Too bad. I like your thinking, Jonathan. I don't know where I was going with that. Well, I'm thinking of the pros all of a sudden. That's terrible. My goodness, what's wrong with me?
Yeah, I mean, I respect your opinion, right? Like, it is a headache. That first phase is much more delicate than it used to be. You have to figure out what you want to do. You tend to have to pick up a core flex now just to ensure that you can kind of adjust on the spot. I love the adjustment here from Polaris as well. Speaking about that, we see the Phoenix come out. And specifically in that Army Geniuses match up against Lilgun, we saw that Phoenix as a counteraction to the Faceless Void. Like the Sunray healing is there, the attack speed slow is going to be annoying, the egg outside Chrono with a BKB piercing stun is always going to be a massive issue, and Talon doesn't have a straightforward way of clearing out that Phoenix. You see the respect bans from Polaris taking care of the Snapfire, one of the big heroes that Talon loves to run in the support, not just machine guns through that Phoenix egg. So you don't have a straightforward answer for that Supernova when it does come out.
And that's kind of crazy, right? Because, like, you'd love a Snapfire into the Undying to get rid of the Tombstone. But it seems like they're going to fight fire with fire here. It's like, okay, you've got a Tombstone? Fine. We'll pick Phoenix, we'll pop Egg, we'll see who takes out who. It's like the Snapfire is the one answer to both problems, and neither team's going to have it. And in we go, Jonathan. This is very surprising. A Nyx Assassin to pop out now, one of your personal favorites. Also the Puck mid to come out, much more bog standard. But John, the Nyx Assassin, why has this come out? What the hell's going on here?
It's really good against all their heroes. Like, it'll stop the Primal Beast from trampling over you once you pop the Spike Carapace. Really easy to cancel off Sunray and anything the Phoenix wants to do outside of Egg. Really easy to stop the Bat Rider from running off as well. So it kind of ties into that. It's really good control. It stops a lot of these channeled spells. Even the Primal Beast, like pre-BKB, he's not going to be able to pulverize that much as long as this Nyx is around with Spike Carapace. Like, you will be able to just cancel off. And I like that Talon go into the Mikado Puck because when you see Primal Beast and Phoenix, which are leaning towards the support duo right now, although there is room to still flex the Primal Beast as, say, the Nico hero here, the Force hero on the offlane, there's not much hard hold for the Puck. Like, you have Blink Lasso down the line, but Blink's not an early priority for Bat Rider. We tend to see Travel's BKB before the Blink for a lot of mid players, if that is Lelouch's hero. So there's not much to really stop Mikado from jumping in and out. And Polaris just go into the Natsumi Morphling. So, laning-wise, it shouldn't be too bad. It is a decent core-to-core matchup against the Faceless Void. You can still kind of strength morph right before the Chrono flies out. There's enough time to kind of get that done. The Nyx is there to burn your mana, but it's not like you have the highest int in the world, so you're not losing as much mana as well. And this can make it tough for the side of Talon to kind of find that pause one. Like, if Natsumi's quick enough, the Chrono might not amount to much besides some smaller pickoffs here.
Yeah, absolutely not. Well, final bans to come here before we can finish off these drafts. John, I don't mean to start the drama early, right? I realize Talon has to win out this series and T1 would have to win out this series for us to get that matchup, right? The T1 versus Talon matchup in the upper bracket. But couldn't help but notice, Jonathan, Makoto had some words to say about T1 prior to the qualifiers starting that have been circulating around as of late, saying that he believes if Talon had to go up against T1, they would win outright. And that apparently Anna and Thompson would have chemistry issues with the rest of T1. So, if that matchup happens, there's going to be some very, very spicy kind of games going on, I think. I'm sure the side of T1 seen those words being said, very strong words by Makoto. Obviously, he was just trying to answer a question, but you get my point, John. This is SEA. You can't talk without backing it up, and we might get the pleasure of seeing that matchup later on.
Oh yeah, it's definitely a possibility, and it's pretty damn exciting to see it later on. They have to beat Polaris first, and again, with Talon's performance being a little bit inconsistent, it's hard to say. Last time they met in Hatyai, that's pretty much the only win Talon found in the best of one groups up against Polaris, and that was Polaris that brought 5 games to Boom. So maybe they've got the answers here. It still feels pretty confident in this draft to go for the first phase Void and to have it go against this Morphling, which is going to be annoying. We do still have a last pick left. It does look like Polaris are just defending this Morphling pick. They're blocking off Dawnbreaker for the instant response. They're blocking off the AA to ensure the Morphling Strength Morph is still going to be effective. It does beg the question as to what they're looking for. It maybe feels like they're looking for a Q hero with Hyde taking something like the Nyx. Nyx faces Void lane isn't that good, but then again, Nyx Undying lane also isn't that good. For the Q heroes, Enchantress is left. They go with Skywrath Mage.
Woo!
So it comes out, and this is something we've seen Lilgun run up against, I believe, Talon the first day, where it didn't feel as impactful. I'm keen to see if Talon actually makes it work, because it feels like when you start falling behind in the Skyrat, the hero really just doesn't contribute, especially as the game drags on with BKBs coming out. The hero just doesn't survive unless you get the shard. Even with the shard, the added armor, it's nice. It does need a lot of spell spam for you to really hit a good amount of armor. I feel like you do have, I mean, just the threat of Morphling onto the sky. If you manage to jump him, even without a shotgun, that Skyrat is probably dead. If you do manage to catch him outside vision, pre-Manta, you do have a lot of openings there, but that's a very specific and small timing that Talon have to play with.
No, that's very fair, John. The Skyrath's definitely not going to have a very good time against this Morph, that's for sure. I suppose the Void Skyrath combo, though, like you mentioned, is probably going to be quite potent as the Tidehunter comes out. That's something a little bit new. We haven't seen so much of this during the qualifier. I can appreciate it, though. They were lacking a little bit of team fight, I would argue, on the side of Polaris Esports, so they'll go ahead and pick that one up. Force will take the offlane Tide. It looks like it's going to be the position for Primal Beast coming up for Xavius. Exciting times, John. This will be game 1 between Polaris Esports and, of course, Talon Esports. And I'll ask you straight off the bat, the drafts are finished. Forget the teams. Who came out with the better draft?
Better draft? I would probably lean towards Polaris. I like the aggression we're seeing coming out from them. I like the lanes coming out, like Tidehunter versus Faces Void feels really good for Force to slow down Savage's farm. Void, I mean, Savage is a great Void player, but Void does take some time to build up. We've been seeing a lot of Midas Void, Midas Maelstrom. You're not going to be doing a lot of damage in that Chrono. You're going to need a lot of space out. Polaris, you could argue the same thing goes for Natsumi, but the rest of the team, especially Xavius and this Primal Beast, it just feels like they're going to be ready to be aggressive. And that's something Talon has to kind of temper themselves around. It feels like all the pressure on Talon's end is on KP. If he has a good lane and he manages to get this early presence on the Undying, start to force some fights around himself, then that's where the space comes out for Savage. Mikado can kind of follow through with KP once he has, say, his Witchblade travels. And you can kind of get aggressive. Like, you still have this good support combination from Talon of Skywrath Mage and Nyx, but again, the window for that support is pretty short. I'd say the first 20 minutes is when that support duo feels great. Past that point, once the first few BKBs come on, it becomes a lot harder to really get value from that control and damage.
Oh, there's my favorite smile in the whole of SEA Dota. Q. Lovely, lovely smile from Q. Always a happy guy. In fact, did he just dye his hair? I can't even tell. I could have sworn his hair was brown the other day, John. Yeah. Did Q just dye his...
No.
Did he just bleach his hair?
It was that color. It was that color yesterday, I believe.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
It just looks a bit brighter. Maybe the lights are a little better, you know? It did look darker, but I think the lighting was a bit worse as well.
He's a good-looking lad. And speaking of hair, I can appreciate the fact that AU's had the same hair ever since I've seen him, Jonathan. Fantastic haircut. It's a timeless haircut there from AU. You never get rid of that.
No. It's a classic cut. It's a cut that we all had back in the day as well. Of course, if you played Dota 2, you'd see that all over the net cafes.
Just a
bit of a pause. Oh, absolutely. A bit of a pause here, so we're going to be stuck staring at our lovely players first. Maybe take this time, Mikey, I want you to predict. Give us some predictions here. We've got it on hand.
Well, I don't mean to show off, but I was 3 out of 4 yesterday, so I suppose I will take a turn to predict here, Jonathan. Play with the highest net worth by 25 minutes. Ooh, I'm thinking Natsumi or Savage for sure. Oh, these guys are both of them are so good. I feel like Natsumi's. Oh, I'm gonna go Savage because you're gonna get Maelstrom minus, right? So I'll go Savage. Will the tower be killed by 10 minutes? No, no, it will not. Player who
Okay.
gets the longest kill streak will be Natsumi and Savage again, John. It's hard for me to decide between these two. Because I don't know which team's going to win this. I truly don't. This will be a close one. I'm going to say Savage, only because I went with the net worth highest by 25. Will a tower be denied? No. No, it will not.
Oh, brave. All right. There you go. We will
Do you
find
agree
out
with
soon
those,
enough.
Jonathan?
I think a tower will be denied, but otherwise, a tower will be denied, and maybe Mikado gets the longest kill streak. But beyond that, I do agree with every other point there, Mike. I'm sticking with your stuff though.
Okay.
It's your prediction, it's your time, and I will go with it as well. Did have some
Thank you,
alt
John.
chat just in case. I don't think we caught that as again we had a little bit of a pause. Lots of alt chat coming out. Both sides again have played with each other a lot. They run into each other in pubs a lot. There's something about Natsumi asking Savage if he could fly for some reason. And Savage said, yes, go to UDV with him. I'm like, why are we dragging UDV here? Now Cirxia? Or do you actually mean just going to UDV randomly in Bangkok for some reason? I mean, no problem saying hi, I'm sure, but, these guys are funny, especially the Polaris boys. They are very funny lads. They are very talky, funny lads. If you check their Facebook, they have some really weird posts. Boomy is just one hell of a shit poster. That's all I can
Oh,
say
yeah.
about that.
30 seconds.
Absolutely.
To
You
battle.
watch your damn language there, Jonathan. My goodness, how rude. Shout out to Polaris, by the way, John. They did send us a jersey, or at least I received mine. I haven't managed to take a photo yet, but hey, hold. You can wait, Jonathan. They sent it to the important guy, right? The guy that matters got it. Anyway, Talon. We'll see if they find level 1 here. Balloons have been thrown out. Force Lelouch, they're going to try and fight with Hyde on that Skywrath, and we'll be able to bully him away. Meanwhile, bottom lane, same thing happening. Topside, Xavier showed up, won't be able to steal it from Savage, so it is going to be a 2-for-2 trade. Very even kind of start here between these two teams. And we will start with the mid lane once again. Of course, you're going to have Makoto on his puck against Lelouch on his signature Batrider here, John. Puck versus Batrider, who do you give the advantage over to?
I'd say it's not too bad for Puck. I mean, Batrider we tend to see has some issues just clearing out a little bit early on in the laning phase. Like, you need a couple of stacks of Napalm up. Mikado already has his magic stick, as you tend to, up against the mid Batrider. Lelouch should still be able to get some good damage in, and Mikado will have to temper himself around with the Orb and maybe the Waning Rift down the line if he wants a value point. So there is a window there for Lelouch to actually get aggressive. And in terms of trading, a lot tougher for Mikado. So as long as Lelouch kind of trades favorably and hits his level 3 mark with the level 2 sticky napalm, the lane does become a lot harder for Mikado. At least he can fill up his bottle easier. Whether or not he has room to do that with the supports on Polaris remains to be seen, because you have a Primal Beast that can run around early.
You certainly do. Speaking of bot lane, of course, KP and Q going to be against AU and Natsumi. I said speaking of, John, Primal Beast is top lane. Never mind that. Bot lane is where we're looking for now. Talon, with the Pos 3 Undying, how do you feel about that against the Morphling and AU's Phoenix? Like, do you think they can dominate this lane with this Pos 3 Undying, or should it go the other way?
I think it's all right. Every time Natsumi wants to go full agi, I think I saw it a while ago, he had 10 minus 8 strength. So he's got to keep some strength shift on hand, and that means his last hitting's not going to be as good. So you are getting presence out from KP in that sense. Once AU does have the levels, though, you could try to be aggressive as well, though with how tanky the Undying is, it does feel like you're best off with maybe a Sunray up. Q is already a good response to that, with, of course, the Spike Carapace down the line. And I think when it comes down to it, I'm not assuming he's probably not going to die, but he's also not going to see us that much because of this lane.
Of course, that final lane as well. Top lane, you're going to have Force there on that position 3 Tide. He'll be alert there with Xavius on the Primal Beast Pos 4. You'll have Savage and Hyde against the 2. This feels like one of those lanes that could go either way. Maybe a bit more of a farmy lane between these two teams. Because with the Primal Beast in your lane, it's always kind of scary, but it is a pos 4 beast, and with the Tidehunter to try and play with, chances are you aren't going to have too much kill potential against the pos 1 Void. Maybe if you catch out Hyde, I would argue it's a much easier kill, but Hyde's doing a really good job of just sitting back and not allowing himself to get out of position.
Yeah, he's just standing back, trading where he can, but not really trying to force the issue. And I think that's important because the sky just melts in this lane. And, like, if a Gush comes out, Hyde is more than likely just dead with the Onslaught follow-up. So, got to stay back a lot more. At the same time, you know, Savage is farming a lot better in comparison to Natsumi. Still not the freest lane. This is a Tidehunter lane. So Polaris has a better time, but you're not really stopping him from getting that build-up either.
No, certainly not. Bit of a fight over that bot lane. Not going to mean too much. Makoto's farming very well on this puck right now, by the way. John 19-4 on the mid puck against Lelouch, 16-3 on the Batrider. Still a very even matchup, but Makoto doesn't seem too concerned about the Batrider's presence here. And well, Puck should have a decent time getting away every single time as long as he does have the orb up. So he's not too concerned about Lelouch making a jump in with the Firefly. Maybe once you have Lasso, but before that stage, Makoto, he seems like he's going to be just fine to free farm. Top lane. Xavius. Bit of a chase going on. Savage, he doesn't actually have Bash leveled up, so he can't hold Xavius down. And now the turnaround with the Onslaught onto Hyde. That is so much damage from Xavius. 2 hits is all he got, but it was too much damage. Savage going to try and turn around on Xavius, but again, without the Bash, you haven't really got a chance of locking this man down. He's going to be all right.
I don't mind us too much. Do manage to heal up on Savage, and there's no big threat on Hyde, mainly because Savage does have that value point from Time Dilation instead. So when you see the Onslaught committed, you can't immediately slow, and with the additional slow from the Concussive, actually chasing the sky is a tough prospect. So they are playing this lane a lot more defensively, but it's not something that the offensive players can really pierce readily just yet.
Yeah, certainly not. I mean, it's one of those things. Force might just kind of say, hey, I'd just rather secure farm right now anyway. You know, it seems like Savage is actually behind in CS as well, so Force is doing a decent job of just kind of keeping Savage a bit less farmed than he should be. And speaking of being less farmed, Natsumi's really less farmed here, 12-3 in terms of CS. The Untying Pos 3 from KP really turning out to be very potent so far during the laning stage, as you'd kind of expect. 25-11 is the scoreline of the CS for KP. Just really focusing in on the denies here on that Undying and doing a great job of it. Natsumi, he's not having a good time whatsoever.
It just goes back to that weird dynamic where if you do go Strength Morph, Agimorph here for Natsumi, I mean, he has no HP. Absolutely no HP because of all the reductions coming out. So you can't afford to really go all in to try the last hit. And that just means KP has an easier time denying and controlling up. So, gonna have to see how well Natsumi recovers down the line. They need to buy him out some space considering the slow restart, especially in comparison to Savage. Like, everyone else is tied in fairly evenly here.
Bit of a shame that that Impel ends up missing there from Q. Maybe you would have been able to set up for something onto Natsumi had you landed that, but I suppose Natsumi would have had the waveform anyway. Mid lane, a bit of a group up. Just both teams fighting over those 6-minute power rune timings. They are going to get unlucky on Talon Esports. Polaris, they will be able to get lucky with the bot rune and do pick up a haste, and immediately Lelouch is going to TP down bot to try and deal with KP here on this Undying. He has not leveled up Tombstone or Soul Rip yet. KP, he will eventually do so and try to fight back. Natsumi is doing the exact same thing, and here comes Q with the Spike Carapace and the Impel trying to put a hold to Lelouch, but he is not giving up. KP will get chased down to the ends of the earth, and they will secure the POS 3 Undying. First blood to the Batrider.
That's a big kill. Timely rotation out to just open up Natsumi's lane. Best rune you could possibly ask for there as well for the Batrider. Just a nice haste, allows you to run over. Nothing to stop that really outside of Q, and even then just one stun isn't enough, even with the Spike Carapace follow-up. Lelouch just has his way with him. So a good start for players to find that bonus. Hyde trying to play poke a bit, doesn't have the Ancient Seal. They can't really combine to really look for damage, and you did have Xavius around to protect just for a moment. And it does feel like with Talon's draft, they might be opting to play slower, which you don't necessarily want with the Undying. Again, there's this timing as well for your support, so it does feel like for Talon's end, you're going to want to have Hyde and Q soak up a bit more if you want some presence. For the side of Polaris, yes, this is a slower start for Natsumi. It's not unplayable. You can just kind of hang back, and if the game stalls out long enough, you should be able to farm the Void's farm. Again, faces Void, not the fastest farm in the world. Orphan can kind of jump around camps as well and clear out pretty fast.
Yeah, and at the end of the day, Savage is only 7 CS ahead of Natsumi anyway. He's not having the best lane himself either against this Tide, so, you know, it's not going to be too hard for Natsumi, I'm sure. His talent will move in. They will spot out AU on the Phoenix, but he will Icarus dive away. Q still going to land that Spy Carapace with the damage of that Icarus dive, and AU eventually might just drop, but Savage ends up going down to Force. Meanwhile, the Onslaught is out from Xavius down towards that bot lane, but he's going to get called up and will drop. Hyde able to take that kill on the Primal Beast. But Savage dies top lane solo to the Tidehunter. Meanwhile, bot, they're still going. Lelouch still trying. KP, he'll drop the Tombstone, but does end up going down as now a nice Impale Q. Landing on two of them. That'll be Lelouch to go down. Natsumi, he does at least get the Tombstone. Still a great fight for Talon down a bot lane. My only problem being, John, is our Void died to the Pos 3 Tide, and that's... I mean, I realize Ravage was committed, but that's not something you'd expect solo.
That's not quite what you'd want there for Savage. I believe he was also dead under tower. So it was a really aggressive move out from Force, and there was no response out. He sees that opportunity from all the commitment Talon has down bot, and the Void just can't hold on his own all too well. I mean, you do have good levels on Time Walk, but without it maxed out, that's still 12 seconds of cooldown. That's enough of a window for you to get some good damage in on this Tidehunter. Savage already having to dip into the jungle now. Not the quickest process in the world. The Midas still being worked towards. Recipe still 1.2k gold away. And until that Midas, the Void is just not going to be a big factor at all. So you're going to have to buy that space out on talents. And supports are at level 5. We're inching towards that point where you can play around with the threat of Vendetta into Ancient Seal, Mystic Flare with a stun. And that again, is probably Talon's best play. But for Polaris, we have yet to see just how much they can get done here. Although they're running onto Hyde.
Yeah, Hyde gets caught by the Onslaught. We'll get a D ward off. In fact, never mind. He doesn't even get it yet. Savage has to go ahead and finish it off himself. So at the least you got something for your death. Getting a ward for himself, but that's about it. Xavier's able to set up a pretty nice pick off his top lane. Q on the run. Force still chasing. Does not connect with the Anchor Smash. Q breaking some ankles here. It's Force, he gives up. He won't bother. Back into Makoto he goes. Force though, he's top of the net worth board right now. He's a very tanky Tide. Already with the Hood of Defiance up. They can't deal with it. He'll walk away just safe and sound, no problem.
Yep. Backs off. He has the support of Xavius now in the same lane. Onslaught at the ready. Level 3 Trample as well if they want to play aggressive. Talon for their part, just back off. Polaris, they are finding that early aggression. And they find that punishment onto Savage. There is room for Natsumi to farm now. And Natsumi has actually overtaken both KP and Savage. So that early advantage we're seeing coming out from KP just nullified from all the movement around. And this is concerning for Talon. Like Polaris, Natsumi probably just wants the same timings, maybe just a Manta really to feel good here. And then you're kind of set on a Morph, perhaps a BKB down the line to protect, or just straight up Scotty. And you're kind of good to go. Whereas for the Void, you're looking for 2 farm items. Savage needs a ton of space, and if this top tier 1 falls, you're not going to have that much in the top lane.
Q, cheeky little Impel there mid-onslaught, but is going to drop anyway. Even a TP rotation cancelled off. With that, the tier 1 tower will drop. Force again, a force to be reckoned with right now. Just uncontested on the Tide, top of the net worth. There's no chance of killing this guy at the moment. You've just got to leave that Tide alone.
Yeah, it's just way too big. Maybe if you have this combination again with the Ancient Seal and Mystic Flare, you might be able to burn through the Hood of Defiance, provide an opening for Mikato to kind of try to rip apart, but always a risk going up against Tidehunter. Enough time for the rest of the team to back him up. Talon is buying some space out for Savage. They do smoke up with the 2 supports here.
Force? He's the one in the mid lane, but they don't really want to try and aim him down. Savage just trying to make sure he doesn't get a power rune for himself, and it's actually going to be Lelouch who picks one up. Another haste rune for the Batrider. As he does head up towards that top lane, Makoto needs to be very cautious. They've got Lasso up. But it looks like Lelouch, he's going to turn the other way. He won't bother. Meanwhile, bottom lane, there is a bit of a group up from Talon. Maybe trying to slowly secure that tier 1 tower down to the bot lane. And Natsumi will just TP his way out on the Morphling. He does not want anything to do with that. I suppose at the least they could send Force down to try and defend this. It doesn't seem like he wants to, though. Seems like they might just let the trade happen.
Yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slow push anyway coming out from Talon's end. They don't have the best push lineup at all. Damage onto objectives is slow. Fortify is there to stall out even more. They've got the top lane shoved in here on Polaris' end. They've managed to secure a really good area for Natsumi to just farm on and kind of cut off Savage in his build-up. A 2k lead already for Polaris very early on here. And they're meeting their timings. Like, they're not even the ones being aggressive. Talon has to be the ones that runs around, and they're just not able to. Good map reads out from Polaris, as they manage to just work and dictate where everything happens and avoid at the right time. For Talon, this is a bit of a risky prospect. They do want to stall the game. At the same time, that issue we talked about with the sports, they will not scale. And KP as well, your scaling on Undying is also sort of limited. Even in the game we saw previously for KP's core Undying, it can taper off. Smoke out from Polaris here.
Force trying to bait in that mid lane. Does have Ravage up as well, but nobody's going to take the bait. So Polaris, they're going to head down towards the bot side instead. Oh, Savage, he's very deep right now. Lelouch is going to show up. Lasso's immediate. Xavius, he's got the onslaught and he's got the pulverize. That was very clever from Force. He shows in the mid lane. They assume his team is behind him smoked up. They thought it was an obvious bait, but the bait really was that Force was just making them think that the team was in the mid lane. So Savage, he thought he could get greedy, but it ends up punishing him in the end.
They get Savage. He doesn't even manage to use his Midas before dying. Just gets caught off guard. They're playing all the right ways here in Polaris, just punishing the slower lineup from Talon, ensuring that the support duo doesn't manage to get anything done early on. And just getting so much more done for Natsumi in comparison to Savage. KP, I mean, the Undying outside of laning just hasn't had anything to do. They're not clumping up, they're not taking fights. And the side of Polaris are just able to really punish this playstyle right now from Talon. And just kind of keep riding on. Like, they were going to have a really early BKB here on Xavius as well. So the counters you have with the Nyx are taken away. Spike Carapace, not going to be a concern. And nothing to really stop Xavius once he has that spell immunity up.
Absolutely not. Xavius is going to be a real issue himself with that BKB, that's for sure. Bottom lane again, Talon, they have grouped up. It seems like Polaris are more than happy to fight. They've got a 3k advantage at the moment. AU, very quick Icarus dive away. Q, he will still land an or rather impale. AU, silenced up, will be the one to drop. Talon only finding the pos 5 so far. KP trying to chase down Natsumi, but he's just fine to waveform out. They are not catching the morph, not quite yet, unless Natsumi sticks around. But he is going to back his way out just fine. So they get a pos 5 Phoenix. They'll try and maybe chip away at that mid-tier 1 tower with this 15-minute siege creep timing. But even that doesn't look too good for Talon right now. Feels like Polaris can defend this very easily if they wish. In fact, Lelouch, he's here in the Batrider. Onslaught and Lasso have been committed onto the Undying KP. He's going to try and use the pick stick, but it won't be enough. He will drop on the Undying. I'm not sure what the idea was there. Polaris, they didn't even need the Ravage from the Tide.
No. KP just a little bit too far forward. The rest of Talon did manage to back off. But this provides Polaris that same opening out onto the mid. Their push a little bit quicker with the damage Natsumi's providing. No sort of defense to come out here from Talon, so the map opens up extremely well for the side of Polaris. They're invading the top jungle fully, they've got good forward wards, they can just dictate this game, and Talon are just forced into playing this slower game. Like, now you can't really expect too much out from Q or Hyde. They are chasing Lelouch, but he is a bit too slippery right now. And all the cores of Talon just taking massive hits. Mikado the most farmed, Force just massively farmed in comparison, already has that Vlad's. Could go for the early Wraith Pact here. And once that's up, your damage issues just continue to show. I mean, this is a really tanky lineup out from Polaris with the protection of a Phoenix. I'm not sure how Talon even puts a dent in just the durability coming out here from Polaris.
I agree with you on that, John. And you look at the net worth graph now as well, like the Tide at the top, Natsumi right behind him on the Morphling. Lelouch right behind the Morphling on the net worth graph as well. Like Natsumi, he had such a bad laning stage, but he's caught up so well thanks to the fact that his team has bought so much space. He just buys that Morbid Mask and goes to the jungle and ignores everything for the next 10-15 minutes. Gets away with it scot-free. Q has not had the chance on the Nyx Assassin to try and scout out this Morphling throughout this whole game. Just not able to find him. He's just been more focused on trying to get Lelouch with the Spike Carapace into the Impale, but that hasn't worked out either. So they might at least find Xavius here. And they will. Makoto is able to pick up one. That'll be the 4th kill of the game here for Makoto on the puck. Something they do desperately need. But it's still a 5k advantage for Polaris. And it seems like they're more than happy to just buy time for Natsumi. They don't seem rushed whatsoever.
They're confident in their late game fights. Lelouch.
Oh, Q. He tried to jump up to the high ground. Still a very nice impale. Tombstone to be dropped, but there's your lasso. And the BKB committed right into the egg. That'll be KP to drop, I think. So he will try to run with the Soul Rip. It's not going to be enough force. Takes him out on the tide. Maybe they don't get the Tombstone, but who the hell cares? Q, he's going to move back in, but when you see force in that tide, you know you can't deal with him. He's got a Wraith Pack and a Hood of Defiance. Makoto, he'll pop the Dream Coil mid lane. He caught 2 and now Savage. He's caught 4 in the Chrono, but do they have the damage? Lelouch dropping low to the Mystic Flare does go down, but now the Ravage out as well. Force gonna try and turn this one around. They will pulverize Savage. Q will cop the onslaught. Oh, that is a very awkward pause to come out. But to be fair, the Undying is respawning in 1 second. I suppose you have to pause in this instance, but that is very awkward.
Yeah, it still feels like at this point you can kind of say Polaris has mostly won that team fight. They find the big kill on Savage. It looked like a good chrono from Savage. They did have the damage. Very well placed. Mystic Flare out from high. That combination is still really good, but Natsumi just swoops in and finds more.
Kodo will orb towards the right side. KP does end up TPing into that mid-tier 2 tower. Makoto's still going now, back in onto Xavius, trying to find that Primal Beast, though he will go for a run and will survive for now as Makoto. He's the one dropping low. He'll get out as well with the orb. So Polaris, it was a 2 for 2 in the end, but you did find that pos 1 void like you mentioned. So Polaris does feel like they came out on top of that team fight. Still maintain that 5k net worth lead.
Yeah, and Talon does have some play, but again, it requires such a specific execution around a chrono. Like if they do manage to get that Mystic Flare combination again, catching them out while the BKBs are on cooldown or after it's expended, or before they're open, like you can still get a lot of output out from Hyde and maybe a little bit out from Mikado. But just the counter team fight from Polaris is terrifying. Like Ravage, Egg, we didn't even see that in the chrono. Savage did time himself well, but you have so many ways to dictate these fights from the side of Polaris that the angles for Talon just super awkward to find. They're starting on Roche already. Force can just simplify this process, and without the chrono out from Talon, contesting Roshan is a lot tougher. They don't have vision in the area as well, so Polaris should just be able to get away with a free one here.
They will. Force, he'll just tank the Roshan, no problem. Sure, Natsumi will be the one that wants the Aegis. Double damage as well, as is tradition. Needed a bit of damage there on Natsumi. There you go. Aegis is picked up. Very, very stylish fashion as well. He waveforms through and picks it up. It's Polaris. Again, 5k advantage. Huge lead for them. 20 minutes into this game. They're just going to maintain control of the map, keep Natsumi farming. Savage's Void is still way too far behind to contest. The very least, Savage now does have the Midas and Maelstrom up, and he will start working on towards the BKB. So once he has the BKB up, maybe he can start to get involved with his team. Again, it's not really a matter of lacking damage in the Chrono, because you do have the Mystic Flare to follow up with that. But it is more a matter of being able to survive through these engagements, and the BKB is certainly going to help that cause.
Yeah, you still have some BKB peers coming through. You could be a little bit more patient here with Lelouch to find that nice spell immune target. And that could be one way to just remove, again, Savage's presence in the middle of these fights. Lelouch has been doing a fantastic job in this game. But we'll see if he does manage to get a good timing in that. Has had pretty free time down bot. They're protecting this area really nicely on Talon's end with a couple of wards. So you do have some leeway there. A smoke out from Polaris, though, not spotted out by anything from Talon.
And Force frontlining for his team. He does have the blink on the courier as well. He won't wait for it, though. He seems like he just wants to rush right in. Talon. But support's going to be spotted out. Force will at least land a gush onto Hyde. Q will just Vendetta and run away, so the Skywrath might just be the sacrificial lamb here. And well, Hyde is going to try for a TP up, but will not make it. Natsumi is able to secure that kill on the Morphling. Not the greatest kill in the world, though, for Polaris. I mean, they certainly wanted something a lot bigger than that for a four-man smoke-up. They'll just take what they get.
Yeah, I mean, losing height at this point, not the biggest thing in the world for Talon. Also, it doesn't give you too much on Polaris. I'm sure they would have wanted to find more, but they don't expend any big spells. They still have this Blink reveal ready for Force in the next fight. So you still have that surprise factor for the Blink Ravage here. Might be able to catch Savage off guard if you don't manage to catch that Tidehunter in the Chrono. And I think that's where more of the issues come out. Like, you have to catch a few heroes a little.
Lelouch. This is a decent kill. Savage, he's got him in the Chrono, and Lelouch, he's in no man's land. Maybe just believing he could get away on the Batrider with all his movement speed, but that's a pretty big pick-off to just give away for free.
Yeah, it's a nice kill to find on Talon. And that does signal to Polaris, though, on the respawn of Lelouch, they don't have to worry about Chrono. So they could actually just look to group up, look to go for another smoke play, use that Ravage, use that Egg, find bigger returns with the kills they might find. And Talon has to be super cautious. This is the time where Talon has to kind of split apart, prevent any big engagements from coming through.
Well, that's a fair point, John. For now, they only find Hyde. You definitely, again, want something a little bit bigger than that if the Chrono is expended. So they take the Skywrath Mage's life. Another pause to come out. Looks like they are still having some issues here on KP's end of things. So Polaris, you'd imagine now, with this blink up on the Tide, Force has Ravage, you mentioned Chrono being down. It must be time to smoke up and go. Like, surely you're not satisfied with just the Skywrath Mage kill.
No, definitely not. You are inching towards this Blink BKB timing as well for Xavius, but it doesn't feel as necessary. Just the Blink, Ravage, and Egg should be enough to take care of yourselves here on Polaris' end. And the game just gets a lot harder for Talon. Like, this Blink BKB for Xavius is massive. Just blink in, pulverize someone down. No worries about, say, the Nyx Assassin canceling you off. No worries about the Puck canceling you with the Dream Coil. You just have free reign to keep engaging here on such a short cooldown on pulverize. Like 32 seconds at level 1, 28 by the time he hits his 12. And Talon have to kind of go up against that uptime. Like, the longer piece of that toolkit is going to be the BKB cooldown, which even then might not be necessary for Xavius if he just finds that one good target to jump for anyway.
That's fair. Certainly has not been the easiest affair for Talon. 6k advantage still the way of Polaris. Oh, even Force building up an Aghanim Scepter now on that Tide, just so farmed up. The Ags are... Oh, never mind. He switches the quick buy. He'll go for the Refresher Orb Instancer. One of his teammates probably saw that and is like, hey. Oh, now a Scythe of Vice up. Make your mind up, Force. Come on. We need to know what you're building. I mean, I guess Scythe of Vice is going to be really strong against Makoto's Puck and the Void, assuming you can catch him before the BKB. It's a lot of value if he can farm it up all the way.
I like that build-up. It allows you to just control the Puck. We talked about the one issue in this lineup for players being Makoto's Puck.
Again, Batrider, BKB, Lasso is there. He'll find Q, but Q's going to go for a run. Lelouch is not out of danger yet either. Looks like they are going to back him up, though. In comes Force in that Tide. Q will run his way out. And Talon, they'll try for a TP away. Makoto, though, might stick around for that final creep wave, but does need to be a little bit cautious with this. He'll Orb drawn back towards the south tree line. Onslaught, though, it's coming. Ooh. Makoto, oh, he got the tree line. Orb towards the left side. No, it's a juke. Makoto, very nice juke. He blinks towards the north. Tricked everyone on Polaris. Whew, that was scary stuff. He was very close with that onslaught.
Yeah, he's playing on edge, but he's buying a lot of space. Like, Polaris are grouping up 4 heroes bot. They don't find anything. You're about only 30 seconds away from Chrono being back up for Savage, so you're almost at that point where you can play again. On Talon's end, he's got the BKB up now as well in the Faceless Void, so he's much more protected from what Polaris will want to do, and they're actually going to smoke up early here on Talon's end. Smoking up his tree, and they have a good combination on hand, which is Puck, Nyx, and Skywrath Mage. They just need to find a hero.
They do have Xavius. He just onslaughted right in, so there you go. Xavius goes down. Makoto's doing a fantastic job this game one. He is really keeping Talon in this game, number one. 6-0 and rather 5-0 and 3 now in that Puck. Like you mentioned just a few minutes ago, John, making so much space for the Dire side. So they do move into that tier 1 mid tower. Force is around with the Blink Ravage. Doesn't have his Primal Beast around though, so would rather just delay things if he can. And Talon, they are being very cautious as well. They're respecting that Polaris is still an extremely strong team at the moment. They will back their way out, wait for another time, because having the Primal Beast dead, that's not going to be enough to take this fight.
You still have to worry about that Ravage combination. You still have to worry about the Blink Lassos from Lelouch. They're playing tag just a bit, but not fully committing.
Savage? Oh, he doesn't catch the Batrider. He got Xavius. At least he found the Primal Beast once again, but Lelouch, very fast reactions on the bat.
Oof. It bails out in the nick of time. I'm not sure if they had enough damage to take care of both heroes. So that's Chrono down once more. And it's a nice pickup. You are fairly rich here on Xavius, but you would have much rather a core to really get some net worth flowing your way. And now the side of Polaris could still opt to play aggressive. They still have Ravage, they still have Egg. They've been kind of sitting on those spells for a while. They are using this opportunity to drop some forward wards, take back control in the top area of that jungle, and just kind of cut off what Talon wants to do. But Talon, they see some space, they try to farm up, they try to get that build up. Savage is still kind of farming decently. He's number 2, right next to Natsumi, 2k behind, but considering the start, hasn't been the worst thing in the world. And he is working onto Linken's. He just wants all the protection. He understands the damage will have to come from everyone else.
Well, there goes Hyde. Lelouch does pop his BKB to make sure that happens. Won't be able to find the follow-up Q kill. Or at least find himself an Observer Ward with this gem, so it does get a bit of added value here on that Batrider. Polaris still holding on to that 6k advantage. Natsumi still top the net worth board, but Savage is pretty much right behind him now. Only 1k behind in that Void. Going for the Lincoln Sphere build-up. Very, very defensive, but that's kind of what he needs at the moment as Polaris. They group up mid lane. KP the only one showing there for a moment on the Undying, but will also back off. And I start to ask the question here, John. Do you think Polaris is playing this too slow? Because they've still got a 5k advantage, but as time goes on, that 5k doesn't really mean much. And against the Void, like we always talk about the fact that Chrono is always going to be good. There's nothing to stop Chrono. Right? Where Ravage, for example, or Lasso can be blocked off by Lincolns and BKBs, nothing stops Chrono, though.
Nothing stops the Chrono. At the same time, even with, say, the BKB stopping some of these spells from Polaris, I do feel like they scale pretty well in line with Talon. Like, you still have this threat of Egg, and if Savage doesn't find a backline, which AU has been immaculate with staying a good distance away across all the series we've seen Polaris, as long as he's outside and gets a Supernova off, Savage will not feel comfy in a Chrono. You don't have that machine gun hero to take care of the Egg. You still have a lot of scaling left here for Natsumi. The side of Talon will smoke up. I mean, Chrono is off cooldown once more. They need to find something, but I understand why Polaris doesn't feel the need to really be aggressive. Although they will smoke on smoke now.
Smoke on smoke scenario. Polaris, they're going for the long wraparound through the river up towards the top side of that dire jungle. They'll try to make their way over and sneak up behind Talon. Talon also in the dire jungle just by the outpost. Their smoke will wear off. Polaris, they are still smoked up, but there's not much time left on it. There are wards here from Talon on the high ground, so they've got a vision advantage in this area. You always want to fight around your vision. Force, he will show himself taking the outpost of the dire side. And does successfully take it. Talon, still not interested in forcing a fight. I still believe that they are the weaker team here in terms of like their farm and their draft, and they will just sit back and relax for a bit. Roshan is up in 40 anyway, so you really don't want to give up all these big spells like the Chrono and the Dream Coil at the moment. Even the Tombstone, you'd rather hold on to that. But the same kind of story goes for Polaris. You need the Ravage, you need the Lasso, you need the Egg. Unless you can secure a full team wipe before Roshan spawns, you would rather not give up those kind of spells as Makoto. Playing with fire once again, but is going to be able to jaunt his way out. Oh, there's a very nice Arcane Rune there waiting. Maybe Polaris using it as bait, but no, Lelouch, he will just take it, jump in. Lasso is there immediately. They found the KP Undying. He'll drop the Tombstone and pop his BKB. He's running out of there. KP is barely going to make it. They will try to get the Tombstone down, but now Savage, he'll jump in with the Chrono onto the Morphling, but the Strength Morphers there in time. He's going to be alright. He will tank through it. Now the Ravage is out. Savage, he'll keep going. He'll keep trying to get the damage out. But Force is a force to be reckoned with once again. He's just tanking through all of this. So they'll try onto Xavius instead. Go for the Primal Beast. They will stun him up and lock him down. Savage, he picks up a double.
Oh boy, that was quite the back and forth. KP, probably the one reason Talon managed to find that. They get distracted by the Tombstone, Natsumi turns into the Undying form, drops his own Tombstone, and that provides that really good angle for Savage to at least find a Chrono. Immediate smoke out here from Polaris though. No Lasso,
Savage.
only the Egg to play with.
He's got the rewind button here, Savage, as well, so he can really just start scouting out the high ground for his team if he needs to. This is when the Void starts to feel a little bit ridiculous. They do smoke up, Force right around the corner. AU, meanwhile, kind of revealing himself with those Fire Spirits. They're going to wrap around into that Radiant Triangle. Nobody spotted yet. Q with the Vendetta just rushing forward, trying to find a target. He may spot out Natsumi. Instead, Force is going to be the first one to get seen. As Force, he doesn't have Ravage this time. Lelouch going to jump in for a lasso attempt. Doesn't really want to pop it onto Q yet, but will be forced to onto the next assassin. They will find one. KP in trouble, gonna pop his own BKB, still has the Tombstone dropped as well, so they do try to move in onto that Undying. Meanwhile, Force, he will back off, so will Savage and KP, but Xavius, he will pulverize the Void. Savage in big trouble, is gonna time walk away once again, he will survive. KP will also survive for now, but the Onslaught is gonna fly through. KP does get caught out, somehow still alive on the Undying, but the Sunray surely gets the damage out, and does, but here comes Savage on the Void once again. He'll drop the Egg on the high ground, not allowing Xavius to drop, but Savage, he might go right back in here on this Void, and will onto the cliff. Meanwhile, Makoto, he's the one getting the damage out in the backside, finding Lelouch and finding Xavius. Onto AU, they will find the Phoenix as well. 3 down for Polaris. And Talon, they are onto the Roshan once again.
My god, KP's a madman. Like, legitimately, these last 2 fights have been off the back of KP getting some really good tombstones, forcing their attention onto the Undying first. And he still manages to live for a lot longer than he should. Q as well, forcing out the lasso onto himself rather than anyone else, provided an opening for Talon. And with that kind of back and forth fight, I mean, it's still hard for them to clear out Roche. They are showing a lot of respect to Polaris. Polaris looking to reform here.
Oh, they've got Chrono. Lelouch, another quick blink out on the Batrider, but it may not matter because the Spike Carapace and Impel from Q is going to lock him down. But where's the follow-up?
Hide?
Yeah.
Roche?
Died to Roshan, apparently. He'll buy back. Natsumi gonna get bashed up here by Savage, but he's got a double damage rune active. He'll try to fight, but he's out of mana. Makoto gonna chase him down. Impels off the mark, but Natsumi, he's gone without buyback. Here we go again. Roshan will get started.
Oh no. You know what we talked about with Polaris, Mikey? Their one issue. I don't quite see it. I think they're still playing really well, but I think a couple of those engagements might have gotten them a little bit, worked up. And streaming into that Roche back to back to back, knowing that Talon really needs that objective, and Talon just going back and forth, in and out, finding these angles. The fight's dragging long enough that the Chrono is back off cooldown. Talon has brought themselves back into a game that pretty much looked defeated. Like, you talked about this timing. There's still a lot of good combos from Polaris. Now the game is kind of evened out. Both sides have a lot of play left, but you have overtaken on Savage. And Can we just say Mikado's performance on the puck this game is ridiculous. 9-0-6. He has just really opened up this game just by showing himself on the map, running around, finding these small pickoffs here and there, and forcing attention to himself. The same thing that KP's been doing, except he's been much more sacrificial. But Mikado, I mean, this is why Mikado's puck is probably one of the things that Talon falls back to when things are looking dire.
He's looking happy too, John. Look at that smile from Makoto. He was very, very satisfied with himself. And I do agree with you. I mean, Makoto's literally put the team on his back this game. He really, really has. There's no way Talon would have even made a bit of a comeback here had it not been for Makoto creating so much space for Savage. And now, well, they've got the Roshan, they've got the Aegis on Savage. Polaris, they are not out of this game yet. They've still got a very strong Morphling, but he has fallen behind quite a bit. Meanwhile, Force on that tide, he does finally pick up that Scythe of Vice. So more lockdown for the puck and for the Void. Especially the puck. If you can catch out Makoto in these team fights, lock him down and take him out, it's going to make things a lot easier for Polaris to try and make a comeback now. But you really do have to get rid of Makoto because he's constantly just hunting the Batrider. He's hunting the Morphling. He's taking down the supports. It's very challenging. We're constantly watching Savage chronoing up heroes. But what you're not seeing is Makoto making sure nobody else can get involved.
He just cuts them off perfectly. I like his itemization here as well. I mean, he's gone really defensive. Lincoln's Blink, Kaya Sanj into an Aeon Disc. Like, this guy just doesn't want to die. Mikado understands as long as he's slippery, the rest of the team will have enough space to whittle them down in some of these longer fights. And even with that Hex coming out from Force, like, once this Aeon Disc is fully done on Mikado, I mean, locking this guy in is just tougher. And you have the Lincolns anyway. So you're going to have to preempt with Gush, which the puck can dodge out with as well.
Tier 3 tower bottom lane. They've got a double siege creep here. They'll get started. Very strong timing now for Talon. Chrono is up as well. Dream Coil, everything's available. So is for Polaris though. They've got the Ravage up. They've got the Egg up. They've just got to try and get a good team fight to go their way. Tombstone drop preemptively. Try to protect the side of Talon. They aren't going to keep going for the tier 3 it seems. The siege troops go down. Talon, even with the Aegis up, they aren't in any kind of rush. They do not want to throw the game back the way of Polaris because they are still a very potent kind of team with this draft. You want to just keep the game going the way it is, keep that net worth going. Maybe give time for Savage to buy that Eye of Skadi up on the Void and really make Natsumi's life a living hell. So mid lane, you can see Talon, they look a lot more confident now, just jumping in with the Time War, clearing out a creep wave, and Polaris, they're the ones that look a little bit scared, but they go in for a lasso. They find the Void. That's the big one. Savage, he's gone the first time. That's the Aegis down. Xavius in the backside. He'll get the trample going. Savage, he just wants out of this. No Chrono quite yet. He'll just back his way away from the Eggers. Now they find the puck. Makoto, he's gone. Force will lock him down with the Scythe of Vice. That's what you need to get done from Polaris. Savage, he'll jump back in on Lelouch, but will knock Chrono. This is not the fight they wanted.
They finally catch that slippery puck. They commit. Savage just getting caught out. You have some big items here coming out from Polaris. This blink out from Xavius, what we've been talking about. That BKB blink initiation out from the Primal Beast. The ability to just pulverize the backline, jump and isolate the supports. Q and Hyde couldn't make their way forward to try to apply some control for Talon's end. And that evens the game out. Polaris, they definitely still are in the running. Of course, the game's been just sort of evened out. But they still have that power. If they fight under their own terms, they've got a lot to really play with here, and Talon has to respect that. Get a bit of a reality check. Kind of have to play a bit safe now until Mikado comes back up. I do believe he has the goal to almost fully buy out his Aeon Disc, and it is ready. With some extra gold for the buyback as well. So next time that move happens, he should have a little bit more leeway to kind of bail out in the nick of time. But didn't quite have it in that last fight, and might have made a big difference if he did. Aegis disappears though, and that does mean Talon should play a lot more cautiously. Although, with the big cooldowns down from Polaris' end, Talon could actually take a risk here if they so wish.
It's fair. I mean, you've got Ravage down for another minute. It's our Force. Always makes me chuckle when that voice line comes out. Even now, I still think it might be us, Jonathan, but it's not. It is not us. Talon. They'll hang back. They'll relax. Polaris. They'll do the same. They'll wait for Force to have that Ravage up. There's just no need to rush. AU's going to have the egg up in 2 seconds, but you do want that big AoE stun. 30 seconds away from that. I wonder what... In fact, never mind. I was going to ask you what Natsumi would build up into now, but he is going into the Satanic. Looks like he wants a Butterfly straight after that. Which does mean Savage is probably going to have to start working on towards an MKB of some sort. Try and really get the damage out onto the Morphling. But once he at least has the Satanic, he will have capability of just man-fighting this Void. Mind you, Savage now, he does have that Skadi.
Has a way of at least putting a dent in that attribute shift on Natsumi and maybe just force the active of the Satanic a little bit earlier on. A lot of movement here, almost coalescing towards the mid-river area. Roche still 2 minutes away.
Both teams just want to make sure they control that area of the map, it seems. Ravage is up on Force. Q does get spotted. Will realize there's a sentry ward around that area and does back his way out. Polaris, they'll just keep holding onto that Radiant Triangle. Talon, they'll hold onto that Dire Jungle. Nobody really rushed until the next Roshan is up. Of course, we also have an Aghanim Scepter being built up here by AU. Not something we get to see very often on Phoenix these days, but he wants to be able to have the ability to save his teammates throughout these engagements. Even the extra attacks to destroy the egg is going to be very, very effective, I'm sure.
Yeah.
Mid lane, jump in. They do find Xavius. Onslaught is going to be there. Coil was committed. Xavius, he will pop the BKB to be able to get out. And does make it out, but just barely.
I think you take that trade. BKB down on Primal Beast. That blink pulverizes and as easy.
Lelouch, they found KP. On the Undying, he'll never get the Tombstone off. Force making sure he is locked down with the Scythe device after the lasso. Not risking the Tombstone. We are going to have another pause. This time Lelouch is having some lag issues, I'm sure. There you go, some FPS drops it seems. Roshan though, 40 seconds away from 40 seconds away from telling us when it's going to respawn. Could be early, could be late. Still a very close match between these two teams. Only less than 1k net worth lead here for Talon. Dota Plus right now thinking 57% win probability here for Talon, 43% the way of Polaris. Probably going to go up a little bit for Polaris because they did just kill off that Undying. And so this is really still anyone's game.
Yeah, it can still go either way. It's all down to execution. You've got the team fight on both sides. You've got the tools from both sides to kind of get this done. I still feel like execution's a lot easier for Polaris, especially if you do find those pickoffs. Ravage Egg is still big. Lasso is always good. Blink, Pulverize with a BKB up is pretty much unstoppable. And for Talon, it just requires such a good chrono, such a lot of space to be bought out here by Mikado, by KP. Still have some FPS issues. I mean, it's Southeast Asia. This is the purest Southeast Asian game, Mike. Gotta have a lot of pauses.
Absolutely. You never told me how your dinner went last night while we were waiting, John. Did you have that carbonara again, or what was it? You had some pasta dish?
Oh, what did I have last night? Gosh,
Chicken
no,
and
I had some
something.
spaghetti. Yeah, chicken and spaghetti from fast food. You know, our national fast
Jollibee?
food. Very good, of course. Jollibee, very good food. Nice. I had a good day. Yeah, like
Right.
chicken, joy, and spaghetti. You can't have a bad day when you have that for your food. It's always happy.
I wouldn't know yet, Jonathan. I haven't found one in Oz yet. I wouldn't know.
I think it is
Eventually
there.
I'll
I
know.
showed you on the map. It's somewhere there in Sydney. Somewhere.
Yeah, but I don't want to go to the city, dude. I live 2 hours away from the city. I'm not driving up there. And I told you, I'd rather
yeah.
come to the Philippines and get the authentic experience. I want the original. I don't want any, westernized version of it. I want the original.
All right. Well, we'll make sure. That is definitely on the bucket list, Mike. What else is done on the bucket list here is the Ags on AU already finished up, so a save in that egg. Additional hits. They don't have the best attack speed on Talon outside of Savage. Roche is pretty fast. It's going to be up. And a smoke from Polaris. This could be great timing for them if they find the angle here.
Roshan, like you mentioned, John, has spawned up now. This is extremely good timing for Polaris. That egg can be very deceiving as well. Like, as long as AU doesn't reveal he's got the Ags up, it can be so hard if he does get a save and give someone a secondary life. It's basically a free Aegis on a cooldown of 120 seconds. Polaris. It's going to be a big smoke. Talon will wrap around through their own jungle. 5-man smoke. Problem is, can they make it to the Radiant Triangle? Or they get some wards down. No vision to spot that one out. Xavius, he's going to get caught immediately on the Primal Beast, and he's gone. He does have buyback. He may need to commit it for this team fight if Roshan does get started. See if Talon do want to take the risk. They will.
They're still sort of holding control in the triangle here. The ward just again giving them the vision they need it. They're not fully committing for the Rosh yet. They need to find these bigger teamfight heroes. Like either AU goes or Force goes. You cannot afford to take this fight knowing that Ravage Egg already. They are poking the Rosh, maybe looking for the response out, using this forward ward. Q is standing outside. They do force the buyback here.
Roshan's going down fast here though, John. Satanic board out. This could be dangerous. Makoto! Side device was there, but the Aeon Disc will save his life this time around. Roshan's gone. Stun is there. Force, he's going to jump in the Aegis.
Shard.
Oh, he's stolen the Aegis away. The rock throw from the Primal Beast working out, but now the Chrono, it's caught nothing. Oh, it's caught nothing. Savage, he'll refresh up, keep the fight going. Who are we aiming for, though? Natsumi, he'll go after KB. Force, he takes the tombstone out, and now the secondary Chrono is out. Where's the damage output? The Sunray, AU, trying to save the day, and now the egg comes out onto Natsumi. Refresh everything on the Morphling. Oh, my goodness. What was that?
Holy crap. Rock Throw.
That was the Rock
Who would have
Throw?
expected Rock Throw to actually set up for a big Ravage? They find KP now as well. And this buyback from Xavius, this shard pickup, just giving them that opening. Holy goodness, we've never seen that. Like, what the hell? Like, everyone memes about Rock Throw, but damn, that stun.
Yeah, the funniest thing was, I was going to ask you if I was going to meme about it 2 minutes ago, John. I was going to make a joke about how bad the spell is. Xavius, he buys back. I'm thinking, oh, this is the most wasted buyback I've ever seen. And then suddenly Rock Throw works out. Well, there you go. Meanwhile, Natsumi, he's found hide again on the Skywrath. And suddenly, Jonathan, we have a game on our hands once again. Still 1k advantage for Talon. We are 45 minutes in. The net worth, it doesn't matter. Makoto, he's going to be careful. No Aeon Disc available right now. It's on a 7-second cooldown. Onslaught is there. Xavius, he will try to chase down the puck. He won't find him. Polaris, they are not out of this game yet. They were going to keep going.
Yeah, they've got this good angle for high ground. Their teamfight spells are down for a little bit longer, but not too long. And they know that they've managed to take away some refresh uses. They probably see the refresh orb on Savage, so they should be aware double Chrono is still a possibility here. And that is the one worry they have, but they've revealed all their cards as well. They've shown the Ag Supernova, they've shown the Shard from Xavius, and it is actually ridiculous. Talon needs to find a good angle for this high ground, a lot hanging on the back of Savage to kind of work an angle here somehow.
Oh, Savage, Lincoln's broken. Oh, that was the lasso expended. No lasso available. Savage, he'll jump in, but he's cautious. Chrono's up in 10. He wants the double Chrono. There's your egg out. AU, he's going to save the day again. He won't let Lelouch die like this. Lelouch is going to be just fine. And they will back off. Polaris, they've got to be careful though. Savage, he's got double Chrono available now. Looking for some targets. Nobody's showing up yet. Makoto, he's going to get caught by the Pulverize. Savage, trying to get within range for that Chrono. He's not close enough. He has a time walk. He'll commit it. Lelouch, he does finally get taken up, but there's your buyback on that Batrider. Another rock throw. Forcing the BKB out from Savage. Meanwhile, Chrono is out again, but he has not caught out Natsumi. He only got the Phoenix AU, and now the Ravage Force. He will try to turn this one around. They've got the Sight Device on the Void. Savage somehow still alive. Right? Oh no, Savage. He rewinded. That's a misclick. He'll buy back. Q, he's gonna drop as well. Makoto back in onto the Tide, still trying, but Force is too tanky. AU, never mind. Makoto, he'll take him down. Savage right back in, looking for the dieback onto AU. Might just have it, lock him down and take him out. AU's gone for 100 seconds. But they do force some buybacks out from Talon. The one being Savage really on that Void. Bit of a mistake there from Void, John. Maybe just a misclick on the reverse time walk. And it does cost him.
Yeah, it cost them dearly here in Talon's, and that's an opening for Polaris. If they manage to isolate out Savage, melt him down, that kind of ruins Talon for a long time. That opens up the high ground in a big way. No Roshan to play off the back for that buyback either. I mean, you did force the buyback out for Lelouch. You did find the dieback on AU, as you pointed out, but you need to kind of kill off Lelouch here to feel better. Maybe even find the pick off on Natsumi. We have seen that the Morphling can still melt, and once it's out of mana, with Q just focusing in that mana burn on the Morph, it takes a couple of uses, maybe even just 3 spellcasts, but you empty Natsumi out, the Morphling is not as much of a threat. Like, it won't be able to shift around. You lose your Butterfly here as well in the Courier, at the very least a Quarterstaff for the build-up, so you're not going to be able to just get into that item immediately. Stalls out for 3 minutes as well. Good window for the side of Talon to play with. They will have double chrono back in about 60 seconds, but Egg is ready to go on the respawn of AU. Ravage is going to be ready at that time as well, and Force is also working towards his own refresh. So you will have a lot of options to actually force out these fights next. I don't think you have enough mana on Force to actually get all of it, as the refresh cost, if I recall right, is 300. Now, he has enough. Barely enough, but it does make the fights a lot tougher for Talon, and the way they're winning these fights just feels like it's on such a small margin that Polaris, if they fix up their execution just a little bit more, they should be able to take more away from Talon the next few engagements.
Here we go. 5-man smoke up. Polaris, they're going to try once again. It's a big one. Wrap around through the right side of the jungle. Very long wraparound. Polaris just trying to find somebody on the map. Makoto, not spotted out either. Hoping for someone to show down a bot lane.
I didn't notice this earlier. You've got the Ags up and hide. The big thing there is just double Ancient Seal. It's probably the best bet you have for counter control, especially as the BKBs fade. So it's actually really important Hyde stays alive. You might actually want an Ags up in Q as well, but he is opting for the Octarine. He wants more uptime. Smoke out here from Talon.
Double smoke. In fact, Jonathan, they're very stressed out right now. Just chain smoking here from Talon. Refresher orb available on Force, so double Ravage is available. This could be terrible timing for Talon if they're not careful. Makoto, he's a big target, but he does have Aeon Disc up. He'll blink right in very confidently, trying to buy some information and time for his team to make their way over. Who are they aiming? KP was the target. Chrono on the backside. Natsumi, he got caught out on the Chrono. Savage, he'll refresh another time. Natsumi's gone.
Oh no.
He's got buyback. He'll be back into the fight. No chrono available now for the side of Talon. Force gonna jump in. Still has the Ravage. Does throw it out again. That's the second one available as Q. Will go down on the Nyx Assassin. Another rock throw from Xavius. There's your lasso out onto KP. They've got the Undying, but he is still alive. Instead, they'll go on to Hyde. KP, he's in dire straits. He will be left alone to go down. Polaris. Onto the high ground they go. There are 3 heroes down on Talon.
Oh man, now the high ground's just completely open. Without the threat of Chrono, without even the Dream Coil available, they'll at least find 1, probably 2, maybe all Ravs.
Uh-oh.
Without that team fight available, and they will buy back, going for the tier 4s.
Straight onto the tier 4s. They are not messing around. They've had enough of this game. Let's see what kind of magic Savage and Makoto can try and make happen. Scythe device is there. Natsumi, he'll waveform him, but he has to back out as well. He's unhealthy. No T4s. Makoto, he'll keep going. Onto the Morphling. They'll force the Glimmer Cape and they'll force them to back off. So 1 racks up. Talon do successfully defend high ground. That almost looked like that was GG. But Makoto, he's a real problem on this puck. They just have troubles dealing with him.
Yeah, he's very slippery. Octarine up, overwhelming blink. The guy's just doing so much damage going in and out. Even has a Stormcrafter to save. Like it's so hard to handle Makoto at this moment. Roshan minute and a half until it respawns. Talon's gonna need to really fight around this area well. You will still have the threat of double Ravage. The egg saves from AU have been massive. And the side of Talon, I mean, it's a complicated set of fights. Like, yeah, they find Natsumi, they get the buyback from him. They need to kill him off one more time to really feel secure here. Savage, his buyback's still 2 minutes away. Both of these cores in very, very awkward positions in terms of re-engaging now. But I think the pressure's on Talon to make something happen. Refresh up on Lelouch. Double lasso ready. Lots of control coming out here. Gonna be a tough one for both sides if someone else gets a proper angle in.
Well, here we go. Let's see how it turns out here. Both teams still such a close game. 71% win probability right now for Polaris. Net worth only 4k the way of Talon. Roshan, that's what's important. 30 seconds away from respawning. It's Roshan, most important one of the game now, 53.5 minutes into this one. We saw last time Xavier setting up for a perfect Ravage from Force with that Tab Rock throw. It's something nobody was expecting, I'm sure. See if they can do it again. They've got the double Ravage available for this next Roshan fight. Double Chrono up as well. Roshan, 2 seconds away. KP, how patient are you? Patient enough, he'll see it. Double damage rune. Right on time.
Yeah, but it feels so awkward for them to try to go for that Roche without finding pick-off. Like, Talon needs to find a kill first. If they break up that combination from Polaris, it starts to feel a bit better. But it still hinges on Savage kind of finding a good chrono and Mikado just jumping the backline in a good way with a Dream Coil. And they always have to keep an eye down bot. So every single time Mikado has to go elsewhere, clear out the lane, come back in. It provides a window for Polaris to actually play in here.
Keep in mind as well, John, there's only 3 buybacks available right now on the map. One of those is Makoto. Force and of course Xavius on the other side have buybacks, and that's it. KP with the zombies slowly chipping away at Roshan. There's that rock throw again. You've got to be so cautious. It seems so powerful in the Roshan. In that Roshan pit, it's just such a small area. Lelouch, he's going to break the smoke blink out immediately. Savage, he'll time walk up. We'll see nobody, but there's your Ravage Force.
Oh,
he got all 4 of them, and there's your follow-up as well. Oh, he's got the whole team. Savage will buy back. You've got no Ravage, no. No more Ravage available. Not for the Roshan fight. Savage is brought back. They might have to force Roshan.
Yeah, they should have a clear path. Double lasso down as well. Egg taken away. No saves. This is a big opportunity for Talon. Their patience pays off. Savage just waits for his buyback. Gets back in time. If they kill Natsumi in the next 3 minutes, he won't have buyback. And that will put a very awkward position up for the side of Polaris. Comes out with a free Ags, the free refresh, additional Chronos that can come in here. Although it does look like they'll give it to KP for more tombstones here. Maybe more BKB and Aeon Disc uses as well. And Savage with the Ags, when he does time walk in, it provides a much better window for him to look for the Chrono, to figure out if he wants to commit or reverse the time walk. And Polaris, I mean, it's a nice kill. It's a nice buyback to force out, but with the ages up, Talon does compensate for that risk.
Crazy, crazy game, Jonathan. What a crazy game we have on our hands. 56 minutes in now. Crazy the fact that Savage just barely got that buyback. You just talked about it, John, but he didn't have it a few seconds earlier, that's for sure. Very just patient from Savage this time around. Polaris, grouped up bot lane. Just keeping that wave forced in. They want to make sure that Talon are forced to try and defend with this Aegis up. Even KB losing his Refresher Shard and the Lincoln Sphere. That's a shame.
Yeah, that's pretty big to stall out for 3 minutes. The double Tombstone, double Aeon Disc, double BKB on the Undying, who has been really impactful in the middle of these fights. It's going to be a pretty big loss. Especially since KP has his level 20 talent. 2-second decay cooldown, BKB's fade. He's going to soften up all these targets for the rest of the team to kind of clean up on. So that's a pretty good take to just randomly find. Nullifier up on Natsumi to take care of the Aeon Discs. So you have a counter to that save on the side of Talon. And Talon, I mean, they're kind of letting time slip by. Buyback for Natsumi is going to be back up in a minute and a half. You do have the egg ready to go. Double Ravage only half a minute away. Double Lasso, not there, but you do have the Lasso ready on hand at the least. Was something sold? I feel like we saw Lelouch just sell off for an Octarine buildup now.
I'm not sure what he sold there, John, but whatever is necessary, he's very close now to the Octarine build, just a 100 gold away just about. All spells up once again. Even with this 11k net worth lead for Talon, it doesn't seem to matter. It won't mean much at this stage of the game, especially 2 minutes from now. They might not want to wait that long, because you know what happens 2 minutes from now, John. Things get very RNG based. Talon. You see Savage, he's queued up that moonshot. He's already 6 slotted. He's got no space for the brown boots, or rather just the boots or treads anymore. Not even for his own BKB or refresher orb. A lot of switching needs to happen in the next team fight here for Savage. I could say the exact same thing for most sides. Polaris, if they can just hold out, if they can hold their high ground, find somewhere to farm on the map, just hit that jungle. Again, those tier 5 items, John, they do turn games real quick if you get the right ones.
Yeah, only a minute left as well. Does feel like they'll have some leeway if Talon does decide to back off. Ages for a minute 40 though. They've got a window here to still look to play, but buyback is up and running once more on Natsumi. The issue is he doesn't have the gold. So if you catch the Morphling somehow, that's still a big win for Talon if they manage to make it work.
Makoto already taking down half the HP of this Batrider. Savage not going to chrono. He has 2 of them, but he'll just go for the racks for now. Another minute and a half on that Aegis available, so doesn't want to waste too much time. Just wants something for his trouble. Savage is going to jump in. There's your chrono. He found Lelouch the Batrider. That's 1 down. He does have buyback. Back to the bot racks they go. Just looking to finish this one off. Refresh is there, just prepping for the next team fight if it does get forced out. Will they get this bot racks? They don't have a creep wave. It doesn't seem like they can. Makoto, he is indeed clearing out mid. And that'll be enough. Savage, he'll get at least the melee barracks. They'll go for another. Mid-tier 3 tower now. Xavier's forced to BKB up. Rock throw is there. Onto 2 targets. Savage still has that secondary chrono available. Makoto, he'll make the jump in. A lot of damage being dealt. They really don't want to buy back on Lelouch. They are holding out. 60 minutes is now upon us. Talon, they're going to go farm the jungle. Or are they? Is this a pump fake back? Xavius, you are way out of position here, Xavius. Dream Coil is out. Sunray will be there. AU, he could try for an egg save, but it doesn't look good. He's still trying to run, Xavius. Can't make it out. He does also have buyback. But Talon are in a position where they can try to force them to commit those buybacks if they wish. And they may just.
Radiant's middle barracks are under.
They get the refresh shard up again, so triple chrono ready to go for Savage if he wants. Double at the least, as he already lost his refresh orb usage, so 2 chronos still available, 2 BKBs still available. He does have the Aeon disc to save as well, and he will find the mid. Mega creeps are protected by a tier 2. So Polaris has some room to breathe here, but it's not going to take too long for that top to disappear. They need to stabilize the creep waves though, and it is far out. Should be time to farm for those tier 5 neutrals here, Mikey. KP is actually the only one to kind of get that done here for Talon. So he knows what's up, Mike. He's looking for the items. See if they have any luck. Oh.
Look at the shadows. Do you like that one, John? Do you think that's a good one?
It can be useful. Like, the save potential is actually pretty big. It's a great support item. So, think about this. Like, if you're in a bad spot, you say Savage gets jumped, just target Book of the Shadows on him. Really good to kind of save. And I think that's where the value really comes in. If you don't really have a good hero front line that survives long enough to save, it feels pretty bad. Otherwise, it can actually be highly effective. So, not the best, but it's situational enough.
What's that one? 40% damage reduction. A reflection, excuse me, for 5 seconds. Okay. Doesn't seem amazing. Well, I guess we'll see it if one of the Talon boys want to pick it up. There it is. That's the one we want.
Oh.
That's the one we want. Giant's Ring and Book of the Dead coming up for the side of Polaris. Everyone wants to see the Giant Void, and they will get the Giant Void.
Oh god,
Bottom lane,
the Arcana
the team
Giant
trying to
Void.
break out. AU, he gets Dream caught up. They've got the Phoenix. AU can do nothing, but he does have buyback. Look at Savage. He's
The
huge.
Arcana, the Giant Arcana. This
Bless
reminds
David.
me of some. This reminds me of a campaign from that one game that we played Dota on. Oh, it's beautiful. I love this. Look at him in his glory.
Imagine that jump.
Massive.
Arcana out. Gaben gives him the Giant's ring just so everyone can see it more. Very, very
yeah.
good, Gaben. I love your strats.
Under attack.
Last set of racks here, Mike, for Polaris. They've got to find a way to stop this. They have double Ravage ready. They do have double Lasso back up once more.
Very patient. They do force out the buyback from AU. Who's taking the Stygian Desolator? Nobody. It's just in the backpack of Savage. I suppose if he lands a nice chrono, he could always switch it out. It's like that Giant's ring is too hard to say no to. So annoying with that, just being able to just run around.
Radiant
Just no terrain necessary. Dealing damage just walking over people. Tanking you up. He's got 4.3k HP on this Void. He's tanky. Force. To get jumped. Lasso, meanwhile, on the backside, they do find the Skywrath Mage, so Hyde's going to go down, but Force is in big trouble. They will save with the egg, though. AU is not going to allow it. Savage, he's going to jump in, but the egg stun is there. They lock him down. He gets no chrono yet. He'll keep going, but there's your Ravage out, connecting on 3 targets. Now the Lasso holds down the Void. Savage, he buys back. This is dangerous for Talon. They've got to be careful. Polaris, in the meantime, they lose lane Luge, but the side of Polaris, they're the ones that need to back off now. Natsumi, he's in trouble. He'll die back, or rather just die, but he does have buyback as AU. He will go down. That's an actual dieback on the Phoenix. It's Makoto. We'll keep going. Force will be fine. So there's one down without buyback. That's the Phoenix. There's Natsumi's buyback being committed now.
Radiant's top tower is under
The
attack.
annoying part is they haven't really got any tier 5 items going for them apart from a couple here on the Radiant. They only got the Book of the Dead. That's the saddest part. You got the Necromonicons, but you can't push.
No. And Roshan is within 15 seconds here. AU is not going to be around for that one in the fight. They had to expend at least one Ravage. They still have the double ready. Double Lasso is down. So only one Ravage less in the repository. No egg for the next 70 seconds. Another Sight of Vice coming out, this time from Xavius.
Force. Get jumped on. KP, he's right in. Force is dropping a little bit lower. Spy Carapace, they call Luge. He's going to be so cautious with the chrono. Going to lock him down, Savage. That's a dieback on the Bat Rider. Another chrono. He's caught Force this time on the Tide. But Force does have buyback. He'll need to commit it here, and will do so as the coil is there, locking down Xavius. Force, he'll move back in, so will Natsumi. The silence is out, the impel locks him down. The Morphling, still fine, but for how long? He'll try to go for the fight, but there's so many silences.
No!
Natsumi is gone. That's it. Ravage is out. Force is trying, but there's no follow-up damage. Talon, after 65, 66 minutes indeed, it looks like they have done it. As Force will drop, GG is called. Oh, it was a real back and forth game number 1 here between these two. But what a game 1 it was. We said it would be close, John. I didn't realize it would be this close.
That was just insane from both sides. Polaris have this amazing start. Their lineup just managed to stall out. They didn't mind taking it slow. Talon just couldn't farm. For Talon's part, they were sacrificing the right heroes early on, right? Like, it was mainly Hyde, mainly KP dying. Mikado kind of just dodged out for such a long time. And it felt like even at the end game, Polaris had these solutions. They had double Ravage, they had double Lasso, and they had this great Ags build-up from AU for the saves. Just not enough. Talon managed to eke out. I think the big thing that gave Talon the edge was their decisions to sacrifice Savage. Because when he would die, he would have buyback, and he knew they've already committed some of those big spells. So he could just buyback, come in with another chrono from the refresh, and just win out, especially in that last fight. He just makes this weird decision to time walk in, time walk back, gets caught by Ravage, locked down, but he buys back, and Polaris did have nothing to play with. Like, Talon just played on like a very bleeding edge. You can see how tight this match is. Like the kill board's all over the place. Mikado, the closest to having a perfect game, only one death on that puck
Yeah.
over an hour and 5 minutes. That is just maddening how well he played in that puck.
Oh, he's the MVP by far. Like, if Makoto didn't have this puck, the game was over. Polaris, they had such a dominant lead throughout the mid game, throughout even the late game. And Makoto, he just bought so much time. So much time on this puck. Literally put the team on his back and carried this game for them. So props to him. He'll be the MVP of game number 1. Jonathan, that does mean we get to head off to a very short break because we have a game 2 draft coming up here between Polaris Esports and Talon Esports. Don't go anywhere. This series only gets more hype. We'll be right back.
Witty Egg and Ravage. So I think just more activity out from Polaris probably is key. There was a moment like maybe 15 to 25 minutes where Savage was just completely shut down. The only threat was Mikato, and they were running around with this really fast BKB, blink timings on their cores, and they just kind of sat back and farmed. Now, their scaling was good, but that did provide Talon an opening to kind of look for the game down the line there.
Seconds remaining.
Well, the draft has begun here, John. Marcy Void is the opening once again. I'm surprised Talon are actually able to take this Void away another time because we saw how potent the Void is. Even with a couple mistakes being made by Savage, it just didn't matter. I mean, you could kind of give it to Makoto. Obviously, we did name him the MVP after that game 1, but the Void just proving to be so powerful. Speaking of powerful, though, that Primal Beast, Xavier's, he was doing so much work, man. He tried so hard. That rock throw into the Ravage in the Aegis Steel, that was just absolutely splendid to watch from Polaris Esports, but it just didn't prove to be enough. They'll follow up with a Lich as well here on Polaris's end. John, talk to me about the mentality of Polaris right now. After a game like that, 66 minutes, you end up losing game 1. Such a close affair. You can see the faces right now. I don't know if they look upset, but there's a little bit of... There's something in there. You know, you can't be happy after that game 1 for Polaris. What are you thinking? What's going through the minds of Polaris right now?
I feel like, again, it goes back to AU. With him, not just as coach, but as a player, he's able to directly connect with him a lot better because he's in that game. He knows what just happened. He was there with him. So he can level them out a lot more. I think after a game like that for Polaris, you know, there's some games where you lose and you feel like absolutely terrible. There's some games where you lose and you're like, we did pretty damn well. Let's reset. We can do it in the next game. And I think that last game was one of those games for Polaris, where they're like, we did everything we could. We executed pretty damn well for most of that game. Just have a couple of issues to fix up, and that should motivate them. I think after a game like that, I feel like Polaris should be able to actually look at that, realize, all right, Talon actually made so many mistakes that we could have capitalized on. We just need to force them to do that again and realize those mistakes and close it out. And I'm sure the guiding voice of AU will kind of help them plan around that here.
Let's see, Doom coming out as well, a hero we have not seen as of late, but obviously very potent in the current meta as well. The new Ags upgrade proving to be very, very effective. Against a hero like Void as well, you'd love having Doom. Force him to buy that Lincoln Sphere later on here on Savage. So the Doom coming out, quite a potent pick, I would argue, here from Polaris Esports, and a nice switch up for their draft, that's for sure. Again, though, you do have the option of running support Void. You know, that's still available to run if you do wish, if you want to flex it that way. Not that I'm saying that is going to be what happens, because Savage loves playing the Void, but you never know. You could still make that happen if you want.
Yeah, it does feel like, and you've got answers for the Void once more, but Talon just doesn't seem to mind. In fact, it feels like they just prioritize the Void because it gets second phase banned. So they just kind of pick it up. They want to give Savage the hero he really excels on. I think, again, you look at Polaris and their opening, back into the Primal Beast with a Lich, the Doom just makes it hellish for Savage once more. And we have seen some Dooms go for different builds. Like we have seen Infernal Blade actually rise up in priority. You can also just devour a nice mana burn creep, removing savages, saving presence with a time walk. There's a lot of ways to play that lane for Polaris if they want, and there is still some flexibility on the Doom. As we have seen safe lane Doom come out here and there, although the off lane Doom does feel more popular now with a build up. So keen to see where they go from there. I like that they do respect ban this Mikado puck, because it, as you and I pointed out, Mikado just felt like the big factor that allowed Talon to actually take that game late. And he just played like a madman. He was picking off people, forcing these fights to be very spread out while the rest of his team gathered attention on themselves, and they had no hard hold. So they have to respect that. They also take out the Batrider themselves here on Polaris, and Talon do pick up the Dazzle. So that should be our Hyde hero. You do have good saves coming out onto the Void. Hyde did a pretty damn good job with the silences, and we didn't really see a Book of Shadows play, but kind of the same mindset now with the Dazzle. With the Shallow Grave, you should be able to enable Savage. In fact, a lot of your lineup feels like it's just there to help this Face's Void this time around. Marcy Sidekick's gonna help. You don't have that much damage going into the Chrono. Right now, you only have this Quap for Mikado, but you have a lot of ways of making Savage feel stronger and safer in that Chrono when it does come out.
Absolutely. You certainly do. There's the Kunkka coming out now for Polaris, so a real big switch up coming out here. See, the Kunkka very good against the Queen of Pain, not only during the laning stage, but having the X back against Quap and Void is always going to be very, very effective throughout this game, especially before they have those BKBs up, or even catching out heroes like the Marcy and the Dazzle going to be very effective there with the X up from the Kunkka. So I think that's a very, very strong pick coming out from Polaris Esports, and you'd have to agree, John, a lot of value for the Kunkka this game.
Yeah, like the saving factor with the boat buff is big. X back to hold something mobile like the Morsi or the Quap is going to be really good as well. And that does give you a good lane match. We have seen Quap against Kunkka, and Lelouch has played a lot of mid Kunkka all the way back to his Adroit days. It's something he specializes in almost to the same extent that we know Yopaj does. And the Quap Kunkka lane is pretty Kunkka favorite. Like, Quap doesn't have that much presence there. You can play with Shadow Strike. Tidebringer just kind of owns that lane. So I think they're setting themselves up for a better game here on Polaris. But just by slowing Mikado down, you do have a better time. Because the Batrider lane for Lelouch up against the puck wasn't quite a win. Mikado was finding more. This time around, Lelouch should have a better time.
I go back to the point you made earlier as well, by the way, John. I mean, you pointed out AU having that kind of the presence to be able to just tell the team, like, calm down, it was a good game, let's reset and go for game number 2. And you see how stoic the man looks as well in that previous camera shot. Just does not look bothered. You almost wonder if the guy's breathing. He's just a statue, Jonathan. No feelings whatsoever from AU. Just complete composure.
Yeah, and that's what you want to see from your coach, from your captain. Just allow them to reset, stay calm, figure out what you want to do. Surprised that they respect ban the Phoenix themselves. Seeing that possibility of Egg Chrono, Sunray in Chrono is pretty big. They are already assuming that KP will take the Marcy offlane, which is fair. We have seen KP play that hero since its debut in Captain's mode on the offlane. And that was when offlane Marcy felt like a little bit more of a waste. This time around, it feels a lot better, just because you have more impact with a rebound. So it allows you to focus on core items a lot faster than, say, diverging for this Blink and Aether Lens. And they will go with a Pangolier, so that should shift the Marcy now. That could be our KP hero. There's some flex here. I mean, that could be a Mikado Pango, and KP takes something like the Quap offlane. So it's fairly open for them to kind of figure out whether or not they get a lot of value from the offlane Pango here.
It could even be a Quap Pos 4 if you really want, right? Like, if you wanted the Pos 3 Marcy, Quap Pos 4 seems like a pretty strong lane. And, well, like you said, like, Pango against Kunkka might be a bit better as well for Makoto. You already kind of pointed that out, so let's see. I mean, Talon, they do have a lot of flexibility with this draft. The only thing I think we can say for sure is it's probably going to be the position 1 Void again, unless we see the Pos 1 Marcy. Highly doubt any other team apart from T1 have been practicing that, though, to be fair, so highly doubt that. I think you just go the Pos 1 Void once again. But there is certainly a lot of flexibility with every other single lane. Meanwhile, though, Polaris, one more pickup to go. They need to carry on their end of things. Against the Void, against the Quap, against the Pango, is there something that comes to mind for you, John?
Nothing that really strikes me as a very good pick. Like, they tried Morphling last time, but it is open, and it's still not that bad of a Morphling game at all. So you could maybe opt for that. You've got the Pangolier to form into, the Marcy for Morphling to turn into. You love to point out, gives you a lot more mobility. Sidekick on yourself is really nice. Wouldn't mind that too much for Natsumi. You could maybe opt for, I don't know, it's not the best Terrorblade game. It does feel like you have enough magic damage here on Talon to kind of take care of that. You could go for a more active core. You know how slow Talon wants to play, and they go with the Lone Druid. So we see the LD come out, and that has been also rising in popularity across different regions. It can be effective. We do see Mikado pick up the Pango, so the question is, yeah, KP takes the Marcy, Q will take the Quap, and we have seen Q play Quap, but that was all the way back to Motivate Trust days. So this is a bit of a throwback for him.
Certainly is. Maybe, I don't know if they're overreacting here to the draft of Polaris. I mean, again, it was a very close game one, so I think Talon going to pay a lot of respect here to this Dire side. And yeah, I mean, it's interesting, John.
They swap Force and Xavius as well. Xavius takes the Doom 4. Force plays the offlane Primal Beast here,
10
which is...
seconds remaining.
It's interesting because I felt like Force did such a great job in the 4 Primal Beast that you don't really need to have it as a core. The impact was felt from Force early on, from Xavius early on, but Xavius on the Doom, I don't know if I really like that because Doom as a support, sure, it still finds farm with Devour, but it feels like, your Midas is going to be a little bit slower. That means your Blink BKB is slower, your Refresh is going to be really later on, and the Ags might be a bit of a pipe dream. So I think taking that utility away from the Doom by demoting it to a 4 and giving Force priority, it doesn't feel necessary, but it does allow them to be a lot more aggressive from the Primal Beast with his earlier timing, so that might be what Polaris is gunning for.
Let's see how this one goes, Jonathan. Game number 2. I mean, game 1 was just so great to watch here between these two teams, going all the way to 66 minutes. Talon barely able to take it out. Polaris just not giving up throughout this upper bracket. This is, I must say, I mean, Polaris Esports, it's so good to see these guys like performing so well in the upper bracket. Even if they did drop that game 1, they've just been such an up and down team. But it seems like when it matters, they've really shown up. Let's just see if they can show up and force us to a game 3 here against Talon Esports, because you and I, that's what we want, John. We want game 3 to come out here between these two. Of course, I know people are waiting for the T1 match. We all know everyone's waiting for RSG versus T1. It's coming. Don't you worry, guys. It is coming. In fact, I mean, this series might be more hype because, again, Makota had some words about T1 before the qualifiers started, so I'm sure people would love to see Talon versus T1 if it ever came to it in the upper bracket. We'll wait and see. We'll wait and see if it happens. Before that, though, John, it's your turn. Predictions.
Which team will win? I'm going to say Talon. And I know you guys have got something to say about that. Still, it's early smoke break. Maybe some action. No, not quite yet. Player with a first triple kill. I can't bet against Mikado. But, I can't bet against Mikado. I still feel like Polaris will find that one, though. Player with the most D wards by 15. I'm just going to lean towards Hyde. Although I feel like AU probably is actually a bit more disciplined on that. And player with the longest kill streak. Mikado had it last time. So I'm going to say Mikado again, although the Pango is not as slippery as the Puck. And we have seen Mikado kind of die a little bit more in the Pango, so maybe it doesn't happen, but those are my bets.
Thank you for that, Jonathan. We appreciate that. Well, I couldn't help but notice someone was asking earlier what the players were, shaking in their hands. Those are hand warmers, for anyone not aware. They aren't tea bags, they are hand warmers, so there you go. You need to warm up those hands before you do get into these games. Very, very important for these pro players. Natsumi already getting very lucky with the route there onto KP, but cannot contest the boundary rune. Will have to back his Spirit Bear out. Meanwhile, bottom side, there was a bit of a fight over that boundary rune as well, but it is going to end up being a 2-for-2 trade, as Force is really going to harass Q out before he does leave the area. Beautiful little uproar there from our Primal Beast. Let's start with that mid lane. Makoto, going to be on that mid Pango. He'll be against
kind
Lelouch.
of poking. I'm surprised.
I'm going to have to take over here. I believe John is having some issues here, so we are going to move into the mid lane, which is going to be Makoto and Lelouch going at it here on the Pango versus Kunkka. Should be an interesting matchup. Of course, we did mention the Quap might have a bit of an unfavorable matchup against the Kunkka during that draft stage, so they do swap out, put Makoto on the Pango instead. So the Pango offering a lot of team fight as well, and just a lot better in terms of going up against the Kunkka. Just kind of able to abuse the shield crash and the swashbuckle to really be able to lane against Lelouch. Of course, let's have a look at the side lanes as well. Perhaps bottom lane, you're going to have Force there on the Primal Beast, along with his Doom Xavius, playing the position 4. Q going to be on the position 4 Queen of Pain, and 23 Savage is going to be playing that Pos 1 Void. It does seem like a rather strong lane for either side. I'd say it does look stronger for Talon on this end of things, though, as well. Xavius on the Pos 4 Doom. You kind of question how much he can get done unless he finds the right creep. But now he does actually pick up that healing creep, so that creep is always interesting because you have 100 heal on a 10-second cooldown for 60 mana. And in fact, it's more like 115 heal because of the heal amplification. So it can kind of save the day for Force, and you are seeing it in action. Just use it off cooldown every single time Force needs it. Keep him healthy. And maybe Q just won't have the impact he's looking for on the support Quap. Because you just have constant heals flying in from Xavius. It kind of works as Force. He'll pop the Uproar. Bit of harassment on Savage, but the Time Walk is going to take all that damage away. We'll have a look at that final lane as well. You're going to have the top lane. Hyde on the Dazzle. Going to be there with KP on the position 3 Marcy. Will be against Natsumi on the Pos 1 Lone Druid. And AU, of course, on the position 5 Lich. The Lich Lone Druid lane, usually pretty darn powerful, especially because you can abuse the Frost Shield with the Bear. As well as that, of course, Frost Blast also very, very strong. And you do see AU with some mangoes. Hello, Jonathan. Nice to see you back, sir. Just took a short break, did you?
Yeah, classic Southeast Asian stuff for me this time around. Good to hear at least you were unaffected. How's the game been going? I missed out a lot. 3 minutes is a long time to miss out here.
I mean, not much has happened, John. First blood hasn't been drawn. I was just discussing the top lane. If you'd like to have you put your 2 cents in here, John, I was just kind of explaining that Natsumi and AU might have a very good time at this top lane with the Lich and Lone Druid, but I suppose it goes the other way as well. Like with the Dazzle Marcy, you do have to be very careful.
And they're doing a great job on Talent to actually cut off that early CS of Natsumi. Off to a bit of a slower start. There are some good combos on hand. Just Poison Touch plus Sidekick and Rebound, of course, is really good. And you can't actually underestimate literally anyone with Sidekick, especially at level 2, level 3. The bonus damage on high chasing down with Poison Touch can whittle you down very quickly. So that is leading to that caution here. Like I think I heard you mention like a Frost Shield combination with Natsumi on the Bear. That can happen, but it puts your Bear at risk. And early levels of the Bear are pretty manageable for the side of Talon, so you don't want to run that risk of bleeding gold over here.
Yeah, certainly not. Back at that mid lane for a moment, Makoto. He's having a very good time in terms of CS, but now the X is out into the torrent onto Makoto, but Hyde has rotated. Was around the mid-river area to secure the water rune. Does make sure Makoto can't really get jumped too hard. And he's going to give the water rune over to Makoto as well, so he does get those 2 bottle charges up. And it does seem like the lane switch up from Talon has worked out, John. Like, instead of having that mid-quap, the mid-pango is certainly doing a pretty damn good job against Lelouch's Kunkka, which you would have assumed would have been more lane dominant, but against the pango, not so much.
Yeah, there's more play for Makoto. He's keeping up in CS. He's managing to trade fairly well. And overall, you're pretty happy. You're not giving any opportunities for Lelouch to find that kill opportunity in the Torrents. And Tidebringer is still a big threat. But Shield Crash does allow you to play a lot better. And you can trade with the Swash a little bit more. So lots of back and forth there. I think the side of Polaris and Talon kind of expect that slower start, although Savage.
Time walk away. Onslaught is there onto Q, but he can also blink away. So the one strength of this bottom lane for Talon is they do have great ways of getting away from that Primal Beast. Which is probably why you see Hyde at the top lane with his Marcy instead. Like just giving Q a way to get out on this Quap. And not allowing Force to completely dominate this lane.
Yeah, now that is what you're getting out here. Like, aggression from Polaris is being cut off. Savage is farming decently, although he is starting to have the same issues Natsumi is. Not quite the first time in lane. And this time around, Natsumi's going to have a really good time with jungle. That is where Lone Druid can shine. Doesn't take too long to farm. Once you reach that 10 to 12 minute mark and you dip into the jungle, you will have a lot to clear out that you're not going to be able to quite match here on Savage, so that is a concern to have. And you already have Savius taking some early activity, going into the jungle, getting some creeps up for himself, does steal out the Crit Wolf, and is already showing mid. Doesn't have anything like the Infernal Blade to help set up, but they might have enough damage on hand. Thing is, Rolling Thunder is up already for Mikado. So kill him off is just tougher. With your control, it's not quite there.
Oh, absolutely. You're not going to be able to abuse the siege creep timing, that's for sure, and it is already gone. Makoto does take care of it.
Arms for the dead.
Mind you, Hyde, he also ends up denying off the regen rune against Lelouch, and that's going to probably put a halt to any kind of mid push as well. You can't really get too aggressive now as Polaris. They do back their way out, and first blood is yet to be drawn from either side. Both sides is very conservative play during this laning stage so far. There is a group up top side here from the side of Talon, but it seems like they're just hanging around together, making sure they can clear out these stacks that were made from Makoto. Pango. Decent at farming these stacks, but does need a little bit of help to just tank through it all, and Hyde will assist in that endeavor.
Good amount of gold injection coming out from Mikado. It's still a bit behind Lelouch in terms of overall net worth, and the Kunkka just doing it a little bit faster, of course, with max out Tidebringer. But again, rather even game. Gold lead is just kind of bouncing around. Everyone's kind of had mirror situations come out, like both Savage and Natsumi are a little bit slower off. KP and Force are having better times. They're just managing to get into that point where the build-up is there. The kill threats can start to appear. I feel like you're at the point where you should be able to show up with Force, although down mid.
Yeah, this could be a big one. Boat has been thrown out. It's just a defensive boat for the run, but Makoto, he's got a perfect angle for the Rolling Thunder. Still the low ground pushback is there onto Lelouch. He will survive a little bit longer. Makoto, he'll keep the chase going, and Lelouch eventually is going to drop first blood to go the way of Hyde as Savage even shows up in the mid lane and does find Xavius. A super early rotation from Talon on the Pos 1 Void. And now there's 4 heroes in this mid lane from Talon. They haven't got a siege creep. I doubt they can push. It seems like they just wanted to make sure that mid fight went their way.
And it pays off. That is some time where Savage isn't farming, so you are having a better time on Natsumi, but even then, the AoE gold kind of compensates. Natsumi's still trucking a little bit behind. He is still working onto the Mask of Madness for his bear. Phase boot's almost done, and he will TP away from that lane. He understands that not sustainable anymore. Should play bot, has a push opportunity here with Force. Talon, for their part, can also look to kind of trade top. The sidekick on Void again is pretty damn strong, but they are hunting here.
Yeah, EU gets caught out. Makoto got so much damage off with one swashbuckle, and KP was there to follow up on the Marcy. So the Pos 5 Lich is set to drop. Savage, he does get started on the top tier 1 tower in the meantime, and of course, the bottom tier 1 is going to be forced in by Natsumi. Q, the only one there to try and defend the bottom tier 1, but against the Spirit Bear, really can't do too much. Meanwhile, Force unable to grab him with the Pulverize. Not going to be able to lock down the Queen of Pain. And it is going to be a direct tier 1 for tier 1 trade anyway. So, yeah, Lone Draw, generally one of the heroes that pushes very quick, but for now, it's just going to be a very even trade as mid lane. Xavius going to get knocked down to the low ground once again by Makoto. KP is there to back him up, however, so Xavius still in a spot of bother in the toss back right into the Rolling Thunder. That's teamwork if I've ever seen it. Lelouch still is around with the boat. Makoto, he's going to cop the whole thing. He does get a shield crash, but it is not going to make the difference. Force holds him down with the Pulverize, and they do take out the mid-Pango.
And it's a good trade to take. You trade your support for the core of Talon. Mikado maybe just getting a little bit too far forward. Didn't manage to swash away in time. Good chain stuns coming out from Polaris' end. And that's some of the aggression we need to see from them. That's their first kill of the game. With how low their cooldowns are, wouldn't be surprised if they start lining up around that in no time here. And start buying out space that Natsumi will need. Now, Xavius also has his level 6 up. Does have the Doom ready to go with the Tranks up. He's a very speedy Doom. Not going to take him too long to gap close, although Savage really playing tag there. Does have Chrono. Again, there's not too much damage that can fly in from that.
Well, Hyde's almost trying to bait them forward here. Maybe trying to get that Chrono expended, but Force He's going to be able to just walk away.
Dire's middle tower.
Meanwhile,
is
a
under
Midas
attack.
build up is here for Natsumi now, so just wanting to go the little bit of a greedier route with the Midas. Still makes perfect sense on the Lone Druid. The added attack speed always nice as well for the Spirit Bear, so you can't complain about that. It always reminds me of the meta we had way back in the day where Lone Druid would build 2 Midases on both the hero and the Spirit Bear.
Radiant's middle
that
tower is
wasn't
under
it, John?
attack.
Just Midas after Midas.
Oh my god, that's disgusting. Just play Arc Warden if you want double Midas, you madman. You know, that's a hero Mike loves to see.
No, I don't, Jonathan. Savage is going to get X'd up. Torrent is there. Savage, he does pop the Chrono. He's caught 2, but it's a defensive Chrono. He just wants to get out of this. Hyde, he looks like he will tank the gank for the team. The Chrono expended. It is still a bit more value for Polaris, but I think Talon will be okay with Savage just walking away from that.
Yeah, they're fine. They knew that if they don't pop the Chrono, Doom's gonna come out and Savage is just straight up dead. So you have to just expend that spell, back off, keep farming. And Talon are a bit more fond of the slower games. And I do appreciate that Polaris understands that. And you mentioned this greed out from Natsumi. If he isn't ganked up, then this greed will pay off. Like, he already farms a lot better, a little bit lower risk as well, putting the bear in front instead. As long as the bear doesn't die with Midas on cooldown, yeah, you're pretty set here.
Lelouch X's himself back. He's going to be okay. Just fine to back his way out. A 4-2 right now. Q. Bottom lane. Doom is expended here from Xavius. Nice tonight, Makoto. We'll move in. Rolling Thunder's up as well if they want to expend it. Instead, KP's just going to move in and help out, and Spurs will get the job done. So that'll be Doom expended, and they really get nothing for it.
Yeah, that's kind of funny too, because Chrono went out to stop the Doom. Xavius feels like he needs to make a play, goes for the solo Doom on the Quap, and still gets denied off. So you kind of neutralize each other's bigger ults. In fact, it's a little bit better for Talon, because the Chronosphere is off cooldown a bit sooner. So there's not much of a threat on Savage. They're looking down mid here, though.
Bone in, KP, he's going to cop it, force, he'll try to onslaught into Hyde, does pick up the Dazzle, allowing no Shallow Grave to come out, so Polaris able to set up for a tier 1 mid tower, but Makoto is going to move in with the Rolling Thunder onto the Kunkka. Lelouch, he'll be locked down for a while, but where's the follow-up damage? Savage, he got rooted up, KP trying to help with the dispose, and now the Sonic Wave! It's going to buy some time at the X-Pack. Savage is still going to drop. Polaris would not allow him to run this time. His force will charge forward. He finds KP and they even got Makoto. What a fight from Polaris. Great coordination from this Dire side.
They're lining up that aggression. They know they've got a lot of spells on fairly low cooldowns that they can just constantly force out. And this is where Talon's draft kind of bites them. They just don't have damage. They're gonna need farm. They need this build up on Mikado and on Savage to really have any sort of presence up in the middle of these fights. They don't have a save when someone is held down by that Pulverize. And every single time Force commits, it's pretty much a guaranteed kill. Like, you just don't have that natural stun that you did have with Nyx in the last game, where Spike Carapace would just be a massive saving spell. You just have so much more to play with. Like, you can just see the execution, the confidence of players to just go into that fight, knowing that there's nothing to stop them here.
5-6 now, 3k advantage for Polaris. We've seen this story before. Off to a net worth lead already as the Dire side. Savage once again forced to just keep farming with that Midas into the Maelstrom build-up. We did see Talon buy plenty of time for him last time. Mind you, that was off the back of Makoto on that puck. He doesn't have said puck anymore. He's got the Pango this time around.
Are scanning.
Not as slippery of a hero and not as great at split pushing as the puck was, but see what he can get done. Meanwhile, for Polaris, I mean, Natsumi's having a really strong start on the Lone Druid. Not even top net worth yet. Force and the Kunkka is still ahead of him, but Natsumi should be able to escalate quite fast here on the Lone Druid. Continue farming up into the Shards and the Desolator build-up. Especially once you have that Desolator up, those towers, they just start to melt so quick. Even quicker than they do already. So it might just be about outpacing Talon in this game number 2.
And that's where the beauty of that LD pickup comes in. It can scale towards the late game, but its earlier times are just so much better than the Faceless Void. The push threat is always there. And if you do want to play that slower game against the Lone Druid, well, it just grows bigger and bigger. The bear becomes a massive issue. You don't have the best burst damage on hand, but Talon's draft is sneaking around here on Polaris.
Fine. Pulverize is there. He'll tank the gank for the team. Force, he'll still be happy to take the kill. He's more than happy for any kill right now on the Primal Beast. Hyde's been doing a great job with this position though, making sure he doesn't allow the opening. Meanwhile, bottom side, Xavier's will be chased down. There's an opening for Talon. Another support to be picked off. KB, he'll take that one on the Marcy. So support for support going down. A little bit more valuable here for the side of Talon. So they found the POS 4 for the POS 5. But still not really anything to write home about for either side.
Yeah, not the biggest loss. Polaris is still going to be happy. Lelouch was kind of in the firing line there, so he doesn't stay too long and doesn't run that risk. You know, leave Savius to kind of cop it for him. The side of Polaris, again, they're getting everything they want here, though. They're just grouping up off the back of Natsumi's bear, going for the pushes. The Desolator one part away now, and these objectives just don't last long. Talon cannot fight. Talon cannot stall in the same way as they did in Game 1, and Polaris see that opening and just play a much more aggressive game. And again, even if this game slows down at some point, you've got great scaling from the Lone Druid, you've got great scaling from Xavius. We've seen Primal Beast just be a menace with the Ag Shard and the Blink BKB, and Force is also lining up for that Shard here. So you have a lot of options.
They're taking towers fast here, John. That top tier 2, look at the HP pool of it. Natsumi, it's one thing as well, like you can always split push with this Lone Druid, and now Doom out. KB, he's a much bigger target to be able to pick off for Polaris, and they found him. Onslaught is there, follow up, and he's gone. That's a big one.
Yeah, it does bait out the big spell, so KP in a way is buying some space here, but they can't afford to lose more off the back of it. Q.
Get caught. Lelouch will throw the torrent boat in, times it perfectly, no blink to come out. The animation halfway there, but not quite enough. Lelouch able to take a mega kill streak now on the mid Kunkka. And again, just such a powerful start for Polaris Esports. 6k advantage, 18 minutes into the game. They even found Makoto now. No matter available, they'll pulverize him up, and they've got the damage. Force and Lelouch, they are just a menacing duo this game too.
Yeah, they're running it really well. They just see this change up from Game 1, where in Game 1 they took it a lot slower. This time it's just non-stop aggression, looking for pickoffs every time. Their lineup excels at that. They melt objectives fast with the space given for Natsumi as well. And there's just no counterplay this time from Talon. They take care of that issue with a puck by banning it out. And now Talon's stall game, it's not showing itself. Like these objectives will just melt. The map is shrinking fast, and the timings for Savage still feel a long ways off from coming online here. And Polaris, I think they've managed to study that Game 1 really well. These are all the issues they had in Game 1 just disappearing, and Talon needs to find a new way to gain entry in this game, but it doesn't feel like they're just working it out well enough.
Poor old Hyde. He's experienced this before. Pulverize into the torrent, and now even the tidal wave is up for Lelouch. Very early shards pickup, but considering he got the BKB so early, he just picks up the shards for that added kind of pushback, the displacement on the Kunkan. Polaris, they're getting very close to a point where they can just start thinking about Roshan. Hell, they could do it right now, but it seems like they want to try for this mid-tier 2 tower, because they've got the Desolator already up on Natsumi. Look how fast this tower goes down. Glyph is forced out. They will glyph the creep wave. They want this tower real bad. And they're going to stick around for it. They're going to try and force a fight from Talon.
Oh man. Just a couple of right clicks, already down to 774 HP. Going for a bit of a reset and falls back. Talon are kind of grouped up to try to fight back here. Diffusel's up in Mikado, so there's a little bit more damage output and control. And Polaris discipline themselves, look for more.
Yeah, Doom out again. KB trying to split push and buy that space you mentioned, John, but is going to die another time here to Xavier's. And now Roshan. He can get started. They feel very confident without the POS 3 Marcy being up. So Natsumi moves right into the Roshan pit. And Talon, I don't think they'll even think about trying to force this fight. Hell, they might not even know what's happening.
They have no way of sneaking up as well. They take control of the bot jungle instead. Not the fastest Rosh in the world, but you do have good wards to protect here on Polaris' end. And that's going to be a nice Aegis to enable that high ground, enable themselves to clear out those last outer towers here from the side of Talon. Talon, they just have to play it slow. They have to wait for these BKBs to be up. At least with the BKBs, the only threat will be Doom for quite a while. So you will have more play coming out for Mikado, for KP, and Polaris will have to kind of make that choice on Xavius, but he's been pretty on point finding solo pickoffs anyway. So if Talon don't play around these BKB timings, that just kind of falls flat. And just these outer towers, definitely gonna melt with the Aegis up.
They are still hanging around that mid tier 2. Polaris want to try for it. Talon, they are pushing down the bottom tier 1 tower, but that's not going to be anywhere near as valuable as what Polaris are getting out of this. And that tier 2 mid tower, it is not going to last. Goes back to very clever drafting from Polaris Esports, I'd say. And of course, the execution so far has just been perfect. They are going to smoke up, but I believe that was underneath an observer wall. So Talon should know about this 4-man smoke coming in from Polaris. However, Hyde, he is around the corner on the Dazzle, but he's going to back his way up. Polaris still looking around for someone near the base. Thing is, if they can find a big pickoff near the Radiant base, they might think about high ground this early.
There's really nothing to stop them. Like, Natsumi's just in control of this game, farming up like a madman. He's going to have a Basher up soon on the Bear. And once that's up, it's just so annoying to try to deal with it. We haven't seen Savage go for any Chronos yet as well, so you do have that tool on hand for Talon. And Talon will actually smoke up his 4. Trying to fight into the Aegis, maybe catch Polaris a bit declumped here.
Yeah, Talon. 4-man smoke up. Polaris Esports, they are still clumped up once again. They're playing this very smart, just sticking as a team, understanding how powerful they are right now. They know that Talon can't really get a team fight going their way. AU, he's going to break the smoke. They'll try to roll in on the Lich, but his team is right behind him. Do they let the Lich die for free? AU still hanging around, does get a Chain Frost off, but it only bounces onto Q. Polaris still rushing forward, looking for an X back onto the Quap. Not going to get it. So the Lich does go down. That's about the best Talon could have got. That's a free kill, but it's not a great kill. It's just something.
Yeah, it doesn't really impact the siege that comes out here from Polaris. You do still have a Chrono ready on Savage. I'm not sure if he's even going to show up for this fight. BKB is up.
They're just on the high ground, John. Look at this. Natsumi. That's a tier 3 tower gone. 23.5 minutes in, Polaris. They went from losing game 1 to speed running game 2.
Yeah, just playing that faster game. Again, that was their big issue.
Q, X out, Torrent will land, Boat will land as well. Shallow Grave is going to buy a little bit of time, but the Rock Throw and the Onslaught into the Pulverize. Q cannot make it. The rest of Talon, they just can't think about a fight right now. You've got BKB on Savage, but do you have damage? That's the problem.
It's not quite there. Even with maxed out Sidekick, you are lacking output here on Savage. And the Racks, if they don't stop this, it's just going to melt.
They've got to pop the Rolling Thunder to try and defend this. Natsumi does get clipped by the stun. He got the Spirit Bear form off in time. Savage, oh, the Doom came out. Xavius, he caught the Void. No Chrono available. And Makoto is going to get caught by the Pulverize. They'll Shallow Grave by a little bit of time. A nice Sonic Wave. Hyde actually saves the day here for the Pango. They are looking to turn this one. Lelouch also caught out. KP with a great rebound in. Force, he will be KP Onslaught, but it's not far enough. Savage, he'll get the Chrono eventually. Hyde has turned this one around. The Pos 5 Dazzle with the saves. It turns everything for Talon.
Just that little Shallow Grave at the end to enable Mikado to come back into that fight. And they also managed to throw their bodies for it to ensure Savage would still be able to come in with a Chrono. It is a lot more back and forth. You know, the side of Polaris still find a lot off the map. And this is a pretty naked map now for Talon. No tier 3 down mid. Rax will just melt a next shove in from Natsumi. but Talon are still finding a way to stall this game out. Now, it's not enough to swing this game back in any way. It's a 4K lead for Polaris. They still have majority control. They've got a BKB up in Zavis. He's actually saving up for that Ags now on the Doom. So the AoE Doom is going to cause a lot of issues for what Talon wants to do here. Like, there is just no way to continuously save Savage at that point. The hide spacing has to be perfect. And they're going to have to watch themselves. I think Polaris, they're still confident. Aegis is going to expire, though. But they can at least maybe gun for that one set of racks or even just a pick-off here.
Yeah, absolutely. Polaris not going to be happy with that last team fight. We'll try again. No Chrono up this time. No Sonic Wave up this time. It's an easier team fight for Polaris Esports. They'll move in. Tier 3 tower, Rax is under siege again. Rock throw is there. Makoto, he'll pop the Rolling Thunder. Back it onto the Lone Druid. They're going to try to force the fight another time, but the boat is going to fly in. KP still going with his BKB out. It's a lot of damage onto Natsumi. He's still alive, however. He'll try to walk away. Makoto continues as well. Savage will jump in.
Oh.
They got Natsumi. Once again, the Lone Druid is down. They make it happen through the BKB timings, but now the turnaround with a great Train Frost. It's not enough. Shallow Grave onto KP's gonna buy him a little bit of time. AU is gone. Force, he looks very gone as well. That's 2 team fights in a row to go the way of Talon. They throw their bodies at the mid-racks for a second time. They got the melee barracks, John, but they have thrown the whole net worth lead back the way of Talon. I don't know if that's
You know what?
worth.
It's definitely not. You know what, Mike? This takes me back. I remember now that one game in the ESL 1 Genting qualifiers that Talon and Polaris played up against each other. Talon had this abysmal start. They looked absolutely terrible. It looked like KP was playing with his keyboard unplugged. And then Polaris, they have this thing with high ground. And they have this thing with high ground where they keep trying to force it sometimes, and it looked like a decent choice. The Aegis did expire, but they felt like it was risk-free. There's no Chrono to worry about. And somehow Talon manages to punish them. And I just get flashbacks back to Genting, because that was the kind of game where you just feel defeated. Hopefully for Polaris, this is something they can just brush off, like water off a duck's back, right? Is that the word? It's something like that.
Yes.
They just kind of reset. They still have this good start, but you've given Talon the way back in almost. Savage isn't that far behind from Natsumi. We're reaching a point where the Void's going to be protected. He's going to work towards the Lincolns. That Ags we talked about on Xavius, it's a support Doom. It's going to take more time. He doesn't have a Midas. So then, theoretically, Polaris might want to stall the game out, but then you're stalling the game out up against Savage's Void, which is always a risk. This is Savage's most comfy hero, right up there with a Morphling. So is that really something you want to kind of poke out? Because that is something they tried in the last game, and it gets so difficult, right? Like, yeah, you do have scaling with Doom. You do have scaling with the utility on your Konka, especially as BKBs fade. There's still this really good blink timing coming out for Force. But boy, does it get scary. They've got to find Hyde in these fights. If they don't, the saves buys just enough time for Talon to kind of turn back in.
Hyde might need a back massage after this one, Jonathan. His back must be sore. Jesus Christ, he's kept his team in the game twice in a row now. So Polaris, they are 3k ahead in terms of net worth. They still have the advantage. Their Lone Druid is still the biggest net worth and the biggest hero on the map. Problem is, Savage is only 700 gold behind. It's literally the same story as game number 1. There's your smoke up. 4-man smoke here from Talon. They'll go through the Radiant Triangle into the Dire Jungle. Mind you, there's a side device up now on Lelouch. They don't know about this. It has not been revealed. Could be a bad time to smoke here for Talon. They won't find the opening they wanted anyway. And now a 5-man smoke. Here we go again. Polaris, they aren't done banging their heads against the wall, John. They're gonna go again. Through the mid lane. Makoto, he might be the one to break the smoke. Force might see him. Makoto sees them first. Onslaught is there. Force, it's a bit too short. AU. Gets the gaze off with a great ward on the high ground into the rock throw. Now the chain frost. They've locked down the void. Pulverize is there. Sonic wave out. Savage. He pops his BKB. He's still fine and Xavius is gone. Now the Chrono. He's got 2 targets, or rather just the bear and the primal beast, but he'll go on to Force. Onslaught away. Force right into the loving arms of Makoto. Will get stunned up. Now they've got the Conquer. That's Lelouch gone.
Oh my god.
Not again. They have done it
It's
a
Hyde.
3rd time.
It's Hyde. He saves Mikado again. He's just there with the
Hyde.
grave, there with the flash healing from the good juju and the shadow wave, and it's just enough every time for him to get off the BKB and roll back in. Polaris. This, I can't say they're out of it, because frankly, Talon has no objectives to take. Roshan, in half a minute, respawn is going to be up, and you didn't expand Doom on Xavier. So there is still play here. No Chrono on Savage for the next fight. You have an opening on Polaris, but you have got to be careful about this kind of fight. AU drops a good ward on the high ground, and they feel like they've got this initiation. They break off the roll from Mikado. They jump in and commit, but that gave Savage free reign to jump in and out himself. And it's still not Mikado you have to catch. They've been catching Hyde before. They need to do that again. If this Dazzle stays alive, the game is just so difficult. And mind you, this is Hyde without something like the Aether Lens too.
AU, he goes for a D ward. He's caught out. Xavius tries to jump in. They've got the lone druid, Natsumi. He was locked down by Makoto. Still is. And there goes Xavius. He is gone. On the Doom. Onto Force. On the Kunkka. Everyone is melting. Oh, Roshan's available as well. Polaris, what have you done? What have you done?
Oh no, they have I mean that's rough. Like you couldn't get the Doom off on Xavius. He got silenced up in the middle of that fight as well. And now with an Aegis coming out here, likely for Savage, with a free shard to come out as well. The game's just difficult. Like this mid set of racks, this opening on the tier trees, it just felt like Polaris should have found more. But they haven't. They bashed their heads against that wall twice over. They forced the team fights out. Suddenly a 7k lead out for Talon. And Polaris, their high ground can be nice with the Kunkka. We need to see the Doom commitment from Xavius. He's almost at the Ags. He just needs a little bit more.
Look at the graph.
Oh god.
I mean, if you lose this game too as Polaris, you're gonna look back at that. You're not gonna be happy. That is. There's no other way to put it. If you lose this game, that is a throw. I mean, that is. It's. I don't want to be rude, John. I don't want to be rude.
Nah.
But that was not how to do it. That's for sure.
No, I mean, by the graph, that is definitely, you can see that netward swing. Yeah. Again, this takes me back to that Genting game, Mikey, where I think it was with Otomo, and it was almost like this, except it felt even more impossible for Talon. Like, those circumstances were a lot worse. And I think Polaris still has what it takes. They've got to be able to do something like this. Ags on Xavius, 1k gold away. He can't die now.
Kono. Knows someone's down south. Xavius, can he get away? Oh, he can. Makoto. Needed to press a bit more on that gas pedal. Not able to get there in time. Polaris, they're doing their best to just split push the bot lane and force the side of Talon back. They don't want to even allow them to think about high ground. Force has done a very good job down in that bot lane of keeping the creep wave forced out. They can't think about the tier 2 bottom tower either. So that outer tower objective is still going to be standing here for Polaris Esports. Talon, they'll hold on to the Aegis for another 3 minutes. Maybe just wait for Savage to have the full Mjolnir up before you want to force another fight anyway. Just about 300 gold away from having the Hyperstone to finish that one off. Already has the recipe sitting in his backpack. And then maybe you could think about forcing a fight and going high ground after.
Yeah, opens up at that point. Aegis still up for quite a bit of time here on Talon's end as well. And that looks to be the full Mjolnir up. An instant smoke out from Talon. For Polaris' part, they are declumped, so they're not allowing Talon to look for these big engagements. And they are still keeping that bot shoved in. But a simple pick-off here for Talon can still kind of enable them to find more in Natsumi. He's a prime target here.
He is. He'll TP out immediately, and they are not going to be able to make it in time. Q, he was very close. They have got the bear, though. Natsumi was actually very, very lucky there because Q did have the Yule Scepter to cancel the TP away. His blink was right on target as well. It was just a second off. Spirit Bear not going to get out. Yeah, it's going to get out as well. Very nice.
Huh, I thought the return was cancelled when there's damage. Did manage to get it in the nick of time, so you don't really lose out on too much. You do waste some time here from Talon's end. You waste the roll as well, so there's a bit of a window if you do manage to get that jump in. Hags for Xavius, man. 180 gold away. That's the big one. AoE Doom. That could be the beginning of the return for Polaris here once that's up.
It certainly could be. It's a great Axe build up here from Xavius if he can get it in time. He'd love it right now. 115 gold for it. Nice tidal wave, Lelouch into the Scythe of Vice. No backup though. Savage, he's fine. There's that Axe you talked about. It is now available. Stun is out. Root is there. They've got Savage locked down, but there's your Shallow Grave. Hide, he's not going to allow it. You have to find this Dazzle. Savage, again going to avoid the stun this time. Makoto, he'll go for the Rolling Thunder. Connecting on two. They found the Kunkka. They've got the Kunkka locked down. Lelouch, he's in trouble. AU, he gets caught out as well. He couldn't help out. They'll have to buy back. They'll have to buy back and try to defend. The Doom does not have buyback available though. The Doom is up. The Axe is up. But they don't have the buyback gold to bring him back into this game. So Talon, they can just keep going. Into the mid-racks. No chrono, but who the hell cares? You've still got the Aegis. Savage making it very hard to even get close. Do they think about the top racks? It seems like they may.
This is risky. Aegis doesn't have too long left and respawns are coming out soon for Xavius. AoE Doom, still pretty scary.
Certainly is. Assuming you get it off. KP, you'll find a Spirit Bear. Rock Throw again. Savage being very, very nasty with that time dilation. And the reverse time walk. It's just very hard to keep up with the man. Lelouch is the only one that can really catch him out with the X or the Scythe of Vice. Just hasn't had the greatest of opportunity doing so though. And so that'll be one Rax down in the mid lane. Tier 3 towers still standing on the side lanes as well. Not too big of a deal yet for Polaris, but the bigger deal is the fact that they've committed 2 buybacks. And there's a 14k disadvantage now for this Dire team.
Yeah, I mean, if they find one good teamfight on Polaris, that threat of a push is still massive. So it doesn't put them out of game yet. And again, you've still got this threat of Doom ready to go. I will say one thing as a bit of a diversion here, Mike. I saw Q queuing up the Ags on this Quap, and he switches out. I mean, he's got the full Kaya Sanch, but I wanted to see that AoE, that Shadow Strike with the little scream at the end. that would have been fun, but Q gets his senses together. I wish he didn't. I want to see that Ags.
What can you do, John? It happens. I've tried the Axe personally. I think it's complete garbage, let me tell you, John, but it would have been fun to watch, just to see it in a pro match. Q's going to be sensible, though. He won't pick it up for now. 5-man Smoke is here, though. Talon. Grouped up through the mid lane. Polaris, they'll hang around their Dire triangle. They've got vision around this area, so this is the best chance they possibly have of fighting, apart from their own high ground. Talon are slowly making their way over to that triangle. Polaris are waiting right underneath their own vision. Torrent is there. Rock Throw is out as well. There's your Doom out. Xavius, he casts it on himself. Sonic Wave will push him away, however. Now Savage, he gets caught out. Shallow Grave, though, hide. Again, going to save the day, but can they save him through this Shallow Grave? The Gay's going to hold him down. Savage is gone. That's a great start. Polaris, they'll keep trying, but Makoto, he's doing so much damage on the Pango. As KP gets caught, but Hide's going to save him again. Natsumi, he has been left behind on the bear and he is taken down. KP, he'll pick up a double. They're thinking about going high ground once again, even without the Void. Who cares? It's 4 versus 1. How do you defend as Polaris? You've got no buybacks.
You can't. The one saving grace is that Megas aren't available with the tier 2 still standing bot. And the one issue right now is even if you clear them all out, like Q is basically a core with his build-up. Even just jumping for solo here.
Force, yeah, I mean he's trying to get Q, but even Q's too tanky now. And Force, he is buying time to protect that top racks, but it's already gone. They're just going for a free kill here onto Force. This will be the full team wipe they were looking for, and Talon will get it eventually. At the very least, Force does have buyback, but he doesn't need to commit it yet. There is a tier 2 tower standing down that bot lane, so Talon cannot go for mega creeps. But they are 2 racks ahead and now 20k net worth lead ahead. And I don't mean to make matters worse for Polaris, John, but that was a team fight lost with the Void down. We did not see a Chrono.
Yeah, I mean, that was probably the ideal circumstance, right? They get a Doom off, maybe that pushback kind of hurts them a little bit with the Tidal Wave and with all the spells they have changing the movement. But in the end, they get to hold on to that one hero. Again, the issue here is Talon doesn't have just 3 cores, they have basically 4. Q is just basically a semi-carry. Like Kai Sanj, the output of this Quap is huge, and Q has free reign to just jump in and out. He's going towards that Ags this time, Mikey, and I hope he manages to find a gold for it. Roshan up once more. Polaris, they don't have vision in the pit. They've not been able to go near the area anytime recently, and Talon are going to have another secondary life and a free Ags upgrade here as well.
Why not? That'll be for Savage, I think, but you could try to steal it if you want.
Aww.
Oh, Hyde?
No way.
Oh, he gives it to
Oh.
Hyde. No, you know, I
Whoa.
like that from Savage, because Hyde's carried this game for them. Those couple team fights where Polaris were in the lead, pushing high ground, those shallow graves from Hyde over and over again, is the only reason Talon's still in this game. So Hyde, he gets a free Axe blessing this time. He deserves
I
it.
mean, he can refresh their BKBs, right? So that's massive. And you can just easily refresh your item cooldowns. Yeah, second BKB use for Savage, second BKB use for Mikado. Heck, a refreshed Lincoln's could be even good here, depending on the circumstances. So there's a lot of value there. All right, let's go for it.
Okay. That's actually gonna be pretty
Mikado
fun to
stuck.
watch.
Mikado got himself stuck in the cliff and then into the tree line, had to swash away, which is why Q
Oopsie.
tipped him.
Very nice.
Oh, he's got the
Obviously
gold,
Talon,
Mikey. He's got the
there you
gold.
go. The Axe? Is that what we're
Buy
talking
that
about?
Q.
Alright. Don't buy Q.
Give
It's
it to
rubbish. Don't buy
No, don't listen to Mike. Follow your heart, Q. You know better.
it. Buy a Wind Waker or something cute. Be responsible. Savage. Tier 2 bottom tower is not going to last. Natsumi is split pushing the bot lane. They do have a creep wave still
Bottom tower.
down in that bot lane, so they could try and protect this creep wave through a Diaglyph if they wish. Savage, throwing it up, stunned up, Tidal Wave, Scythe of Vice. Damage is there. Natsumi trying to pump it out as Force. Gonna miss the onslaught, and now the Chrono in the backside. Natsumi, he's caught. He did not get the bear form off in time. He is gonna die, but he has buyback. He'll commit immediately as now the Doom is out. Xavius with the Chain Frost, slowing down Makoto, who's underneath tier 4 towers for some reason. We'll buy back. Here we go again. The Doom's still going. Savage now in trouble. Has the Aegis. We'll have to expend it. That's the first time. Meanwhile, KB will rush in as the Marcy, but cannot hold down the Doom. Can you keep fighting without the Doom of the Xavius? That's the question. Because Talon, they don't seem to think they can.
Bottom tower.
Boy,
Bottom barracks are
they're
under
just gonna be able to clear out the last set of racks. One more up top, but just arranged. Polaris, without the Doom, this team fight feels awkward.
Yeah, and they go again. Lelouch is gone. No buyback. Refresh on the Chrono. Savage doesn't even need it. GG is called.
my God.
Polaris Esports. Oh, they were so close. They were so close to getting a game 3 as Savage. Fountain diving. Why the hell not? Celebration fountain dive. They'll be able to get the 2-0 victory here against Polaris Esports. Hyde's the MVP. I'm going to say it right now. Hyde put the team on his back. Someone get this man a massage. He's going to need it.
I mean, there's a reason why they call Hyde the Giga Chad every single time, right? That's what New England loves to call Hyde. And he shows that here. Like, he plays a fantastic game. The early game looked atrocious for Talon. There's no sugarcoating that. Polaris looked really good. They got this aggression. It looked like they learned from game 1 of dragging the game too long. But then they hit this wall where they just overcommit on the high ground 2 times in a row. They go for a smoke play, doesn't work out, and every single time it's because Hyde is right there, just outside of range, getting the saves off, enabling Mikado to come back in. I think Polaris had a right mindset. They had a right execution in the first 10 to 15, but when it came to that high ground, they got too tunnel visioned once more. And again, that's very reminiscent of the last time these teams faced off against each other in the qualifiers for Genting. And you can see the scoreboard. It was a rough game for Polaris. They had this really good start, but in the end, I mean, they needed to jump the Dazzle. He just gave way too much.
It really is a shame, that game. I think that's the game that probably tilts you if you're Polaris Esports, right? Because you really should have won that game. I think that Dota Plus was saying 90% chance around the 15-minute mark. They were pushing high ground. But 3 times in a row, and High just destroys them every time with the shallow graves. He just buys way too much time for them. Between him and Makoto, just rolling thunder all over the place. It was just too much. And I mean, I appreciate Polaris trying to take advantage of how far they were. You can appreciate that aspect of things, but they gave away like a 10k net worth lead back the way of Talon. And that was it. It was all over. They lost their timing, they lost their net worth lead, and they lost the game. Bit of a shame, though. Polaris, they are in the lower bracket now. It's not over for them yet. They can still make a run through that lower bracket. I believe they go straight down to the lower bracket quarterfinals anyway. So they're getting quite close to the end of the TI-11 qualifiers. Of course, for Talon Esports, though, they are going to make it through the upper bracket final, I believe, here. And we are going to find out who their enemies are going to be between RSG and T1. This is the series everyone's been waiting for once again. T1, they beat Execration. They made it look good. They made themselves look good. RSG's a harder team. We all know it. I would say that they're a much stronger team, Jonathan. This, to me, is the real test. Can you beat RSG in such a convincing fashion? That's what I want to find out. We're going to head off to a very short break. Right after that break, the one everyone's been waiting for, T1 versus RSG, best of 3 upper bracket. We'll be right back. We'll see how this one goes.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back for this hype matchup here between RSG and T1. It's MLP Dota, joined by the lovely John X Fire. Jonathan, I couldn't be more excited. I've been waiting for this all week. T1 against RSG. I don't know what to say. John, break it down for me. I mean, first of all, how are you feeling? Tell me how you're feeling first.
I'm feeling great, Mike. The first series we had was such a back and forth one. I expect this one to be just as back and forth. RSG was a team full of promise coming in from Div 2 into Div 1 and Tour 2 to Tour 3. And they sort of delivered on those expectations. We already see the bracket updating as well. We saw Talon beat out Polaris in that last match. They're already in the winners bracket finals, which I believe guarantees them a slot in last chance qualifiers. Like if they get knocked down into the lower bracket finals and get knocked down again, they're still in TI in the loser last chance qualifiers. So they've kind of secured their spot in Singapore even for just one stage, and they're set to see which one wins here from RSG and T1 that they're gonna have to play against. And in this match, I mean, RSG was the one team that I think really made a big difference in T1's major chances in that tour, because they took a win over T1, a 2-1 win in the DPC, and that forced that that string of tiebreakers and issues in the placements for the major. So I'm sure T1 with a revitalized lineup will want to show some revenge. At the same time, they already met each other in the Genting qualifiers as well. You know, there's a storyline there, and T1 did manage to win that one 2-1 as well. But that was before they had this very specific roster change with Anna and Tops. So I'm keen to see whether or not this is a boon or whether or not it falls flat this time around up against a team like RSG, because some would argue Execration, in as much as I feel like that's a team with promise, they just don't deliver a lot of the times. They just sort of fall flat. It feels like there's some refinements Execration needs to go through. And RSG is really the big test. So whether or not RSG is up to the task, we'll have to see. I think RSG's been very creative with the draft as well. Maybe not as creative as T1 with, the core Marcy, the flex coming out here, the mid morphlings from Thompson, but they have been trying stuff out for Learn, like the mid Primal Beast did come out in their last series. So they've got something up their sleeves here.
Yeah, and for people that aren't aware of RSG and not too familiar with this is a team that went from Div 2 of the DPC, completely destroyed Div 2, went up to Div 1, and then started destroying Div 1. Almost making it through to the last major as well. Not quite there, but my God, they were close. And RSG, they're one of those teams that are showing extreme promise. Very, very consistent kind of play from this team. Very high level kind of play. Of course, it is more of a Malaysian stack than anything. 3 of their players are from Malaysia, but you've also got a bit of Indonesian pride coming out with Learn, and of course some Vietnamese pride coming out here with Zhao Bon Bon, one of my personal favorite supports. What is it? Don't correct me.
Learn Singaporean.
Oh
Singaporean.
no!
Yeah.
No!
Yeah, he's Singaporean. Learn is. So it's basically MYSG plus Vietnam. MYSGVN. I think we actually have seen a team name like that before.
Oh, the Singaporeans are going to get so upset now. I apologize. I apologize. Some Singapore pride coming out. Thanks for throwing me under the bus there, John. You could have pretended. Some people wouldn't have known. There you go. Apologies to Learn. I'm not very good at reading flags, apparently. Well, there you go. Still, it's a great stack is what I'm trying to say. RSG, they're a great stack. It's going to be a great matchup here against T1. Can't wait to see it. Of course, we have not got the draft underway quite yet. We are going to be getting it off rather soon. It looks like we are just fixing some technical issues here. T1, though, Jonathan, I mean, obviously, still a great performance against Execration in their round of 1 upper bracket. We saw Anna playing that position 1 Marcy, which is some new technology that comes with the humble god himself. Of course, Anna known to be that carry. He tends to find some really crazy stuff to play in that POS 1 role, and I got to tell you as well, there was a lot of doubts about Anna coming into T1 as well, because he had that stint with, I believe it was Liquid. Please don't correct me again, Jonathan. And I believe it was... And RNG.
The second time, yeah.
Yes. But they did play for Liquid the first time, didn't they, Jonathan?
I can't recall, actually. Perhaps.
Well, regardless, he had a stint with 2 different teams as a stand-in. It didn't really look amazing, right? It didn't look like the Anna, the humble god we know and love. But in T1, he's looked fantastic. It looks like he's in serious mode. He's in TI mode again. He's gone back to that level of motivation. No DPC necessary for this man. He's straight into TI mode. That's all he cares about. He's been looking fantastic, John. He's been going for those wacky carries once again. You love to see it from this man. I wonder how a team like RSG try to work around that during this draft.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing T1 has up their sleeve. And as far as I know, no one has scrimmed against T1. And that is by T1's choice, right? So they've been scrimming elsewhere, probably scrimming with Chinese partners, as I think T1 has done in the past DPC tour cycles. And I think with their old lineup, that didn't really help them hide too many strats. With this new lineup, it hides a lot of drafting info. So I think a lot of these teams will just have to learn about T1 as the days go on. This is probably the most info they've got on how Thompson and Anna are melding in, on what sort of heroes they're kind of flexing. We've already seen some revealed. You mentioned the Marcy, the Morphling again is something that they've also flexed in here on T1's part. And when you have this team with a very different roster, like you've removed 2 of your cores, replaced them with 2 very different cores, and your only info is from officials, that gives that team a big advantage. Like T1 has a huge advantage because they have so much info on RSG, while almost no one has any info as to how T1 has adjusted outside of that one series.
Certainly not. You just saw Anna right there. Very, very rare to see Anna not actually sleeping for once. He does look a little bit red-eyed though, maybe not sleeping as much as he'd like to. So see how he's feeling today. Looking very, very happy though. Of course, the beautiful faces as well of RSG here. Whiteboard right behind them. They love that whiteboard, Jonathan. Always very good to see that they are motivating themselves with that whiteboard. There we go. We invite two-time TI winners to our team. What's it? Hold on, the hair's blocking out. What's it say below that? How can this? No, don't block
Come
the
on,
thing. It's
Xiao,
a
you turn
meme.
around. Turn
It's
around,
such a good
Xiao.
meme.
How can this be allowed? I think.
Whoever's drawing these is really good as well, by the way. That's a talented man, whoever's doing that.
He really is. I would have a big laugh if it was like Ohio actually drawing this as coach. That would be a very fun way. He's like, this is our game plan. This is our feelings. This is what we're gonna do. All we're gonna do is ask, how can this be allowed?
Oh, Jesus. All right. Well, we are gonna still wait for this. There is still a pause going on here. We have not started the draft yet. Yeah. Again, it's gonna be a hype matchup. There you go. Another pretty face here from the side of RSG. I believe that is Xiao Bonbon. Jonathan, I hope you're not gonna correct
Yes,
me
sir.
again. Thank
No,
you so
you are
much.
right.
He's one of my favorite supports. I hope I'm right, Jonathan. He's a fantastic support, straight out of Vietnam. Very, it's always makes me happy to see these different nations really starting to pop up here in Dota 2 in the pro scene. And there you go. There's our support Zephyr showing up, and you wouldn't be able to blame me if I forgot Zephyr's name because he forgot my name the first time we met, John. He looked at me. I knew he didn't know my name. He was trying to pretend like he did. I said, Zephyr, what's my name? I was Heisenberg at that moment, Jonathan. I was cosplaying Breaking Bad for a moment. I said, Zephyr, what's my name? And he looked at me and he said, he looked at me and he started pointing at his head. I think he called me John at one stage as well. Whitemon, the support, the ignition god, he is stepped in as the POS 5 and reminded Zephyr that my name was Mike. Good on you, Whitemon, for saving the day. And Zephyr, of course, very embarrassed at that moment, not knowing who his favorite caster was, Must have been very embarrassing for poor old Zephyr.
Yeah. Kenny's a lad, though. Kenny's a fun guy. And, speaking of those countries coming in, I want to go back to Xiao Bonbon a bit. I mean, this guy's had such a journey, right? From 496, how up and down that roster was. For a while, they didn't look amazing. He gets picked up, and RSG just looks so good with the addition of Xiao Bonbon. They've just been wrecking face. Raji as well has been a key part of that. I believe they did have to drop one of your Vietnamese supports for that, as there were some issues with leaving Vietnam for him. So Raji steps in and fills that gap really well. And it's going to be a really interesting clash of styles, because I think RSG, out of all the teams here in Southeast Asia, are probably the most adaptable. Like, you look at Talon, they love to play slow. You look at T1, they love to play aggressive, and we've got Tops in there. There he is.
Wait a minute. Where's the mustache? Did he get rid of the mustache? Is the stash gone? The stash is gone. Or is that the stash? Oh, no.
I can't tell by the resolution. Like, maybe there's a little bit of shadow there. Can't quite tell if that's just lighting. No stash. So he is clean.
No stash.
Maybe, it's to give him power. Take off the facial hair, you get stronger. Mike?
No,
Maybe.
the stash is what gives you power, Jonathan. Don't let him trick you into thinking otherwise. The stash is what gives him the power. Still very nice to see the Giga Chad Thompson back in the pro scene, of course. It's one of these things with Thompson, right? Like, he retires, he wins TI twice in a row, ends up retiring, just streams for a living, looks amazing still, comes back, still looks amazing. It's just, you just wonder, like, how does a guy like this just be this good, right? Like, it must be hard being this good for Thompson, surely.
I think it's just a mindset, right? Like, a lot of people like to point out with Thompson, he just has this different way of thinking about Dota. I think when you kind of listen to his old interviews, he started Dota a little bit later than everyone else. So going in at the game at a different point in time gives you a very different outlook, and maybe not even removing that experience from Dota 1 can be a benefit in that sense of reading the game differently. So I think that's where that creativity comes in from Thompson. It's really just this different approach to Dota that just catches people off guard, and that is something RSG is going to have to be ready for, as we do have the draft on hand, and you'd love to see Mr. Whitemon, Mon himself, having a good giggle. There's always something to make this guy laugh.
Well, Whitemon, even if he was the worst pos 5, which he's one of the best in SEA, but if he was hypothetically one of the worst pos 5s in the game, you'd have him just because he uplifts the team. Like his smile, his laughter, the jokes he cracks, the ignition, right? He gets the team started, Jonathan. He's the key to T1 performing well, I'd say.
Yeah, for sure. I think for me, it's like a comedy duo, right? Zephyr and Whitemon are just like the straight man and the Joker. They just go hand in hand, and it also shows in their playstyle, not
Best
just in the
small and
personalities.
Look at him.
Absolutely.
Yeah, he has the face of a Hollywood star, this guy. Look at that. I mean, you couldn't see Whitemon in a movie. You're telling me Whitemon couldn't star in a movie? Like he's like the Brad Pitt of SEA. Look at this man.
Yeah, for sure. I could see him. I would definitely want to see him in a movie. I want to see him in more videos. Still, the draft develops here, Mike. And what do you know? RSG are bringing out the spice. Primal Beast with the techies. We talked about the flex of that Primal Beast. Exelern played it a lot last time around, so they could opt for it. Mid, T1 for their part, and go into the Undying Morphling. So some flex on hand. Topson can run it mid, Ana can run it safe. Lots of possibilities here for both sides. And for RSG's part, I mean, they seem confident enough. Like I think just seeing that one series, they should be ready for the morph. Now it's time to see if they can kind of figure out how to stop either Ana or Topson from just getting that build-up they'd want.
Yeah. Because Zhao Bonbon, one of the best techies players in the world, I'd say, John. This is one of his favorite heroes. Now, I'm not saying it's going to be him playing the techies, because I'm not sure how he feels about the techies changes. He was a techies enjoyer back before the changes happened, but I'm pretty sure it'll still be his techies. I'm sure he's found a way of running this techies, and if I remember correctly, he is a grandmaster tier techies as well. So there you go. A very, very scary here to have to go up against for T1. But speaking of scary, you've got the Morphling. We saw Topson run it. We saw Ana run it in their first series against Execration. It's a bit of a flex pick here for T1. Very, very strong. Why the hell not just pick it up? Especially when you're against Primal Beast techies. They're already two great targets to morph into.
Yeah, you've got a lot of possibilities coming out there. The one funny thing I'd like to see is, could you turn on Trample and then Waveform? That sounds pretty funny if you could do that.
Got legs.
Yeah,
I mean,
or
Morphling
you know,
doesn't have
just
legs, John.
the water just quakes. You know, it gets really dense. You could turn on Uproar and then turn back with the bonus damage, right? That could be one way as well. So a lot of interesting possibilities out here.
I mean, theoretically, with the trample and the trample morphling, that's a tsunami, Jonathan. It's an earthquake into a tsunami. There you go. Lion Clockwork to come out here for T1. So the Lion making an appearance, one of your favorites, and the Clockwork is one of my favorites making an appearance here, Jonathan. How do you feel about these two picks?
I'm actually more excited by the fact that Cuckoo is probably playing an offlane Undying. Like,
Ooh.
I think that's one criticism T1's gotten, right? Like, a few of the fanboys say Cuckoo's kind of lost his choo-choo, but Cuckoo is Cuckoo. And if this is the offlane Undying, I'm keen to see what he does, because that has looked good. KP's made it look good in the offlane. It's just looked really, really strong. So much early presence. March looks a lot jollier right now, too. He doesn't look as serious. The atmosphere in T1 looks a lot lighter.
Oh, he looked serious a second ago, John. Cuckoo started laughing, and March was just laughing back, saying, listen, you're laughing now. You lose this game. We might have to get some more OG members on this team. You better be careful, Cuckoo.
Oh, goodness. The threats come out.
I mean, you never know. You got to be careful. You never know. Still, fourth pickup, RSG.
T1's turn to ban.
They'll go for the Slark pickup. This is a POS 1 that's been very, very popular as of late. Very strong in the current meta. Of course, we constantly see the Ags build up with the double pounce. Huge range on that pounce as well. Very good against the Morphling, just taking the stats away, rooting him, or rather leashing him in place. Can be very effective. And even against a hero like Undying. Like, Undying wants to steal strength away. You just take it back. And the tankier the Undying gets, the tankier you get as a Slark, because you're just taking stats over and over again. It's like, yeah, it's like almost transferring from your teammates to you. Like, he takes it from your teammates, then you take it back from him, so then your teammates are effectively giving you stats as a Slark. It's very clever.
Oh, yeah, it's a feedback loop, a positive feedback loop, I suppose, for RSG's end. And I do like the Slark, not just for that, but just having this spell on hand, having a way of jumping out of the Clockworks, hookshot, cogs, battery assault combo. You're going to be pretty safe. And you've always got the save of that Ash, the Shard, right? Like the Shadow Dance and the AoE for your teammates. It's going to be big in kind of stalling these fights out as well. And this is an MKS special. Like we've seen him pick this up from the DPC as well. One of the few players that does dip into that Slark. I think the only time in C we saw that was from MKS and I want to say Savage. So he knows this hero in and out. It does look like a fairly good game for it as well. I am really curious how they close out an RSG Zendo. Like again, there's this flex on the Primal Beast that could be Xiao Yu playing it, could be Exilern. The last pick is gonna really cement that, and RSG has last pick overall, so they should be able to adjust their draft based on what they see T1 doing with his Morphling.
Absolutely. Final ban-outs to come. T1, they'll have the first ban here for the final ban. Plenty of reserve time to think about it if they so wish. I'll have a heavy think about it. It does seem like they are banning out either mid laners or off laners. It should be a mid laner though. Primal Beast more than likely in the off lane here for RSG. You never know though. Thompson, I believe, was the one who started the mid Primal Beast back in his pub. So you never know. There he is. There's the man. Why do I hear boss music all of a sudden? Giga Chad Thompson. There's a Lycan ban out as well. So T1 just not wanting to allow any cheese picks to come out either from RSG. And they are known to pick these kind of cheesier picks once in a while. So you do have to be a little bit careful.
Yeah, just preventing Xiao Yu from maybe getting a really good Lycan combo, like Lycan Ags with Slark. A hidden wolf running at you that can jump. A fish wolf, as one would say. Would be pretty terrifying. So just cut off that T1. Last pickup. Either the Ana or Thompson here. I think we're kind of locked into the Cuckoo Undying, although there's room for a Cuckoo Clockwork. Core Clock can come out. I don't think it's as scaling as the Undying or as dominant early on as the Undying. So I'm keen to see what IDs do they have in mind here. Huh.
Leshrac and DP. So it should be a mid DP, pos 1 Morphling, or pos 1 Undying, pos 3 DP, mid Morphling, which is something I think you actually prefer.
Yes, yeah, I like the way you think, Mikey. I think you're getting some very wrong ideas for Dota now out from you, and I like that. We haven't seen the pos 1 Undying in a while. You are getting some sick ideas, Mike. This is not good, but I like it. Thank you.
It's because T1's got Anna Thompson. You know they're going to run something weird.
Core Undying. I mean, I'd love to see that. Like the Shard Echo Saber build, and you just stack attack speed, and then you just machine gun some zombies up when you have your flash go. It can be fun. Now, Core Undying up against the Slark is still kind of weird, because you, as you said, you just get stats up, and then Slark just hits you with all your strength, and you get more agi, especially once you hit your leveled spikes with the Essence Shift per stack. The agi per stack of Essence Shift goes up. It's going to feel really good for MKS. I think the safer bet is that Ana Morphling. You kind of run it a bit more standard. Go with a mid DP for tops. And this is probably the most standard draft from T1 we've seen. If they do go for that way, not the flex of the pos 1 Undying. If they go for that pos 1 Undying, I'd say hell yeah, let's go for it. Let's find out what happens, Mike.
Final pick. RSG, balls in their court. Let's see what they get done. 10 seconds left for this final pick up here. RSG really thinking about it.
Choose your hero.
Oh, they'll bring out the Tusk. Fair enough. That's going to be a pretty interesting. So, offlane Tusk or mid Tusk? What's going on here, John?
It's open. I have seen mid Tusk, not in pro game, but I know it works. I think it's still the Exilern Primal Beast. Xiao Yu Tusk sounds like more in line, and it is a Xiao Yu specialty. So you do have some good save coming out. They will run the Ana Undying. Let's go. Safe lane Undying.
There we go.
Back again. I am hyped up. I can't wait.
Yeah, so is Anna, as you can tell by his face. He looks very, very hyped right now, Anna. don't fall. Anna, wake up. Come on now. Don't fall. Look at he's got bags under his eyes. He's tired. The poor bloke's tired. Give him a rest. He needs a bit of rest, right? He's been playing too many games recently.
I'm sure he has, and I'm sure Doms has also wanted some rest. I believe the boys are in boot camping in Malaysia right now, so they've got a good environment to go out and relax in, and maybe Ana needs a little bit of a break. We do see again Xiao Yu picks up the Tusk. Exilern will take that mid primal beast, and Thompson is playing the mid morph. So I'm keen to see how much RSG can get done. Again, they've had at least one series to do some research on T1. RSG's been getting a lot of practice in. I know these guys have been working pretty damn hard. And we did see Coach Ohio in the background. He looked pretty happy. It didn't look too tense there for RSG. They do have a good draft. They've got good momentum coming out here. The lanes can be really aggressive, but so can T1's lanes. So there's a lot of back and forth left here. I think the lane to watch out for from T1 is going to be Honest lane, because Undying's early presence is just so strong. I think the off-lane Tusk for Xiao Yu, while it does have some play, Undying punishes that sort of play really well, because you clump up. You want to play with tag team and clump up. Undying's just going to get free strength.
Big smiles on the faces of T1. At least there were big smiles on the faces of T1, as we are going to get into game number 1 very, very soon. Jonathan, the floor is yours. 4 predictions to be made. A lot of viewers watching right now, sir. What are the guaranteed 100% predictions from John X Fire this game?
Highest net worth by 25. I actually want to say... Oh, actually, top Anna could actually farm pretty fast on Undying by 25. Team with the most runes picked up by 10. I would lean towards... T1 has really good supports to rotate. Which team will win? I want to say RSG, but honestly, I don't think they've figured out the core Undying. T1, longest kill streak. I want to say Thompson. He's probably the hardest to kill off there. It is still a fairly decent Morphling game.
Okay, fair enough. Should be an interesting one. There you go. There's your predictions, chap. Enjoy. RSG, MKS just currently chilling out in the mid lane by the Observer Ward, just making sure nobody gets near his Observer Ward there is Thompson. We'll watch him. A little bit of a wrap around here from T1, but MKS should be just fine to walk his way out. Don't know if there's going to be a level 1 team fight this game. I mean, you've got RSG with the Tusk. That's the thing, right? Like, Xiao Yu might feel like, hey, I've got tag team. Let's go. Let's try and get something done here against the side of T1 early on. Because you can't underestimate the slow potential of this Techies with that Sticky Bomb either. I always kind of rave on about how strong Techies is at the moment. Xiao Bonbon seems to agree with me. So we do get into it. Xiao Bonbon going to move forward. Sticky Bomb is there. Zephyr, he'll have the battery assault. Xiao Yu going to be able to outpick him though. Fast hands on the Tusk. And it is going to be, I believe, a 2-for-2 trade anyway, as Cuckoo is going to be able to secure the last banner rune for his team. And let's start with the mid lane. You are going to have the mid Exilern Primal Beast coming out. He'll be against the Morphling of Thompson in this mid lane. Jonathan, we haven't seen Primal Beast versus Morphling mid yet. How does this matchup meant to go?
I feel like it's pretty farmy for the first 2 levels. Maybe once Exilern has, say, level 2, you could try to be aggressive right before Thompson hits that level 2 attribute shift. Once you have that up, I mean, Thompson's pretty safe. In fact, this Morphling matchup is pretty good. Just because you've got the waveform to level up, you're not going to be caught under to trample, which really feels like the Problem Beast's one trump card in lane to really bully. So Thompson's always got a way out of danger. And that should mean he just has a consistent time farming. Exilern shouldn't be held off from farming either. So it might just boil down to whoever gets better rune control down the line here.
Of course, that bottom lane as well. You're going to have the DP, MKS, and Roger going at it here against Anna. Excuse me, did I say DP? I meant Slark. Roger, he's dropping quite low already. Anna, he's going to go for a chase. Roger will Fairy Fire up. Kind of a hard lane here for Roger to actually get anything done in on that Elder Titan. You do have that pos one Undying hanging around here from T1, and it's not going to be that easy to try and harass and abuse with this Elder Titan. And of course, you're going to have the support there of Whitemon as well on the line, which, again, is going to make it rather difficult for Roger. Maybe not so much for MKS, as he does try and make the jump in. But Anna will be there to zone them out. Nothing going to come out of this. Meanwhile, mid lane, Thompson, fighting back against Exilern. Really getting a lot of damage in, but Exilern playing on the edge, does have the bottle, is going to be just fine.
Yeah, he's farming up fairly well, doing a good job of just slowing Thompson down just by a tad. Thompson still managing to find some really good CS though, so he's not being held back too much, but the bottle refills coming out for Exilern, and his mobility with the Onslaught does mean that he's going to have a better time for the next creep wave. Well, Thompson should have some regen flying back in. Last lane that we haven't touched is up top. A little bit of a chase out from Zephyr onto Xiao Bonbon. The boots ensures that Xiao Bonbon isn't in any danger though. Does manage to back off, but you are having a pretty damn good lane for Cuckoo. Like, there's not much Xiao Yu can do to stop that Death Prophet, and that's where the flex, that lane switching comes on hand. Like, The Undying can work against the Tusk lane, but the DP just dominates that lane. You do not want to snowball in. You do not want to try to run down with Tag Team, because Spirit Siphon in the early levels is really damn strong with the changes to it.
It certainly is. Xiaobonbon, only level 1 right now on the techies as well. Like, I always talk about the level 2 timing and the level 3 power spike of the techies. See, level 2 with the blast off always very potent. Level 3 even more so. They still don't have the blast off though, so Zephyr's going to be just fine to back away. Cuckoo will zone them out on the Death Prophet. Meanwhile, mid lane Topson again going to be chased down by XC Learn with the trample and uproar. Topson, strength morphing, is going to be able to survive through it. XC Learn would love a solo pick off onto Topson and this Morphling. Not going to have the opportunity quite yet.
Still managed to zone him out pretty well though. Tramplet's not too long off. The Onslaught could try.
Now, Topson still kind of manning up through it. The Trample doing a hell of a lot of damage. No mana for the waveform, but he will strength morph and be just fine. XC Learn, top of the CS board right now. On that Primal Beast, having a very good laning stage. Oh, Topson, he's going to be careful. Xiaobonbon looking to cut him off. Topson, he's very low on HP at the moment, but he'll strength morph back. Xiaobonbon does get spotted by the tower anyway. Wards are on the high ground to give that vision. So I suppose Topson was never really in danger to begin with.
It's going to be just fine. A nice walk over from Zephyr as well, just to ensure no shenanigans happen on that mid. They want that stable start for Topson and Ana though.
Yeah, MK is stuck around on very low HP, not respecting the decay. Decay is at level 2, so it does deal damage, and he does end up going down. Ana with the Soul Ring, he's got the mana every single time now. Meanwhile, mid lane, here we go again. They try onto Topson, Onslaught connects. That's about all they get on Topson, though. He's fine.
Yeah, he's going to be secure now. It does feel like as long as he's got mana with the attribute shift, he should be fine. He's got a good amount on the stun as well. Just to ensure if the trample's in, he can just hold Exilern back. And overall, a pretty stable start for T1 already. Less than 1k lead going their way. The only real good lane from RSG so far is Exilern's lane, which, to be fair, is the backbone of your team for the most part, but it does feel like you're going to want that build up rather soon, or a little bit faster on MKS. Like this Slark wants some early activity, wants some early Etz and Shift permanent stacks, and it's not really an easy game to get that done here.
Topson's done a great job of catching up in CS as well. Still, XC Learn is ahead by 3, but the Morphling still having a very good time. His bot lane, MKS, being very cautious now. Ana, level 4 mark, does have Tombstone up at level 1. KS does not want to feed another kill away here to the Undying if he can avoid it. Again, Roger really hasn't been able to do anything. This is the real positive about the lane switch that happened with T1, is Roger on the Elder Titan just hasn't had a game yet. Just has nothing to do apart from pull the lane. And he's trying his absolute best to do so. They've kind of accepted the fact that MKS, he just needs to farm, and Roger, he just needs to give XP to the Slark. Just let him have it.
Yeah. As much as possible as you can possibly kind of get there. Some movements towards mid once more.
Yeah, Trample still going through the Hex. XC Learn with the Onslaught going to keep going. Whitemon, he'll Fairy Fire up, will survive. In comes Zephyr, but he cannot break the gap. He's only level 2 on that Clockwork. Nowhere near the level 6 mark yet. It's only 6 minutes into the game. But they do protect Whitemon. So the Lion is going to be able to salve up and walk away. RSG, so far, all their attempts have been foiled by T1. They are not allowing any kills to go the way of RSG.
Being really responsive towards the movements out from RSG, and opening up the side lanes makes things worse for RSG's end. I mean, MKS is still having a rough time farming. Xiao Yu isn't getting the build-up he'd want on this Tusk. His early levels aren't quite ramping up as well. And T1 just gets to take control in every way they'd want to. I mean, Ana's going for that Echo Saber build-up we talked about, so probably just a Shard Echo Saber build. Just run heroes down with a Flesh Golem when that's up and running. And you just don't have anything yet. I mean, they're keeping Xiaobonbon actually just camped on mid because there's no play with Xiao Yu. And speaking of Xiao Yu,
In trouble top lane, Shard's not going to block them out. Cuckoo, he'll chase them down, secure the kill. Onslaught is there, XC Learn, he doesn't connect, but with the trample, he gets a bit of damage. Problem is Cuckoo will keep chasing. There's your Pulverize, but the damage output not too high. Blast off, but Fairy Fire. Cuckoo trying to run with the Salve, he'll make it! Cuckoo barely making it out. T1, they are refusing to give any openings over to RSG.
I think they've gotten a good read that RSG really need this aggression coming through. They even smoke up just to ensure that they can walk away. They've got the stacks ready. Learn is not healthy enough for that.
Be careful, sir. Pulverize him. Yep, that'll do it. A little bit. You'll have to leave the rest be. Oh
Zephyr.
no, Zephyr's gonna see them now as well. There you go. Pings them out. Zephyr knows the large ones are still there. Xe learned you cannot come back for this, sir. Level 3 is up for Zephyr, so he's got the level 2 battery assault. He will have to back. We'll see if they can steal those stacks away. It looks like Thompson is making his way over. He wants them. Here we go. Enjoy the farm that the Radiant was meant to have, Thompson. Blast off.
Oh.
They try. That's a lot of damage from Zhao Bonbon, but not quite enough to get any kills. Still, they try for Zephyr. They'll find the clockwork, but what does it cost them? Zhao Yu, he's going to try to back, but Thompson, he's on the chase. There's the waveform. Roger shows up. Now the onslaught. Xe Learn trying to help out his task. We'll buy him some space. So Thompson, forced to back away. Still 1-3. RSG, they do pick up their first kill of the game. That'll be something. Meanwhile, MKS,
Something.
he's dueling Ana.
That's pretty brave. He does have level 6 up, so it's harder for him to die. And Ana's kind of out of mana.
Oh, it was a little bit of a bait. The sticky bomb does not end up connecting, though. Ana, he will be able to walk away just fine. KS feeling a lot more confident to keep trying to fight his mid lane now. Roger gets an echo stomp. Going T1 to try and get aggressive. 1k advantage for the side of T1. RSG doing a good job of keeping up. Problem is, John, you look at the top 3 net worths on the board right now, they are all cores of T1.
And they've found everything they wanted to. I mean, Ana had a phenomenal lane. Thompson, he was being equaled by Xlearn, but they invested so much onto the mid that there's not much room for Xlearn to really farm. And even get aggressive on. Like, he tries to charge in. Zephyr, just with a battery assault, can just shove that away. And RSG are now forced to play a slower game. Up against a Morphling, up against this core and dying with a mid-game spike. That's not what you want to achieve here. And Xiao Yu's just been static up top, which Cuckoo doesn't mind at all.
Ana,
It just...
MKS, he's hitting hard. A lot of essence shift taken. He'll pop the Shadow Dance. Ana, still going to have some TP rotations to come in. Cuckoo immediately TP's in. He will not allow that pos one Undying to die. And Ana is barely going to be able to survive. The Shadow Dance movement speed not proving to be enough with the rotation of Cuckoo.
Yeah, they definitely don't want to give that gauntlet win out to MKS. That's the most important part. Roger being chased around here.
White one will not be able to keep up with Roger, though Roger does walk back to the high ground. Pings are out. They seem to know he's around there somewhere, and now the battery assault is going to connect. Roger, I suppose he had nowhere else to go. That was not his base he was running towards. So he will get caught, and Ana will take his second kill of the game on the Apos 1 Undying.
Yeah, that's what you want to see here for Ana. Is just, you know, he's still getting that build up. He isn't going for the shard, not queuing that up, but Echo Saber BKB Blink, so just wants to be aggressive and up front. And just kind of cut off RSG from getting any safe clump up with how much the Undying gets in the middle of those engagements. RSG, I mean, this slower playstyle, it just doesn't feel like what this lineup wants to do. Like, we haven't seen the productivity of Xiao Bonbon from his techies. He's been showing up mid, but it hasn't been leading to any pickoffs. Neither has Roger had any impact as well on this other Titan. So you've cut off what the supports want to do here from RSG on T1's end. And it feels like a lot of RSG actually hinges, especially on Xiao Bonbon, to find that early momentum, because once he's ready to go, Xiao Yu tends to be ready to go. We're not seeing that just yet.
Roger, he's going to drop Thompson now. Takes his first kill of the game on the Morphling. Nice little setup there from White One on the Lion. These cores just picking up kill after kill. RSG to slow down a little bit. Buy themselves more time for MKS to keep that farm going on the Slark. And speaking of the Devil, there is a smoke rotation. In fact, never mind. They're going to find Xe Learn on that Primal Beast. Xiao Bonbon will make the jump in. Xe Learn dropping low, but the mind damage, it's quite high. They got Zephyr, but Xe Learn's gone. That's a great pick-off once again. T1 finding a fantastic trade in Cuckoo immediately. He'll go for the EXO into the mid-tier 1 tower. This is going to be really problematic now for RSG if this goes down. It opens up the map too much for T1. You need more space for MKS. You can't allow the jungle to be taken right now by T1. They'll try to slow it down with the older Titan Stomp, but Thompson's not backing off. Neither is Cuckoo. Eventually they may And they will. But that's a lot of damage being dealt.
Yeah, it's a good amount of chip out onto that mid-tier 1. Forces Xiao Yu to show up. They're not ready to play with his Tusk. Feels like Xiao Yu is still gunning for that blink first. Into the BKB, into the Yags. With a kickback, you're going to have a lot more to play with. But as is, I mean, T1 are just working the map so well. They still haven't revealed the finger from Whitemon, so they've got that burst damage ready to go. Zephyr has his hook shot ready as well. And they're just ready to rock and roll. There's really not much holding them back. And for RSG, they're just kind of farming right now. They're getting some space out. For Exilern, his BKB is being formed up. Already has the Ogre Axe up and running. But it just feels like this momentum-based lineup now just needs to stay a little bit passive to get build up, and it just doesn't favor them too much.
Anna, stomp up top lane. Snowball is there. Xiao Yu has no spells to follow up though. Hook shot. Oh, Zephyr, that's a perfect angle. Finds the hook right onto Xiao Yu. That Snowball, it's going to cost him his own life. They could have just backed. Maybe a bit of a panic Snowball there. He had nothing to follow up with.
Yeah, I don't think they could have gone for the all-in as well. It looked like Xiao Yu was just trying to poke and prod, but forces out a really big response, and now they're rotating back to mid. They want that tier 1. They've got a big kill, and if they want to, they could probably find it. Exo is still half a minute away, but with the damage done to the tower, it doesn't feel like you'll even need that exorcism, and they're just forcing RSG to plump up. They're not giving that much room out for RSG to recover.
Yeah, not allowing anything. MKS just trying to farm the Dire jungle. We'll be able to pounce away from Cuckoo. Does have the Diffusal Blade up as well as that Falcon Blade. May start working on towards the Aghanim Scepter now that we do see on POS1 Slux quite a bit in this current patch. Might be the way to go, because it does feel like MKS is going to be forced to try and join these team fights very early on. Speaking of pickups, there's your Echo Saber now for Anna. So he is going for the classic Echo Saber into the Shards build-up, which we used to see with the POS1 Undyings. Still very, very potent. Very hard to deal with all the zombies spawning up her right click as Zephyr. Hook shot onto the Primal Beast. Whitemon's there to follow up, and Exilern, he cannot survive the damage. That'll be the T1 mid gone. No way to defend it. Top lane, Thompson, he's playing with Xiao Yu. Rotations are incoming. Snowball out from Thompson, right back into the Tusk. Xiao Yu, silenced up, is not going to survive either. T1 so far are making this game 1 look very easy.
And they've got control from every lane. They win out the laning phase in a big way. They're getting better rotations out. And RSG are just playing super passive with a lineup that feels like it wants to be all over them. But they just didn't get that start they want. They need to buy time for that build-up. MKS is still running up. He is working towards the Ags you mentioned there, Mike. Just start to save up for it. Might find Cuckoo, but doesn't even land the pounce.
Just a bit short. Does have the Diffusal Blade, but MKS is copying so much damage. Cuckoo with the Spirit Vessel and the Spirit Siphons. Really melting the Slug very, very quickly. They had a stun or a Hex from Whitemon. That probably would have been a kill. MKS, he is fine to back off for now. Definitely needs the Aghanim Scepter, I think, before he gets too involved here. Like, he's not mobile enough quite yet, I don't think, on the Slark to really help out his team yet. I think he just has to accept the time and space being given to him by RSG. And speaking of, they are going to go for a 4-man smoke into the mid lane. They're trying to focus down the POS1 Undying. Anna falling low, falling very low. They've got him down. Zephyr now in trouble as well. RSG, they'll be happy with this. They just want to back out. It's Cuckoo. We'll try to punish. There's a Snowball to turn back around. Xiao Yu, he'll give his life away, but no, the blink away. They can't hold him down. Xiao Yu, able to save his own life. And they got the big one. They got that POS1 Undying. Anna's down.
So that's good news for RSG. Finally finding a kill that matters a little bit more here on their end. Getting some much needed gold out onto Exilern. BKB still a little bit more gold away, but once you've got that up and running, Primal Beast is going to be much more willing to be in that front line for the team. And for T1, well, they're still feeling strong. They're still clumped up. I mean, Finger is on cooldown for a bit longer. Hookshot is ready, and they know that they're kind of trying to group around bot. TP out already from Xiaobon Bon. Roger's still around here, though. They want that.
They're going to know as well. The courier was sniped. Rocket flare. Go right over the head of Roger. Not the biggest kill in the world here on the Elder Titan. It's just a pos 5, but Thompson, he loves position 5, so he'll move over. Barely misses out, now sees him. Bit of sidestepping here from Roger. Actually jukes towards the north. Hook shots off the mark here from Zephyr. Rocket Flare is back off cooldown, but it's also going to miss Roger. He's broken the ankles of T1. And he TP's right out, back towards his team. Into the mid lane he goes.
Bottom tower has fallen.
They managed to waste a lot of time. And
Whitemon, starting up, the blast off shards is there. Whitemon, pulverized by XE Learn. Now the shards out, onto Cuckoo. They want the Death Prophet. Tombstone drop though, Anna. He's gonna move in. The shards blocking them in almost. MKS, oh, he's gonna drop. Thompson has his own shards as well. MKS, he'll get tipped by Cuckoo. And they protect the mid-tier 1 tower.
hold on, that is a really deep commitment out from RSG. Especially dragging MKS like that. Like, maybe they just feel a little bit strong and protected with the Shadow Dance and the Death Shroud. Not quite enough. As T1 dipped into the Roshan now themselves. With the Exo committed out from Cuckoo, it's not going to take long. Roshan just absolutely melting. And no options left for RSG to jump in there. Still no key items flying out. Does look like the Ags is finished up on Exilern. So you have a safer time in running in, getting the Pulverize off. But it's a 5k lead for T1. They're hitting these early spikes. The core Undying already having that BKB up, so hard to deal with. And in theory, like you said from the draft there, Mike, there is a positive feedback loop where you can just kind of sap away at the Undying who's stealing the stats of your own allies, but that takes time. That takes farm for you to hit that fast, and it's not yet there for MKS.
I sort of scan out as well from T1. They've actually caught RSG on that high ground with that scan. Maybe assuming a smoke might be on the way, but T1 don't seem to react whatsoever to it. They just hang around that triangle. Bottom lane, Whitemon. Gonna see MKS underneath that Observer Ward. Will look to back his way out. He's all alone right now. RSG are gonna find the ward anyway. Looking to play around too much. Instead, rotations back up towards the top lane where Jia Bon Bon should be alright, but Zephyr's going to be on a bit of a chase here on the Clockwork. Rocket Flare and Hookshot are up. Rocket Flare does go over Jia Bon Bon. They do see the techies with the hookshot. Oh, it was actually just too short. It was right on target by Zephyr, but it was like a centimeter off. A bit unfortunate.
That's some space Xiao Bon Bon's creating, allowing the rest of RSG to still try to get this build up. They even find the mid-tier 1 for their trouble. They're still kind of searching for the techies here.
They are. Bon Bon is going to be okay. He'll TP up. Bottom lane, Whitemon defending the tier 2 tower. RSG, they are around. They could try to pincer him in and secure the Lion kill if they wish. Problem is, you are going to be trying to dive the tier 2 tower, and the TP rotations could come out quite fast here from T1 if you're not careful. They will scout him out. Jump in. Xiao Yu is there with the Walrus Punch. He blows him up. Nice pick up from Xiao Yu. MKS now feels free to move in to the tier 2 tower. However, top lane, Jia Bon Bon has been caught. Goes for the blast off towards the north. Does he have a TP? Not quite. He just used it. Meanwhile, MKS, he'll go on to Zephyr. On the Slark, he'll try with the Shadow Dance. Primal Beast will move in. They'll at least find Zephyr. While Thompson is still trying to chase down Jia Bon Bon. He'll go for the onslaught, but there's your Pulverize. Where's Thompson gone? There he is. He's back in. MKS gets blown up. Oh, MKS, he just disappears. Another tip out from Thompson. Can I see a replay of that? How much HP did just get deleted from MKS? Jump. Oh, no. Thompson. Oh, here we go. Thompson's doing Thompson things again, John. Here we go, Roger. Hex out, they find another. Righto, bring on the replay. Let's have a look.
Yeah. It's a bit rough right now for RSG, you can see in that fight. They surround Thompson, they get the BKB and the Pulverize off. It looks like they might find more. A bit of a fight breaking out onto Exilern right now as well. MKS, yeah,
Look at that.
shot him down. He had the Death
Nice.
Shroud, he didn't manage to use it.
Oh, Anna, he's onto XE Learn. They try to go for Zephyr. He had the battery assault going. He didn't need it. Anna's here. High five up as well. They're feeling it now, T1. Keep in mind, they've got the shards up on the Undying as well, so you really can't underestimate the damage output of the Undying anymore. Level 15 talent as well with the plus 22 zombie damage. It's rough.
It's pretty tough right now for RSG. I think the key timing they have to kind of build up into now is Xiao Yu's BKB into Ags. Just that kickback can be big in turning these fights. The Ags for MKS is something we've been waiting for as well. He needs to be able to latch onto these heroes from very far away, but the BKBs do kind of ruin that. They are building into that spell opportunity. Anna's had his for a while. Cuckoo has his up and running. Thompson, he's almost done with the Ags, Mike. We're going to have more Fling Ags on hand with the bonus steals. So, even more stats stolen, spell amp, agi, or strength, depending on the hero. Thompson's going to have a lot of play once that's up and running here.
Who do you think he steals from? Like the Slark, maybe? The Slark, the Primal Beast, perhaps? More than likely? What are you thinking?
I feel like you actually do want Primal Beast and probably Tusk, just for the hold. Like, Tusk is very disruptive. Snowball for Thompson, kind of dance around in, it's pretty big. Shards to cut them off is also really nice, so I'd say Tusk might be a higher priority. And the Slark is pretty damn good as well, though. Like, there's nothing for MKS to defend against his own leash if it's turned against him. So there's a lot of back and forth play there. Still, RSG, I mean, that Ags time we talked about looks like it's only a part away now for MKS, and you've got the Blink up and running in Exolearn. So you've got some play on hand. They just need to find the right heroes. At this point, it feels like you have to take care of the supports first, but you also don't want a prolonged fight up against Ana. Like, the Undying just grows way too big, so they're going to have to choose their targets carefully here on RSG with a smoke.
Yeah. When we go. Bottom tier 2 tower, they'll get started. Thompson, he's hitting very hard. You don't even need the Exo for this. You may as well save it. Ja Bonbon does not get spotted yet, but they are having a look around. Rocket Flare is up, but Zephyr, he does eventually commit a jump up on. He'll make the jump in. Thompson's the target. Strength Morph was there on the Morphling. He's still fine. He'll waveform out. Meanwhile, Anna, he'll move forward. He won't catch anyone. But the tier 2 tower is still under siege. In RSG, they find absolutely nothing. Nice attempt, but just not enough follow-up.
Yeah, they try to go all in, but they're just not able to get enough. Like, this Blink BKB timing's still great from Exolearn, but you're just not ready on everyone else. Like, your chain control isn't quite there. They won't.
Go again, mid lane, MKS gonna try his absolute best. Walrus punches there, maybe they can get him this time. The blast off, the pounce away. He's not gonna land the blast off in time.
Oh.
Now the onslaught by Thompson. He'll just go right back in. Look at this Giga Chad. Absolute Giga Chad is Thompson. As they will find another kill. 2 left on the side of RSG. They will try to run. Cuckoo will voice line the whole time. Oh boy, 8k advantage for T1 and RSG. I mean, they're trying. They find 2 supports for their trouble, but it's just not worth the trade.
No, definitely not. Big wins for T1. All their core stay alive. They managed to get this really good push down mid. Xiao Yu does have the Ags, so maybe a bit of a reveal here if he wants, but doesn't have the follow-up if he even kick Thompson back. Still, this is the moment where RSG can have even more play. And that's a timing that we tend to wait for. Xiao Yu can set the plays for his team now with the snowball into the kick. It's all about finding the right targets. Maybe you just play that pick-off game now with the Tusk. You can get that done relatively fast with his hero with the Ags up.
Yeah. Bottom lane, Anna, he is by himself. This could be an opening for RSG. Shards are on target. The Fusel Blade is there. Anna, he'll pop his BKB. Drop the Tombstone. He's very low on mana now. He'll pop the Flesh Golem though. Trying to fight back. With the Tombstone going, the zombies, they'll follow. Anna, still dropping low. Needs to keep fighting. Snowball is there. Hookshot's not in time. They've got the Pos1 Undying down. RSG finding a great pickoff now. As Whitemon does move in with the finger. MKS is going to drop a great trade. As T1 will just keep going. Roger. He will drop to Cuckoo. Onto more they go. Xiao Yu. The zombies are still following him down. Anna laughing from the grave as Thompson. He'll take the double. Godlike spree for Thompson. 9-0-5.
Yeah, they're getting way too much. It takes so much commitment just to find the Undying. 9-22 now. As RSG, I mean, they get these key items. They try to clump up, but they don't clump up as 5. They still try to work the map. They still try to get that build up. But it does feel like they need that full commitment because T1's just ready to turn. And that was a sickening max range Earth Spike out from Whitebond into the finger. Just barely clipping onto MKS on the edge. Just managing to clean up that kill. And for RSG, this game is just difficult. You've got the BKBs up and running now on Thompson as well. I still have to see what he decides to morph into. I'd really love to see the bonus stats in place. It just sounds funny and it kind of busted, but also kind of not. So I want to see him say turn into Problem Beast, how much tankier he is there. Turn into Slark, how much more attack speed you really have. Could be very interesting to see. With a 9k lead up, T1 in no hurry at all. They've got scaling locked in with Thompson. Although down the line, I mean, Undying does kind of taper off, and you can see Honest itemization going into the raid pact. So they know that the scaling core is going to be Thompson. They just need to go to utility now for everyone else. For RSG, they're still clumping around here. They still have this kickback ready on Xiao Yu.
Are scanning.
See what they can get done with it, MKS. I mean, he's showing signs of brilliance here with RSG. I mean, they are certainly not out of this game yet. Smoke rotation, RT1, they're on the high ground. This is not good news at all. RSG need to retreat. This is not the fight. They're going to try. They have lost Xiao Yu on the tusk, it seems, as Xiao Yu eventually going to drop. Not the worst situation, but now with their pulse 3 tusk down, T1, they are going to rush for the Roshan pit. It is still 15 seconds away, though. A counter smoke now from RSG. 4v5 scenario, they want to go for the surprise. They think Roshan's happening. They'll find out now it's not. A great blast off. It lands on 2. Anna's caught. Wymon, Anna, they're both gone. No buyback for Anna. Wymon does commit his buyback immediately, but RSG, they salvage a pretty bad situation and turn it into a pretty good situation.
It's a nice kill to pick up. Not the biggest in the world, but they do force the buyback from the White One, and that will force a little bit more caution out from T1. Wait for the respawn on Anna, which will allow the side of RSG to play with Xiao Yu. And again, try to go for those kickback plays. He's been gunning for a lot of different heroes. Last fight, he did kick back Cuckoo, but the BKB does ensure that the DP is not going to tie off anytime soon.
Thompson he's chasing down Xiao Bonbon. He's got the pounces going, though he needs a few seconds for that cooldown. Xiao Bonbon purges out. They are going to try and move back in. MKS, he cannot man fight whatsoever against this Morphling. Nice try.
That 70 bonus attack speed plus the stolen morph Agi is pretty busted. You can't quite just right-click down to Morphling when he takes your form there on the Slark. You won't have the damage or attack speed to kind of match him. So the value on the Ags is already showing itself there, Mikey. Shiva's Guard fully up for Cuckoo now as well. As T1 still maintained the lead in this game, 11-23. RSG, and they're going to have this BKB on.
What a hook shot. Zephyr, right in. Force Staff was there. Exilern going to go for the Pulverize with the Komo no Mi once again. Looks like Zephyr is going to be just fine. Is Exilern, he'll get out of there. Meanwhile, Thompson, he'll get to work. He's got that Slark Morph again. There goes Roger. Jean Bonbon, blast off at Thompson, right behind him. What blast off? He comes right back to the Morphling. Here we go again. Roshan is still available. Anna will get started.
It's not going to take long for this one to fall down. Roche number 2, Aegis and Shard ready to go here. And for RSG, I mean, they have these unique draft ideas. They've been trying out this mid Problem Beast. They go back to the Raji Elder Titan, which I believe is one of his favorite heroes, one of his specialties from his time in SMG and before. But it's not enough. Like, they play such a passive game. T1 wins out all lanes. They've been winning out all the engagements here as well. Their decision-making, their initiation from T1's just been very clean. I mean, you're at the point where even just Zephyr coming in solo is already a threat. Like, you might kill the Clockwork, but the follow-up's always going to be there for T1.
It's T2 top tower gone. I like the transition from Anna as well, John. He picks up a Wraith Pact on the Undying, so he's just acting as a +3 now. Like, he just appreciates that, yeah, Thompson's my real carry this game. I don't feel like carrying. Let Thompson do the work. Get the Wraith Pact, make the team fights even harder now for RSG. And they've been charging it a lot. These pounces, these onslaughts, these snowballs and blinks in, but Going into the Wraith Pact, you're going to be lacking so much damage here now against T1. RSG, 11k behind. They are already lacking quite a bit of damage to begin with. So with the Wraith Pact, it's going to feel quite impossible to fight. What can they do? Like, RSG, well, what do you think they need to build into? Or do they need to buy space, John? Well, what's it all about here to try and make a comeback throughout this game one?
They need pickoffs. Just kill off the supports, start to get some permanent agi built up more onto MKS, drag it out until he gets his level 20 talent. Once he does have that 20 talent in these prolonged fights, the Slark can feel a lot better with the additional agi he can steal out, or even just the attack speed, but probably just the agi. It's difficult to do that. Like, just look at T1's positioning. They are not breaking up as a unit 5. They get a good scan here as well.
They know MKS is in the tree line. They know someone's in the tree line. They're going to find him as well. Hookshot is there. MKS is just destroyed. Whitemon will give him the finger. 4 stacks for him now on that lion. The game sense from T1. They just know. They know someone's there. They just can't catch a break here, John. Losing that POS 1 Slark again. They're just getting further and further behind. Feels like they have no way of dealing with the Aegis of Topson. And if you're T1, you're looking for high ground very soon with this Aegis. I mean, these team fights have been so one-sided anyway. Topson's currently 8k ahead of the Slark in terms of net worth. There's a kickback onto Anna. He's not really the problem, though, and he's too tanky anyway. He's not dying. He's moving right in fact. He does not care.
Oh, boy.
He's just going to Giga Chat it up. Hookshot or not, he will take down Roger. How dare you kick the Humble God?
Yeah, they can't deal with him. It has to be the supports they kind of pick off first, but there's just no good angles for Xiaoyu to take. The front line's so well protected. And they clear out the tier 3. Rack's not going to take long. They could go for Megas. I wouldn't blame them for going for tier 4s at this point, just because there's really nothing to stop them. But they'll play it safe on T1's end. Go for the mid set first.
If he's there with the Hex, they did not get the kickback onto Topson. So Xiaoyu in trouble. Exilern at least does find a trade onto the line as Xiaoyu has survived. It's a 1 for nothing. Blast off is out, but the strength more is there from Topson. MKS now being caught out. He's the one being hunted by Topson. Hookshot, Zephyr, where's he gone? Trying to go onto the tusk, but finds the creep wave instead. So Zephyr is going to be sacrificed here by T1. RSG, they'll lose 1 lane of barracks. They do protect the mid, though. They find a couple support pickoffs, and that'll allow them to remain in this game 1.
And that's what they need to keep doing. Again, look for these squisher supports, make the fight a little bit uncomfy for the side of T1, and just try to find a numbers advantage and work your way from there. 12k lead still remains for T1 though, Mike. Pretty massive lead at this point in the game. Although at 35 minutes, it's not the biggest in the world, but a lot of that world is on top, and he is so far ahead of everyone else. It's kind of maddening. They're trying to push.
Try. Echo Stomp's there. Oh boy. Yeah. Excellent. Does end up going down. Just way out of position for RSG. Obviously, it's desperate times right now, John. You can't quite blame them, but it feels like it's just, you gotta buy more space, I suppose, for MKS. Then again, John, he's 0-6 right now on the Slark. He has not had a good game whatsoever.
No, and I don't think it's really space you're looking for, just pickoffs. You really need to find a backline somehow. Just punish the supports of T1. And again, it provides you openings to deal with these cores, because these cores by themselves don't have the most team fight in the world. You can use that against them, although it depends on what Topson's form takes, as his morphs have been really impactful.
He has Lincoln's this time. Lincoln's will be broken. The Walrus kick, though, never there. Still, they'll jump in with the blast off Topson. He does go down. That'll be the first death of the game for Topson. RSG, they have found an opening for this team fight. MKS, they'll rush now. Cuckoo, he'll get diffused up, slowed down. He will force staff away. In goes Xiaoyu, but the kick is onto Whitemon and it goes the wrong way. Snowball out now, back to the high ground for Xiaoyu. In T1, they are not fighting without their Morphling. They'll back. RSG, however, they've got to go. There's no buyback on Topson. This is the opening they've been waiting for.
And that's what they need. And for some reason, T1 in that fight onto the high ground, Zephyr and Whitemon were so far away. Like, they could not come in to help. They weren't there to disrupt the fight. With the hook shots, with the Hex, with the Earth Spikes coming out, it allowed RSG to just dogpile onto Topson and still have the damage for him. Still,
T1, they're still hanging around. Anna, he'll get kicked back. He does have BKB and the Tombstone. It'll be dropped. Decays are going now. Who have they got? They'll try onto Xiao Bonbon. The Techies has been caught, will go down. In goes MKS onto Zephyr. A stomp is there. It will not help the cause. Anna, he's still going. Still stealing strength away, but Zephyr is going to go down as now Whitemon. He'll be targeted by XE Learn with the Pulverize. Zephyr, he'll be forced to buy back on the Clockwork as XE Learn. He's looking for a way out now. He does not want to be here any longer, but he has no choice in the matter. Zephyr would love to find a little bit more, but does not have hookshot off cooldown. So not a bad fight whatsoever. You force the Clockwork buyback, but it costs you 2 lives. That was your mid-primal beast going down as well. Not the greatest fight at all for RSG.
Not the greatest, but a fight they needed. Every time they find a kill, that's still an important win or an important gain for them. You can see in that fight. Look at the minimap. Look at how far Whitemon and Zephyr are. That's what they need to do. Kill the supports, or at least drag them away from these fights, and you can find those openings.
You saw a replay as well of Thompson getting delayed in that last team fight as well. You're just going to be so careful of this untying. Just too many decays being given back the way of that man. As now a team fight breaks out. MKS has been caught. Still, they'll go for a Walrus Punch. Zephyr, he does force stuff away. Snowball is backing him up, but no, the Glimmer Cape. It'll buy a bit of time. Xiao Yu still trying to look around, cannot find the Clockwork, as he will BKB TP out. He does not want to stick around. Like, the only person left without a kill on the board here, or rather a death on the board for T1, is Cuckoo. He's 9-0-11 right now, so the offlane DP's having a great time.
He's just had a fantastic time. He's controlling that top lane really well. His item buildup just allows him to be super active. He's got the refresh up, double BKB usage on hand. Very hard to kind of focus in on, and his healing is just insane. There's nothing to stop such rapid healing in this game as well. Ana, full Assault Curious up, even more attack speed to kind of have with the Flash Golem zombies coming out there. It's a full-on Halloween party when Ana is onto someone. MKS?
Whitemon, he'll blink away. MKS, gonna be okay. He'll avoid the Earth Spike. XE Learn will pop the Pulverize, force the BKB from Ana, but there's a hook shot. Zephyr on target again. XE Learn, he'll onslaught away with the BKB. He'll survive for now, and the stomp will hold them back though. Whitemon still trying to move in, but Xiao Yu, he'll get caught by the Hex, the Finger. It's there as well. Xiao Yu's gone. Trying to catch the lion, but does not get so lucky. Xiao Bonbon, blast off away. XE Learn, he'll onslaught away as well. Zephyr still on the chase, but hook shots on cooldown for another 20 seconds. They are just going to chase with the rocket flare. Keep getting that vision up. Cogs, is it going to be out? Yes, it will. Zephyr connects the dust, and meanwhile, mid lane, MKS will get the BKB TP away in time on the Slark. Xiao Bonbon, however, he will not be so lucky. He'll try to run with the Glimmer Cape into the tree line. He might actually make it out, and he does. But T1, they're only interested in objectives right now anyway. Thompson into the mid-tier 3 tower. He doesn't care about the support techies, and the techies has no TP anyway. Yes, nice to get those essence shifts going. Thompson shows no signs of caring. That'll be the mid-racks gone. T1, another objective taken.
Yep. Clean up. One lane of Rack's advantage now here for T1. Have to say one thing as well here, Mike. Thompson, with the Ags, if he turns into an enemy Tusk, apparently he also gets Walrus Kick, if I saw that right. So, you know, a free kickback for Thompson in case they need to simplify these fights further on from the side of T1. For RSG, their options are getting limited. Now it really feels like you're just depending on Xiao Yu to put someone heavily out of position. You still have to take care of these supports. T1, smoke play here.
He'll try to scout out the Roshan pit with the Shivers Guard. Nobody in there yet because the Roshan is still about 15 seconds away from respawning. And T1 with the 4-man smoke waiting across the river on their own side of things, on the Dire side. RSG patiently waiting for someone to be out of position for the kickback. T1 trying to bait with a haste rune. MKS, he takes it, in they go. A 3-man Cogs, with the tombstone right outside of it. This is not a good fight whatsoever. They'll keep it going though. Banana's got the BKB. The blast off does nothing. Xiao Bonbon is gonna drop. So will the Primal Beast. Onto Roger they go. Thompson, he'll move right in. That'll be another kill, and 3 buybacks committed. from RSG. Zephyr setting up the perfect team fight with a 3-man cogs. And now
here we go
another
again.
smoke. RSG, do they know? They might think the Roshan's happening right now. Zephyr will reveal it. Roger, fine for now. Xiao Yu, not so much. Thompson blows him up. There goes the pulverize. It's cancelled by Whitemon. MKS tries to jump the lion. A big blast off by Xiao Bonbon onto 3, but there's no damage. There is just 0 damage coming out from RSG, as they are going to lose 3 more heroes. And in fact, MKS, he's not out of the woods yet either. Thompson's on the chase. He's got the Tusk form. He'll chase him down. Pounce was on cooldown. There's your Pounce out now, though. Back into the Roshan pit, I think, for T1.
Radiant's middle tower
Not going to take too long. And they've still got Exo. They will refresh the Exo just to clear out this Rosh.
Roger.
And they should be able to find him.
He's trying to delay the Roshan happening. He's been caught out, however. Anna's not having any of it. Whitemon will give him the finger once again. And Roshan, it will indeed go the way of T1. Who gets the Axe Blessing? It seems like it's going to be Cuckoo.
I mean, why not at this point? Like the free Ags, the speed up, the push, speed up these fights with all the little ghosts you spawn. Just kind of makes this game a lot faster for the side of T1. RSG, I mean, with those diebacks, I don't know if you have any options. You're at least going to be playing against Mega Creeps. I still don't see a great defense coming out. If Xiao Yu kicks into the fountain, like twice over, that could stall the game out, but you're dealing with Mega Creeps. This lineup doesn't wave clear all too well.
31k advantage as well. They'll try to kick back towards the fountain onto Anna, but he's not the problem. The problem's Thompson. He gets the shards off. Xiao Yu is gone. MKS, he'll try for the man fight. Anna's just tanking through it. He doesn't care. He's just standing there taunting him. Right in front of the fountain. Just tanks all the damage.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 4 towers, they're going to be under siege. MKS, he's going to try. He's going to
Oh, the
try, but the
kickback.
kickback from Thompson. Thompson. He's styling on them now, John. He is styling on the side of RSG. It's MKS, he's brought back. In they go. Anna, he will at least drop. They've got the Aegis. Meanwhile, Xiao Bonbon trying to slow down the Ancient going down, but the hook shots there. Thompson just hitting away onto the Ancient. In fact, never mind that. He wants the kills. Pounce towards the south, though. Have they gone too far? RSG, they might punish. Thompson, he'll pop the BKB. He still has the Aegis. Can they at least find that? Thompson, look at this Giga Chat. He'll man fight. There goes the Aegis, though, XE Learn with the Pulverize. He'll get one down. He'll even find the Aegis of Thompson, but the Ancient's still exposed. He'll get the job done now. No more playing around. That'll be it. Game 1 to go the way of T1. A fun matchup between these two, but T1, they were just way too dominant here. Way too dominant.
Yeah, and they go back into that Morphling that we saw them pull out in their last matchup, and Thompson just has a really good time. Dances around, shows his muscle there just a bit. And RSG, I mean, they looked a little bit broken there, Mike. This was a hopeful team in Tour 3. They almost had a shot at the majors, and they've been on the up and up, but T1 is just such a different beast with On and Thompson. They have to make some adjustments. Like, they've got to choose their poison. Do they ban out the Marcy or do they ban out the Morphling? They could ban out both, but who knows what T1 picks afterwards, and I think that's the scary thing. Up against T1, you just know so little about the team. Like, you've only seen this Marcy and Morphling. There must be more left there.
You're 100% right. There probably is much more left there. I don't know if we're going to bring up the scoreboard here to see exactly what happened for that game, or the recap of the game. If not, though, Cuckoo ends up going completely unkilled here. 13-0-17, so a fantastic performance from our offlaner Cuckoo. On the Death Prophet, Thompson 15-1-11. He had a little bit of a mark on his perfect record there. I believe it was that one fight in the mid lane. They just completely blew him up. They threw everything but the kitchen sink to get rid of this Morphling. Fantastic performance overall from T1 altogether. With that, John, we are going to head off to a very short break. And right after that break, of course, we'll be back with Game 2's draft between T1 and RSG. We'll see you then.
Esports is what we live and breathe. For us, it's more than a game. It's a reality where a group of letters can mean everything. Where runes are collected and Aegis can only be won in battle. Where centaurs can give you a ride. Where the true heroes are those in front of the screen. GG Bet. This is real.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into Game 2 draft here between T1 and, of course, RSG. It's MLP Dota and John Expire once again. John, I've got to ask you this difficult question, right? Because you and I, we won a 3-game series here between these two teams. What do RSG need to change up in this draft number 2 to try and put up a bit of a better match, right? Because there were moments of brilliance here from the side of RSG, but you got to be honest, T1 were dominant pretty much almost the whole way through the game. So what do you think they need to change up, at least in the draft phase? And we do get to see a recap, but please answer that question for me.
I think they've got to be ready for this Morphling flex. Like Thompson taking it mid, he had a pretty good lane up against Exilern. You have to choose your poison here for RSG. You've got to maybe even just ban out Morphling and Marcy first phase up against T1 and force them to play something else. Because as it stands, T1 has just looked amazing with the Morphling, and specifically they've had it so many times, and Thompson has just looked really good in that hero. So I think RSG's got to adjust. They do change their bans here. I'm very curious. The draft is on hand. We'll see it very shortly, I'm sure. But they changed their bans here, Mike. They take out the Undying and the Morphling. So they leave the Marcy in for potentially Ana to play once more. And for T1, I mean, they're taking care of some Exilern specials. Batrider gone. That's something we've seen RSG enjoy on Xiao Yu and on Exilern. And they've got room to kind of just ban even more comfort from there. The Primal Beast could be one thing to take away now. Mid stuff like the DK, I think, for Exilern is one of his best heroes on mid. Something he's performed on along with his Ember. It could be safe bans as well. They take out the Faces Void instead for MKS that we have seen rise up. But they've got this opening. If RSG doesn't take the Marcy here, T1 probably just going to pick it straight up.
Absolutely. See if RSG do want to take it. They have the opportunity to deny the Marcy away. Problem is with these kind of drafting style is you don't want to like draft into T1, but you do have to address it, and they do take the Marcy. Luckily, Marcy very, very strong in the meta. RSG, they'll have a fun time running this one as well. So T1, they will not have the opportunity for the Morph, nor the Marcy, nor the Undying. And that means we should see something new coming out from these two cores here on the side of T1. Let's see where this draft is headed. You mentioned it last game, T1. Surely they have a few more strats up their sleeves, a few more heroes up their sleeves that we haven't seen yet. I'm very curious to see where they want to go with this.
Yeah, it's really open. Again, because of how they're scrimming, because of how close to their chest they're keeping their cards, no one has that much info as to what they want to do. They go with the Enigma, which is kind of just a safe pickup. You could run it support, you could run that for Cuckoo offlane, and this is a more classic T1 draft, right? And we see the Trained Protector come out, and that tends to be either Zephyr or Whitemon playing it. They do love that hero equally. So there's some flex here. You could still run the Enigma on the support role for one of these two. You could give it to Cuckoo very early on. But this does, just from the first phase, this seems much more manageable. Like the Wombo combo is there, don't get me wrong. Black Hole and Overgrowth is big. But in terms of kind of figuring out a playstyle from T1, this is the most straightforward they've opened with yet.
I appreciate the Rubik pickup at the very least from RSG. Obviously one of the best counters towards the Enigma. Always forcing the BKB into the Lincoln Sphere to make sure you don't give a free black hole away, back the way of RSG. Also very good Rubik pick here into the Train Protector, right? Like you love stealing Overgrowth as well. Both very, very potent abilities to have on a hero like the Rubik. So far, I think RSG off to a fantastic start with this draft.
Yeah, I think they've got the answers to what might come out. I mean, you've got a very good spells to steal from the Treant and the Enigma. Of course, Black Hole, it's going to be relatively easy to reach out to here for Xiaowan Bon. More than likely that here, they still keep it open, kind of ensuring that the Marcy could be flexed here onto offlane for Xiao Yu or support if need be. Although it is looking like you are just running the Marcy and Rubik laning combo now. T1 for their part starting to ban out some bigger heroes. They take care of the Bristleback. RSG respect banning out this Invoker and a Problem Beast. So they are focusing mainly on Thompson here. And it does feel like the mid's been their biggest issue, right? Like the Morphling costing the issues last time. Ano, not so much. He did turn into more of a tempo Undying, although his presence from the early game was definitely felt. But I think RSG has a good guiding post as to what to do now. Like as long as they take care of some of those freakier mids Thompson can make work like magic, you should have yourself a better time.
Yeah. And RSG, these guys are a great team. Can't underestimate RSG whatsoever. Game 1 didn't look amazing for them, but they've adjusted. They've got a new draft going, new game, fresh mindset. Speaking of fresh mindset, Thompson, he's having a deep think to himself about these drafts, I think. Really thinking about what he's playing this game around. Why not mid Enigma, Thompson? Why not? I dare you.
Oh God. I don't think so, but you never know, I guess, with Thompson. He could just go with something insane like a Max Midnight Pulse build or Max Malphus build over Eidolons could be one way. I don't expect that. But you never know, I suppose. Never out of the realm of possibilities here for T1.
No.
For RSG, I mean, they're really having to think hard about these bans. Maybe at this point you just ban some of the more standard heroes. Ember Spirit could be one way. We know Ana still plays that here as well. He used to love it on safe lane. So you could still take care of the Ember here. Kind of kill two birds with one stone. There's not too much kind of scaring them away here from the bans as well. I mean, it's fairly safe bans from T1, like Winter Wyvern, Bristle. You've got a lot of room to just build up, double down on what core you'd want here for MKS. And you've got the Marcy to buff it up. Stuff like Jug feels pretty good. Terrorblade doesn't look too bad for RSG if T1 doesn't ban it in the next phase. So those could be considerations for them as well. But RSG are really taking their time. I think they're really just wondering what the hell is up with this opening.
Yeah, it's a weird one, that's for sure. They've got either at least two more cores to ban out. We highly doubt it's a Tree and Protector core here. It should just be a white one on that. So they'll get rid of the Zeus. Fair enough. Something I was quite expecting. T1, one more ban for themselves. Not too much reserve time used for T1. They don't seem quite as concerned about this draft. It's a much more standard opening here for the side of RSG.
5 seconds
I have a
remaining.
bit of a think about it. We saw the Wyvern ban out earlier, so maybe just afraid of a Pos 5 Wyvern. Oh, you never even know a mid Wyvern could come out. There's your Pango being banned out now as well by T1. We can see the drafts continue. Pango ban obviously pretty damn good against the Train Enigma. Just another way of cancelling off the Black Hole in the middle of these team fights. Just get rid of that Rolling Thunder opportunity that RSG could have gone for. It's T1. They'll have first pick in the second phase of picks.
Radiant team.
Get more cores to come out. They could still choose to go for a position 4 pickup for Zephyr, but no, they'll go down the Lone Druid route now.
It's a safe bet. I mean, nothing from RSG really melts that. We saw how fast a Lone Druid can take these objectives. So it looks like T1 might be doubling down on that good old T1 playstyle of just make sure your towers never fall with a tree. Get some insane push out for the rest of your team. You've got the Eidolon army. You've got the Bear. Mask of Madness build into Deso. Towers just melt. RSG has some solutions to that. I mean, the Marcy can kind of gun down the Bear, considering how much damage Marcy just naturally has with the Unleash up. So you could still melt it. Rubik with the damage reduction's also pretty alright in slowing it down to some extent. They will pick the Death Prophet on their side now on RSG, so that is still flex. I feel like Raji's the kind of guy who would still run a DP5 if he wants.
Yep.
But it could also just be the XLR in mid. I mean, you don't really see your matchup yet here for RSG. So you could just kind of flex it for Raji. He still loves these Stranger 5s overall. Like, again, last time I saw him on his stream before he joined RSG, he was playing stuff like Ember 5 and saying stuff like that works. So
Yeah, it does.
never
There's
mind.
an Omni Knight. Yeah, Omni Knight is out now, so that should be the Roger hero. But the thing is, John, Omni DP is extremely potent. We've seen this before. Very hard to control the Death Prophet when he's got an Omni Knight, when she's got an Omni Knight right behind here. And even with the Marcy, again, you just love to kind of rebound in. You like to pop that Unleash, pop the Sidekick, and just get to work. With the Heavenly Grace and Guardian Angel behind you, you're going to feel a lot more safe doing that. Going back to the Death Prophet pick as well, John, I do appreciate it, considering you are up against a Trait Protector. All that bonus armor and HP regen you give to the towers with that living armor. Not going to be so much of a problem anymore with the push that you have from the DP. And it is one of those heroes that naturally does quite well into the Lone Druid as well. So the drafting from RSG, I would argue, is probably a lot better than Game 1, at least for now.
Yeah, it's shaping up a lot better. And you see the Quap come out here for T1.
What's Whitemon laughing about?
Every time he laughs when they pick something up, I keep thinking, are they going to flex this? Is this why they're having a giggle? Are we going to have something weird? Like, I don't know, support Lone Druid, flex that away, run something like on a Quap? Surely not. Now, that is definitely thinking way too outside the box. I mean, just a mid Quap versus DP sounds like a pretty good matchup. It does feel a bit too much to go that way. I mean, we did see a support Quap, to be fair. You know, we did just see that recently, which means Cuckoo might be able to maybe just take something like a Treant offlane if you really wanted to. Or the LD offlane, but I doubt you kind of go that route. Like, one of these, well, one set of two here has got to be the supports for sure. And RSG, this doesn't look like as much of a unmanageable matchup, although the magic damage output of T1 kind of nullifies the Guardian Angel. Like, you've got Sonic Wave, Black Hole. Those are pretty good already, even if that saving spell comes out from the Omni Knight.
Well, final banouts are here, Jonathan. They are upon us. My question to you, RSG, they are lacking a position 1 right now. You'll see T1, they do ban out the Terrorblade for now. Is there a particular pos 1 you think that fits the bill very good for RSG in this draft?
Not seeing a straightforward pick. Maybe, I mean, the Slark didn't have the best of times. The Slark could still be alright with the protection of the Omni Knight. Jug could be one way. And you naturally build into a Maelstrom. You can clear out the Eidolon army. Omni Slash gives you some options to play. Maybe you go a little bit strange instead. Luna could be one way to get that push accelerating on RSG's end, although we don't tend to see a lot of Luna nowadays. Weaver's not really the most slippery. I mean, it is, but you've got Overgrowth and Black Hole, so you should still be able to intercept a Weaver at some point if you wanted to go that route, and they do ban the Life Sealer instead, which can make sense. I mean, Life Sealer plus Marcy is pretty damn strong here for MKS. You just ensure that you don't have that option to rage out of Overgrowth as well, which can be annoying, or just rage out of your control in general outside of Black Hole. Or she's gonna have to show first, so T1 can adjust very nicely here.
Not much reserve time left here for RSG, only 3 seconds, and they are going to go the Troll Warlord route. I mean, that's fair enough. You can build up into the Dispel build up as well, right? With the shards on Troll Warlord these days, and it is a nice way of getting out of the root of the Lone Druid, I believe. So, and the Overgrowth even. So it could work out that way. Against the Lone Druid, you catch yourself, you know, kind of in a bit of an awkward pickle. At least you have the Battle Trance. Even against the Quap, the Ensnare is going to be quite nice. Troll, not one of the strongest pos 1s, but again, with an Omni Knight behind him, with that Natural Dispel as well, it could just be the way that RSG needs to go. Because there really wasn't many pos 1s left that could deal with what the draft of T1 is trying to do. As I see smiling faces once again, what are T1 thinking? What are they picking up? Something's happening.
Oh yeah.
Are we going to see something cheeky?
Whenever they have those big smiles on their face, I just feel like they have something up their sleeve, or maybe they're just joking around. They're like, oh, this is going to be easy, or something like that. Or Whitemon's just saying something dumb, I know. But the possibility of them just doing something crazy is the one that's always on my mind. Like,
just noticed as well, We
Yeah.
haven't had the pleasure of seeing Whitemon snacking this afternoon either, which is very upsetting. No Snackmon for us, as they are going to go down the Razor route. So nothing too cheeky going on, just pretty standard. Razor against Troll Wall, although not a very fun matchup for the Troll. You know, you just get static linked. It's kind of rough. Anna's going to take the lone Druid Pos 1, tops in the mid Quap, so nothing crazy going on here. It is going to be a support Whitemon Enigma though. So Pos 5 Enigma to come out, Zephyr playing the Pos 4 Treant, and Cuckoo will be taking the Pos 3 Razor. Again, pretty nice pickup though. Against the Troll Warlord, it's just not going to be a very fun time.
It's certainly not. My one concern for T1 is a general lack of control outside of these ultimates. Like, you are relying pretty much just on the bear rooting people up, outside of the Overgrowth and Black Hole and the Malefice. Malefice not the lowest cooldown in the world either, once you commit that onto a hero. So it does feel like RSG is going to have a little bit more play here. Although T1's lineup can still get really aggressive if it gets off to a fast start. RSG should be able to hold out a little bit better. But if T1 plays to that same tempo from last time, and, you know, maybe stall out a little bit more from the laning phase, but say hit some early BKB timings here on T1's end, I think RSG still has overall the same issues that present itself from game one. Like, it is certainly a lot more predictable as to what T1 will want to do. It's nothing strange like the core Pos 1 Undying, like the mid Morphling. They have managed to take that scariness away from T1, but I think even with a more straightforward draft, T1 still looks pretty scary to deal with.
I'd agree with you on that. At the very least, John, you did make the point that this should be a closer game number 2, and I would agree with that as well. I think the drafts are much more even going into this game number 2, and we'll see. It's all about how you perform. So we are going to head into game number 1. John, 4 predictions to be made, so we need the guaranteed answers for some Battle Pass points. What are you thinking?
Time of first tower destruction, concede around 8 to 11. There's a chance for sub 8, but 8 to 11 is always the safer bet. Player with the first triple kill. That is pretty hard to call. Maybe Thompson. Player with the highest total magic or pure damage done to heroes at game end. Oh, I feel like Enigma can get a good amount done, or Exilern can for magic, but perhaps still Thompson. First player to get 15 denies. I want to lean towards... Well, that's a little bit rough, but maybe Ana. There you go.
Thank you, John. You sounded very confident with those predictions. I appreciate that.
Absolutely not.
We move into game number 2. Bit of a group up here from RSG in that dire jungle. 5-man group up here, looking to maybe secure a first blood in an early team fight. They do draw a line down towards the other side of the map, so they really want to force this fight. Catch T1 off guard. T1 on the other side, not going to get caught out. RSG, they've run out of time anyway. And there was an observer ward watching their position all along, so it won't really matter. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty, so another nice even start between these two teams. And as per usual, John, let's start off with the mid lane here. You're going to have Exilern on his signature Death Prophet flying out. He is going to be against the Queen of Pain of Thompson. Of course, last laning stage, Exilern was trying extremely hard to be aggressive against the Morphling with his Primal Beast. It did not work out in his favor. This laning stage, John, at least in terms of hero matchups, what are we thinking?
I think it's actually pretty even. Like, DP tends to win out most mid lane matchups. You play with the Spirit Siphon fairly well, and you can just kind of clear out the creep wave very nicely with a Crypt Swarm. But Thompson should be able to trade nicely as well with a Shadow Strike. He gets a little bit of healing, he's going to have some wave clear with the Scream, and he's going to have the Blink in comparison to Exilern, who doesn't have mobility on hand. You can already see Exilern dropping fairly low from the back and forth there. You're going to have to kind of juggle around that regen. Rune advantage should be onto Thompson as well if he does manage to get the value point in the Blink. So it should be smooth sailing for him unless a support rotation comes in and catches him off guard.
What about that bot lane, Jonathan? You're going to have Zephyr, Cuckoo. They'll be against Zhao Bonbon and Zhao Yu. So the lane switch up is there. They naturally don't want to have to lane the Troll against the Razor. Make sure that does not happen. It's not so easy for Zhao Yu anyway on the offlane Marcy, but at the very least you do have a nice way of escaping with the rebound. I think that's what they're kind of playing off here. Even if you don't have that, you at least have the lift back of Zhao Bonbon to help you out. But it still should be a rather dominant lane here for Cuckoo and Zephyr, it feels.
Yeah, they should still have a lot of play. Once they're kind of able to just run down, get some slows off with a plasma field, and kind of connect that with Nature's Grass, they could look to just chase down a hero, still have a great time in lane. Cuckoo's finding some farm. He's not slowing down Xiao Yu, but the earlier build-up for the Razor does feel like it's going to show up a little bit more. I mean, Xiao Yu, if he does hit his level 6 spike, can just melt these heroes, but there's a weird back and forth when you are Marcy versus Razor. Like, you have to choose whether or not you save the rebound for a retreat or for an offensive move.
Very, very true. Of course, that final lane, up the top lane, MKS copying a fair bit of harassment here from Anna's Spirit Bear and Whitemon with those Eidolons. Roger is going to be there, so chances are he should not die. Even if he does get caught by the root of the Spirit Bear, he should have the Heavenly Grace to save, so MKS should be just fine in this top lane. In terms of farm, so far they are pretty much on par. 7 for 7 in terms of CS between these two position ones. And so I imagine this is going to be a pretty standard kind of farming lane between the two heroes. There's Roger. A bit of damage here from Whitemon, but they do farm up quite a lot of those Eidolons, and that's going to be some nice gold to go back the way of MKS.
Yeah, it's a decent amount of gold to come out. I think you're still alright with that. The Eidolons aren't worth too much, and Ana, as long as he's not the one being jumped on, is fine.
Bot lane, drops low. Verifier is going to be there. Zephyr, he'll salve up. He's barely going to survive. No first blood to go the way of RSG quite yet.
They're trying to be aggressive, and I do appreciate that. They've got the level 2 rebound. They've got both the telekinesis and the fade bolt, so they can try to run someone down. It's just Tree and Protector is also fairly tanky. And again, if you do land on the wrong spot of the map, and the slows coming out from the grass, the plasma field will allow Cuckoo to turn, so you kind of need to temper your aggression. Thompson's starting to comp a little bit more from mid. Axelern is starting to find his spacing here with the levels up on the Crypt Swarm. And he always has the threat of the rundown with Spirit Siphon. The value point in Blink is up. But when you're trading with Shadow Strike versus trading with Crypt Swarm, it does feel better for the Death Prophet there.
Oh, I love myself a duel. Here we go. The gauntlet's up again between Xiao Yu and Cuckoo. The offlaners having a go at each other. I do agree with your point, though. I mean, Exilion's having a really nice time this mid lane. Mind you, he was leading in CS last game around as well against the Morphling on the Primal Beast, but this is much more dominant so far. 21-8 compared to the 15-0 of Thompson. Exilion, again, he's very strong when it comes to playing this Death Prophet. He's already off to a fantastic start.
Yeah, he's going to have a good timing onto the 6. We'll see if that's something RSG will be able to group around. I think the one issue for RSG in playing around with something like that early timing from Death Prophet is that your support duo isn't the most active. Your rotations aren't that scary, and they'll try onto Whitemon just a bit here.
Give it a crack. They don't have any more slows, and Anna is going to cut them off. MKS does get rooted up by the bear, but does have the whirling axes. Just avoid the bear going any further. So again, just really trading farm. A little bit of harassment being traded as well, but no kills to come out topside either. At the very least, MKS, with all these Eidolons he's been farming, his CS is looking pretty darn good right now. He's 25-11 compared to the 18-6 of Anna. But again, I do think a lot of those are going to be Eidolons.
Yeah, and in terms of net worth, he is up there as well. All the cores of RSG are finding a much better time in their lanes and getting that initial farm up. So the slower pace is starting to benefit them, although...
Mid lane, Blink Away is going to be there. Jarbon trying to get active here with Exilern. They don't have any points in the silence, though. Had they had 1 point, that probably would have been a kill on Thompson. They decide to go for the level 3 Spirit Siphon instead. And Thompson, oh, he blinks right into Jarbon. Where's the vision? Thompson, he's going to drop. Cheeky plays from RSG. First blood to go the way of the Radiant. Very nice from Jarbon. You love to see that positioning.
Yeah, he just sneaks behind. He knows Thompson will likely try to just get more. And he punished really well. Exilern getting some good damage off onto Zephyr. Might not have enough for the full kill, but he has the Exo.
He does have the Exo. Into Zephyr he goes. The action does begin. Meanwhile, Whitemon barely able to TP away on the Enigma. Zephyr doesn't look so lucky, but Thompson, he's here to try and help out. Exilern, he'll abuse the Spirit Siphon on the creep wave and will be able to survive a little bit longer. Thompson not at that level 6 mark yet, so couldn't throw Sonic Wave out to finish the job. And somehow Zephyr, off the back of Thompson, will survive.
Yeah, they do force Exilern to just TP all the way home though. So the Exorcism doesn't actually do much onto that mid-tier 1. And you're pretty satisfied about that if you're tier 1. You don't lose your support. You did drop Thompson, but you stopped that push, and that does feel like a lot of the momentum of RSG. It's gonna have to wait for another cooldown to go off first.
Radiant structures are
Mid lane.
fortified.
Thompson trying to be a little bit more aggressive here on the quad. We'll force out the glyph here onto the tier 1 tower. Top lane, Anna. Spirit Bear is falling low, but here come the rotations. MKS out of position, trying to harass Anna, but this may cost him his own life. The Nature's Grasp, the Malefice, it's all there, and MKS is going to go down. The highest CS on the board has died. Anna, he'll be the one to take the kill, and that's going to feel very good for that lone druid.
Cuckoo.
In trouble. Dispose is there. Zhao Yu, he has plenty of damage with the sidekick, but not while the static link is going. Cuckoo, very confident with that living armor to back him up as well. He will not drop.
Radiant's
It just
top
goes
tower
back
is
to that
under attack.
weirdness of having Marcy versus Razor. Like, you can save the rebound to get away from static link, but to go onto the Razor or anyone else, you need that rebound up. So it just feels like the Razor has the edge there every single time, forcing that choice out. Exilern.
Lyman's around. No level 6 timing yet on the Enigma. He's only level 3, so Exilern is going to be happy enough to keep chasing Whitemon, and it looks like he's got himself another kill. Very nice pick up there from Exilern as Thompson. He's going to try and chase down Roger. Sonic Wave is up, but Exilern's going to make it very hard to chase him down. Death Prophet, so far so good. 1-0-1 is the scoreline of Exilern. Laning stage has gone extremely well against Thompson, and we're just waiting for the next Exo to maybe start pressuring that mid-tier 1 tower again.
Only a few seconds away from that cooldown. They're really dragging a lot of supports mid, and they just can't get too much done. Exo's up. Whitemon, he only really has the Malefice to scare them back. And it's not enough to really stop Exilern.
Silence is there. They'll blow up
Oh.
Thompson. Nice lift there from Zhao Bonbon, and Exilern this time with the 1 point in the silence. He's going to have plenty of controllers now. Zhao Yu does rotate. Whitemon gets caught out. That's going to be a second. This is more like the RSG we know and love, John.
Oh yeah, they're in form. I think all they had to do was really just force T1 to play a much more standard game. No messing around with the draft, nothing too strange, and this is just straightforward RSG. They get a strong lane for Exilern. He plays these tempo mids that just kind of focus on objectives, just like his DK as well that he excels on, and they just kind of focus in on him. They have really good saving supports, decent enough hold coming out from Xiao Bonbon, and now they swing up top. MKS, he's got level 1 fervor, so it's not the fastest progress, but still more than enough to kind of work through the living armor if they want.
Absolutely. MKS, he'll get to work. Smoke is out from T1. They are trying to rotate up towards that top lane. T1 are trying to buy a bit of time. There's the glyph out. Through the dire jungle, Thompson and Whitemon, they are sneaking up from the backside. Problem is Zhao Bonbon is there to break the smoke and not allow the pincer maneuver that T1 was trying to go for. Nice deny though from Zephyr. He does at least get the tier 1 tower denied off as Zhao Bonbon is running. Heavenly Grace does buy him a little bit of time, but Thompson will eventually take down the Rubik, even finding the courier of Roger. But if you're RSG, you're very happy with that trade. You got the top tier 1 tower, even if it was denied off. Who the hell cares? It's enough.
You open up the map more. You can invade that forward part of the top jungle, give MKS a really good spot to farm in as he builds into this Battle Fury. And the Battle Fury, it makes sense because you do feel like this could be a longer game with the Lone Druid. Speaking of, Ana.
Spell still is there. Zhao Bonbon has got his own spirit there now.
Stolen.
it's even green. Look at that, Jonathan. You don't see that too often. A green bear coming up from Zhao Bonbon. They'll lift up the other. And the spirit bear, going down, is going to try for a TP away. Anna, he's going to make it. No
What?
roots coming out from the spirit bear of Zhao Bonbon. Well, that's not very nice.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate. I wonder, if you're a Rubik and you steal the bear, do you try to save it the entire time and give it your farm? I mean, you're not going to farm up, but sounds funny. Probably not. I mean, Xiao Bonbon is working towards the Ags. So he's going to have a nice set of spells to steal out, especially from, again, Whitemon when he
Sorry to
eventually
interrupt,
finds a
John.
6.
I just had to say off the back of your point there about the Rubik Spirit Bear. There was a bug once, wasn't there, where you had Rubik's Spirit Bear, and if you give it items, the items just
All
disappear
right.
forever?
Yeah. You have to
Yeah,
respawn
I don't
with
know
it
if
because-
that ever got fixed, John. I don't know if it ever got fixed.
It's true. Why is it normal colored when it gets disarmed? That's funny. It's
Yeah.
not green anymore when it's out of range, so...
It's a feature.
Alright. Does it stay if you steal a different spell? Surely it does, right?
Sure, I don't
No,
think
okay.
so. Never mind, we'll find out later. Roger, he's going to drop mid lane. Xe learn, he might have the Spirit Bear this time from Anna. Goes to chasing. Never mind, it will survive as now the Sonic Wave. Thompson going to push back the Death Prophet. In comes a new Spirit Bear. And Xe learn, he will be punished. Anna, he'll take a double kill on the Lone Druid. That's a big pick off here for T1.
And that's a lot of gold to funnel out onto Ana. Working onto that Desolator timing we talked about earlier, once that's up, these objectives will just melt. And they're starting to make moves onto that mid. Whitemon still at 5.5, no threat of Black Hole to kind of sustain them through this. They will force out the Fortify under rotation out from MKS, but they are making moves
Cuckoo.
bot.
Yeah, bot lane, Cuckoo dropping low. The living armor keeping him alive, though. Thompson now dropping low as well. Jia Yu, he's dropping the lowest, however, on the Marcies. He does try to run, but the Shadow Strike and the Scream from Thompson barely within ranges now. He's gone a bit far, but the Fairy Fire is going to keep him alive. Jia Yu cops the tip from Cuckoo. Cuckoo will not drop here on the Razor. That'll be another 2 kills the way of T1.
And they're starting to feel themselves getting some aggression out. While RSG kind of wants to play that farm game. RSG has to work as a unit. You can't afford to kind of just have Learn and Roger just run up by themselves. Like, there's not enough play outside of the sustain game for the Death Prophet. You do need some damage up. You do need some additional control that Xiao Bon does provide. So you kind of want to play as a unit of 3 or 4. And you're at the point where Xiao Yu, once this BKB is up, should be a lot comfier and trying to join together, so you're really just buying space for MKS at that point. For T1, they managed to really give Ana space. They're just running away from where the bear is playing, allowing this farm, allowing this build-up. Number 2 in net worth on Ana. And again, once that Deso is up here, and these towers are not going to last too long. You've got the Black Hole ready on Whitemon now as well. So a little bit of a threat, and you still have to watch for Xiao Bon. That additional hold is ready if need be.
That it is. I mean, he won't have anything like a blink or a BKB on Whitemon, but it is that added factor, just that fear factor, right? Of where's the Enigma? Have we got a stun ready for him? Where's our Rubik? Is he ready to steal the spell? Speaking of that Rubik, John, I just realized Xiao Bon has an Ags queued up and is trying to farm it.
Yeah, he's had that queued for a while. I mean, he's been trying to save up for it. It's progressing nicely enough, and just the Ogre Axe at least makes you a little bit more durable as well. And again, he has a lot of spells to steal, so he's a lot to work up towards. And the question is whether or not he gets that fast enough. This game just feels a tiny bit slower for RSG, so you're not really able to snowball too much. They might find Ana if he's not careful, but he does run off at the right time.
Got the true form. Roger looking to cut him off, but he's just an Omni Knight, so kind of hard to catch Ana while the tier 1 bottom tower still stands. They will back their way out, and on the brighter side for RSG, even if you don't catch the Lone Druid, MKS is still out farming the Lone Druid right now and has the Battle Fury up. So his farm is set to escalate a lot quicker on the Troll Warlord. We'll be working onto the BKB, into the Aghanim Scepter. We'll have the Dispel with the Ags as well. Very, very effective here against the side of T1. MKS, very important. He maintains that net worth lead.
He's getting the space he needs as well. I think T1 does have information as to his farming patterns. That forward dark triangle ward is great. Over rotating mid.
Very DP from Xe Learn. He does have Roger behind him, and that's going to give him the confidence to be in that position. As now the rebound, Cuckoo, he tipped earlier. Is he going to drop? Overgrowth is out. That'll put a hold to everything. Even the Exo pop, they really want this Razor. Xiao Yu chasing desperately. Even the silence on the Razor, but Cuckoo's fine. Walks right out. And they are going to get nothing out of this Exorcism being popped.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
It's
attack.
massive. Well, it's a long cooldown spell. RSG might feel pressure to rush. The scan does spot them in that area, and they will go in. Thompson's got a flank. There's a ward that does spot him out here, though.
They feel very forced to try and make this Roshan play because the Exo was used. Thompson, oh, he's under vision. He gets lifted up. The silence there as well. Thompson, he's a big pick-off, but he still gets the blink away. Zhao Bonbon chasing him down, but cannot cancel the TP. Still, this does open up the Roshan once again. Problem is, EXO is now gone. So it's up to MKS to get the damage out with Zhao Yu. More TPs incoming. Roshan very low now. You don't have the Quap to blink in and try for a steal. Plasma Field is there, but it's too late. Roshan, it did bash for a moment, but MKS still picks up the Aegis. Even the Guardian Angel being popped is now Cuckoo. He'll rush in. XE Learn in trouble. Roger's already gone. The DP will drop as well. Cuckoo will take it. At the very least, RSG do secure the Aegis. Hell, even Roshan was trying to help out T1 there. John with that final hit bash, leaving the Aegis on the deck. Luckily, Thompson, he was not around to take us out. MKS will get slowed up. He's not going to get dived past the tier 2, though.
Yeah, for T1, that still feels bigger for them. They find a kill on the mid. They take over at the triangle. They should know there are a couple of wards now in this area. And you're at the point where Ana with the Deso can just melt these objectives on a turn. Still TPing out, trying to find punishment.
Get the Spirit Bear. Slow is there. Ana could try for the respawn if he wishes. We'll go for the Fear instead. Still running. T1 is around if they really want to force a fight. The Spirit Bear is just casually walking away. Zephyr is out with the Overgrowth as well. He might just pop it. It's a great position for T1, but they don't even need it. Zhao Yu's gone. T1 will just slowly creep their way back towards the Radiant Triangle as the Spirit Bear's giving all the vision. They won't find anything else, though.
No need to rush. They're saving up for some spikes. Whitemon could just rush into the blink here. He's got 2.3k in the bank. We have not seen him have to use the black hole. He does opt for the mech instead. Probably just going for, going straight for the raid pack right afterwards. All aura here, not even needing the black hole this game, as the threat for the Rubik is annoying. With the Aegis still on hand on RSG though, he might force something.
Wyman looking to tank the gank here for the team. Does end up going down. Quick pick off here from RSG. Finding the pos 5 of T1. You'd love a bit more if you're RSG. Looking for a bit of a chase, but we'll find nobody else. Though I say that, Cuckoo, he will be eventually spotted in the dire triangle, but they're not in position to make the jump yet. In fact, rebound is there now. Zhao Yu, he'll go in. Cuckoo, this time, alone for now. Has the living armor. There's your Overgrowth. Zephyr, he will not be able to save the day. They will take him out. Cuckoo is gone, and now XE Learn. He wants a little bit more. They'll catch Zephyr out on the tree, and that'll be a second. And with the XO up, RSG, they should have an opening for this tier 2 mid tower. T1, can they defend this? Anna's popped the true form. It looks like they're going to try and slow this one down. Spirit Bear in. Fear is there. Sonic Wave will find Roger. That's the Omni Knight. Now the roots are out. The ensnare's locking down the Marcy. There is no escape. No tier 2 tower to go for RSG. They will be forced to retreat.
That's a great defense coming out for T1. It looks a little bit wonky, dropping your supports like that, but of course do have enough in them to just kind of get it done themselves. RSG, Aegis still stands for 2 minutes. They're trying to get something out with it, but it doesn't feel like MKS can just fully commit with a secondary life. His BKB is almost done, 300 gold away. That could be the timing for RSG to kind of start playing off the back of this troll. But as T1's just allowed to drag this game, I mean, Battle Fury Troll is still losing out to the Lone Druid of Ana. Like, the farm is still ramping up on this Lone Druid. The bear is just becoming this massive threat. AC is almost done on Ana, and once that bear is set, it's kind of ready.
MKS not able to lock down Thompson. Zhao Yu is looking for a rebound angle. Is going to go in, but misses Zephyr. Dust was there, but that also misses. Now they'll see the Treant, but he's okay to back off. RSG, they just want the tier 2 mid tower. But the living armor makes it so hard with all that bonus armor being provided. MKS still trying. Zhao Yu with the jump in. Has found this Zephyr Treant and will take him out. Great place from RSG. Can they force high ground? MKS seems like he wants to try. There is 45 seconds left on this Aegis. Rebound is out from Zhao Yu, but Cuckoo, he does avoid it. Meanwhile, MKS dropping rather low. Aegis only 30 seconds away from expiring, and they don't want to risk it anymore. In the meantime, as you can see, Ana He was split pushing the bot lane, but Zhao Bon is there to defend on the Ruby.
Yeah, they can't quite just freely take objectives just yet. Ana still has to keep his body a bit close. Probably not going to be going for the Axis game as well, unless the game goes ultra late. So we'll have to watch himself a little bit more. With the opening from mid, RSG, they have some play potential. They've got a little bit more map control, maybe slightly easier Roche access if they do manage to find the outpost in top jungle. T1 for their part, I mean, they're still in a pretty comfy spot. They're not far behind, less than 1k lead. Most of that in the core matchup from Exilern, really. That seems to be where most of the farm differential's at, along with Chao Bon. Smoke out here from T1. They've got all their spells ready. We haven't, again, ever seen the black hole from Whitemon because of Chao Bon's presence. So there is still that threat if you somehow find a fight without a Rubik here.
So only 8 to 12. It's been a very slow game between these two teams. We've seen pickoffs here and there, but no massive team fights broken out yet. No 5-on-5s is what I'm saying here. John and Xiao Yu. Jump is there onto the Marcy, but he's got a BKB. Nice rebound out. They got the overgrowth to lock him down, but Xiao Yu now looking for a turnaround. Has found Cuckoo. Will force out another BKB as Whitemon on the side. Ready with the black hole, but the silence is going to put an end to that. They'll lift up Whitemon and take him out. Sonic Wave even being committed, and now Ana. Got hit a few times by the Marcy, but doesn't really take too much damage. Is looking to back up, but RSG are not. They will go for a chase. They've got the 4v5 advantage. They know the ultis are down. They want a bit more. Ana is going to try and fight back with the Heavenly Grace and the Guardian Angels. They are there. Fear is out there from Ana. He'll force them back once again. Exilern, he'll keep trying for the Spirit Bear, but it's still not going to be enough. Instead, the rebound, it will at least land onto Cuckoo. But these living armors make everyone so tanky. Nevertheless, RSG surrounding him by 5. They will take him out. Though Zephyr, he's in again. Going for a bit of a root onto Zhao Bon. Now Thompson, MKS, he's in danger. Forced to pop the battle trance. Will go onto the Spirit Bear. And eventually should find it, and will, though Ana, he'll respawn the bear now. Back on a Roger. They've got the Omni Knight. That'll be one down. T1 looking for a bit more. Will start rushing as Cuckoo. He'll voice line from the graveyard. In goes Thompson onto Exilern. A Great Nature's Grasp holding two of them down. Zhao Bon, he's got the fear out. It's not going to be enough, though. He will drop to Ana, and they'll even find Exilern. RSG, they are trying so hard to punish T1. Get maximum value out of these fights, but T1, they turn it every single time.
It feels like RSU is just over-committing for these prolonged fights. Like once you found those key pickoffs, once you pop that Guardian Angel, you don't have much more play left. T1, they've got pretty low cooldown spells. They've got this really jumpy quap from Thompson that you don't have the best control for. And you just kind of have to temper yourself here. You don't even have this BKB on Exilern. So it's not like your DP can stand front line that safely yet. You don't have the... I mean, you have some good sustain coming out from Roger, but, you know, it's not like the big flash heals, although...
Here we go again. Battle Trance is available for MKS, but there are 5 heroes from T1 moving in. Big Sonic Wave out with the fear. There's just no chance. Ana and Thompson, they'll take down 2. And with the T1 group up towards the top lane, AC finished on the bear. It's time to maybe go for another T2 tower. Or at least their first T2 tower. But they will rotate mid lane instead. Maybe just not ready for it yet. As long as they're farming, they'll be happy. You are up against a Troll Warlord after all. And against the Lone Druid, against the Razor, it's not the most amazing matchup when you get into the late game for the Troll.
No, it's not an easy one for MKS, and they just kind of set themselves up for that. Cuckoo's last pick, Razor, just works out well in this draft.
Rebound, Zhao Yu, that's aggressive. He does have a BKB. He's got the Omni Knight to Heavenly Grace. They will put an end to the tier 2 push going on. Plenty of damage being dealt, but not quite enough to finish the job off. Zephyr, top lane, might just be a little bit annoying, but Zhao Yu seems to know he is around somewhere. Zephyr, though, gives him the bok and just TP's right out of it. No problem. So state of the game now. 10 to 17. T1 1k ahead. RSG, they've been putting on a great performance, much better than game number 1. Still feels like T1 are favored in this game too, based off how the game's going. John, is there anything in particular you feel RSG need to do to really try and start dominating this game too?
Like, they have been finding the support duo just fine. I think they need to be able to maybe put a handle on Thompson or Ana. Like, you need to stop this Quap from just jumping in and out. Your hold for the Queen of Pain isn't particularly amazing. Like, you have to be able to land this long duration silence up from Exilern on the DP, and then just hope to goodness that MKS can get some roots off in between as well, to kind of just get that damage off. And once you do take care of Thompson, you do lose that disruptive factor in these fights. The Ag's fully up now as well on MKS, as you've been calling out, Mike. So the self-dispel and the enemy dispel on hand here for the Troll to play with should give more tools for MKS to kind of do what he wants in the middle here. But T1, they just play it safe. They keep getting that farm up. They keep getting the build up. Once Cuckoo has this Heaven's Halberd, your window for MKS just becomes pretty damn tough to find.
Certainly is. It certainly is, John. That Halberd's going to play a lot of dividends here. Rather pay a lot of dividends for T1, I'm sure. Fun fact, Jonathan, this whole game, I don't believe we've seen one black hole being committed yet by Whitemon.
No.
It's a bit sad for Zhao Bonbon. In fact, hold that thought. Zhao Yu made a jump in, but will make a jump right back out. But for Zhao Bonbon, he hasn't even had the chance to steal the spell yet.
Yeah, I think Whitemon really understands and respects just how well Xiao Bonbon can play that Rubik. Black Hole, it's not the hardest spell in the world to steal either. So you just play it safe. You don't give that opening for RSG. It feels like if RSG had something like the Black Hole, these team fights would end up way differently. And the fact that T1's been finding these wins without having to use that teamfight control means that, well, if you didn't need to cast it before, why start casting it now?
Dire are scanning.
5-man smoke. RSG. They get some wards down on the high ground, but that's really about it. T1 are still holding their own dire jungle high ground, so they seem more than comfortable just waiting for the smoke to come in. Instead, RSG are going to try and force the Roshan. But the Eidolons, they had vision of this. So T1 is well aware Roshan has been started. Second Roshan of the game. There's that halberd you brought up earlier. Cuckoo's got it up now. That's going to make life a lot harder for MKS. Bashes out from Roshan. Silence there. Zhao Yu, he'll jump in. Whitemon will drop immediately. A nice start for RSG. No Enigma to worry about. T1 still trying to move in. Roshan getting low. There's a Sonic Wave out. Thompson! He takes the Aegis away from MKS! Oh, here we go. Zephyr, he'll pop the overgrowth. Still RSG, they are winning this team fight. Thompson, he'll blink away, but the rebound. Zhao Yu, he's having none of it. He wants to punish Thompson, but he's the one to go down. In we go, Ana. He'll rejoin the fight. Spirit Bear rushing. He wants something for his trouble. Zhao Bonbon might just have to be the target, but he'll get blink up. Nice spell still away from Zhao Bonbon, but Thompson still on the chase. Wants the Rubik, but he will be okay. What an Aegis snatch away from Thompson.
Oh, man. That Sonic Wave push back just to give himself a little bit of window to pick up that. Aegis cuts off any advantage RSG wants. Like, they find the supports, they cost them their offlane, they do force a buyback out, but it's not the biggest deal in the world here for T1 on the supports. They are getting massive on their course, like Thompson now with Kai Sanj. Very hard to pin down, and MKS.
Yes, he doesn't have Battle Trance for another second. It's available now, but he's going to have 0 damage in this if he can't get out. Thompson will not be able to slow him down. In fact, now the turnaround. RSG, they want to punish once again, but can they? Ana, he's around.
Oh, no.
No, the fear's out. No Battle Trance to come, and there's no buyback on MKS. This is not good. They're onto the high ground. Great fear from the Spirit Bearer of Ana. Just using the Savage Roar, and we've got problems now, John. We have big problems for RSG. High ground has been started by T1.
Oh, Jesus Christ, that just melts.
Radiant's middle
It
tower
really
is
does.
Yeah, I don't know if you can stop this right now on the side of RSG. You don't have Unleash for 40 seconds, no Troll for 30. That half minute's more than enough to clear out these 2 set of racks.
has fallen.
It's rough.
Radiant's
There goes
middle
one.
barracks has fallen.
At least they have their tier 2 top tower, so you can't get Mega. You can get tier 4 if tier 1 are feeling extra spicy, but you cannot get Mega. Nullify now up on Ana.
Has fallen.
It's a tough one. Nullifier just totally removes the Guardian Angel as a factor. Like, even if you use that to kind of dodge Ana and Cuckoo's damage, he's got a solution on hand. 13k net worth lead, 13 to 21 here for T1. The tier 2 tower, as you mentioned, still protecting RSG from full megas. But there's really nothing stopping T1 at this point. Again, they've been taking these fights without having Whitemon to use the black hole. I want to see him just go 0 black holes this game now. Just never use it. Why did he even use a skill point in it? He has it at level 2. Why? Just max out the Midnight Pulse and get stats. You don't need that spell.
It's the 5-head play from Whitemon. They can't steal this spell if I never use it. It's genius.
Top tower has fallen.
You're right, John. Why even to skill it? It could have been the first game where Enigma just never skills Black Hole. The history of Dota. Whitemon, you could have made history, sir, but you didn't do it. You didn't do it, Whitemon. In we go. 5-man smoke against a 4-man smoke, but T1's got the high ground. They saw Xe learn. They're going to jump in, force the BKB out. Thompson, he'll get silenced up, but he's got his own BKB as Xiao Yu jumps in onto the bear. Ana in trouble? Not really, though. They overgrowth Xiao Yu up. Heavenly Grace, it's going to buy a little bit of time for Xiao Yu to rebound out. Nobody dead quite yet on either side. So T1, they might need to back, though. Xiao Yu does drop now. Thompson, able to secure the kill on the Queen of Pain. Cuckoo, still looking to move in again. Looking to put a lid onto this game is T1. The much stronger team right now. The clock is ticking, says Cuckoo. And he's not wrong. RSG, they've got to find a way to defend this high ground.
Radiant's top tower
They're onto the final tier 3 tower. Look at that tower.
God.
It's gone. Ana annihilates it. In with the nullifier. MKS is gone. He'll buy back this time. He's got the gold available. Battle Trance is still up. But the Rax is gone. This bear is not fair. Oh, the
my
roots
God.
are out as well. The overgrowth from Zephyr. There goes Xe Learn. Onto the tier 4 towers. GG's called. They've seen enough. Please leave us alone. T1 proving to be way, way, way too strong here against RSG. And there's your black hole out. Enjoy. People wanted in the chat, Whitemon, he's a man of the people. He'll throw the black hole out eventually. No spell still for Zhao Bonbon.
No, if I know Whitemon, if I know chat, they would have wanted no black holes at all. And just maybe a big whiff at the end on the Ancient. You know, the Ancient's the objective, the Ancient's what you black hole. It's still T1
Cuckoo's very
looking
happy.
as
Look at
dominant
that.
as ever. Yeah, he's just smiling. He is
Cuckoo.
stuck smiling. He
He's a
needs some
statue.
help. Yeah, he needs some help. He's happy stiff now. And well, the side of T1 showing us again, they can run these more standard drafts. You can ban out the Morphling and Marcy.
Someone help
all
Cuckoo.
you want.
Someone help Cuckoo out. He's stuck. He's lagging, John.
You know what it is? It's March. He did something to Cuckoo just to have him be focused, and that's March's regiment live. But RSG, look, they take care of the Morphling. They pick up the Marcy themselves. And they force T1 to play a more standard game, and we do get a more standard draft out here from T1. Maybe the Enigma support could be argued to be less standard. You had a perfect game for Ana here, 11-0-8 on the Lone Druid, and I think that just solidifies this opinion on T1 now. You know, maybe the first series you say, all right, they were running some weird stuff with the Marcy. In game 1 here, they did some funky stuff with the Undying, but in this game 2, there are no two ways about it. T1 plays a very clean, smooth game. Laning phase into mid-game and late-game decision-making were all spot on with a very, arguably very basic and standard draft.
Well, that's our best of 3 series going down the drain there. T1 proving to be way strong once again. Jonathan, before we do talk about our next series of the night, you know what this means? Because someone had some words about this T1 squad. I've got to reiterate, and I'll be reiterating again tomorrow. T1 is now facing Talon in the upper bracket. This is the matchup. This is the one everyone's been waiting for. These are the 2 best teams in the winner bracket final of the SEA TI11 qualifiers. I'm going to read you a quote, word for word. This is Makoto. I know you know, but I want I want the viewers to know. They have the potential to be really good, but there will be some weaknesses because Anna and Thompson need time to adjust to the rest of T1's playstyle. Their main problem will be the team chemistry because EU and SEA playstyle is pretty different. And I believe later on in that article by esports.gg, he did say he was confident Talon would be able to beat out T1 in the winner bracket final. I love Makoto. I love his words. I believe they can do it. Talon's a fantastic squad. Jonathan, all I can say is I cannot wait for that winner bracket final tomorrow. I have no predictions. I think both teams look fantastic. I can't wait to see what happens.
Yeah, it should be an exciting one. Talon up against a revitalized T1. Last time they faced up against each other in DPC, and the spice was there because of Gabby, of course, and the history that certain players had with Gabby. This time, it's just the top dogs up against two TI winners. So I'm keen to see how that shapes up. Of course, there are more matches here left, Mike, and we do have 2 series still lined up for this afternoon.
Absolutely. Don't go anywhere. We've got Army Geniuses versus Xerxia coming up. We have a brand new casting duo of Aries and Danog. Their lovely voices are coming up as well. So don't go anywhere. We're going to head off to a very, very short break. And right after that break, we'll be back with our lower bracket series between Xerxia and, of course, the side of AG. We'll see you then.
Dire's middle tower has been denied. Dire's middle tower is under attack. Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Is under attack.